MPs have lost their seats in Parliament because they had never spoken in the floor of the House. But that has not been the case for Honorable Nasat Muhammad Ture, the Ayawaso East MP. This man has never said a word on the floor of the House, but has won his seat for 3 consecutive times since 2012. Let's speak to him and find out what has been his secret and what has kept him going on.
Some of you who comes to parliaments always, you know how the parliamentary procedure is. You can't just wake up and start talking. You talk when the matter arise, when there are some reasons to talk. Yes, then you wake up and talk. Or most of our talking also is at the committee level. Yes, for as a member of parliament since 2012, and we started working 2013 as an MP. For me, today, all I believe is to make sure I work in my community. Today, people are saying, but the MP doesn't talk, but these people, they like him. They like him because of what? Because they like me because I do the right thing. Because I'm a servant who came to work for them, to make sure I change the life of my people. Today, if you enter my constituency, it's not about just talking. Some people, you come to parliament, you see them, they make noise. But when you enter in their constituency, you won't see much project. You can't notice some changes. But today, when you come to my constituency, you can identify the number of projects that I have done in my constituency today. I'm sure that is the reason why my people continue to vote for me. My people thinks I'm the best person to lead them. So I'm sure that is the reason why.
Oh no, we know that for you to be retained, it means you are doing something right, and it means that the people like you. What are some of the things you do in your constituency? I heard you attend a lot of their gatherings, whether RA, funerals, you show up all the time, you support them. But I just want to know, what are you identified for?
If you enter Nima today, if you start from, I don't know if you know Frankies, all the way from Frankies down, Nuria down, especially the Nima market. There you can see the paving blocks that before I became MP, or the whole area is muddy. When it rains, to become muddy. It takes 2 weeks. You can't even walk to that area. I remember the one pastor at the Roman church said, Saint Kizito said, today, because of the good work that I did there, before when it rained and their members are coming to church, from the station, before they got to the church, they have to put water there. People have to wash their legs, people have to wash their shoes before they enter church. But today, the whole area is paved, it's clean. So from the Nima market going to the Ashama station, when you enter there, you see the difference. You come to the hot coffee, even before I was born, especially when it rains. You can't walk there. You can't pass there. Even cars cannot enter and connect to Kanda Highway. So I did the project from Hot Coffee all the way to Kanda Highway. And there was a mosque that closed the road from Kanda Highway. I was able to negotiate with the owner of the mosque. And I demolished the mosque and then opened up the road and then put up a new mosque there for them. And from the same area, there is another drain work that I did. All the way is going to connect to the main Kaukudi drain. So the project is there. So when you go to downside, I don't know if you know Nima, downside there is a bridge. It's called Naza Bridge. They named the bridge after me. So when you go there, you see the bridge there. When I came, I said, so if we can put up a bridge here, so it will be easier for us to connect to Newtown Timber Market. So I started like joke. Today it becomes the major road, major bridge that will link you from my constituency to Newtown Timber Market. So, and then I said, oh, so why not we brought the idea of Operation Cement all your lungus, all the lungus. So today, thank God, at least we haven't finished all, but at least we were able to cement almost about 70% done. When you enter all the corners, you can see my handwork, my idea. When you go to Kanda, Ruga, I don't know if you know Ruga. You know Ruga? Yes. When you go to Ruga, you see the new public toilet that I'm putting up there. It is my project. The Operation Cement Yolungu, we extended it to Ruga. So when you go to Islamic Training Institute, the one on the Kanda Highway, initially before it's open. Yes, I came and said, oh, why? We can fence. Why can't we fence it? So we fence it. I put up another project in there. So today, the place is safe for the kids. Initially, when the kids are from the school, when they are crossing, sometimes because it's open, they cross anyhow. But now, because of the fencing, at least we did a pedestrian that they cross, and the traffic light also is there. So it's becoming safe. And then I have so many social interventions that I did, especially when it comes during the Ramadan. There are so many social interventions that I do help my mothers, my old ladies, my old fathers, my brothers, my sisters, that we do. So it's also part of the achievement. And then education. Also, I'm sure this is you can see the one I just paid for some people. I think about 4 of them, 10,000. One of them is 800. Yeah, I just pay for some of the students. So these are so we make sure when it comes to education too, we do, at least we can't do everything, but we make sure we support the youth to go to school. So when it comes to education, especially when the kids are writing the wasi, we make sure we support them with the math sets and so on. Sometimes we give them books and and others. So I think there is so many achievements that my people thinks I deserve to lead them. So that is why some people say, but the MP cry, he's quiet, he doesn't even talk. But why does the people, his people like him? Yes. So they like him because it's not just you come and talk. You don't do anything in your community. You don't do anything to your people. So that alone cannot make your people to like you. They will like you for some reason.
How is that feedback? Like how do they call you? Do you have a nickname? Is there a way you mingle with them in the constituency?
Oh yes. For I'm always my always. You know, even was it last Saturday? I attended funeral at Setkizito. There's a funeral there. Our former chairman died. Former constituency secretary. I attended the funeral last 2 weeks also. One of my special assistant also lost his mother. I'm talking about when you come, my relationship with the, we have Christians, we have Muslims. You understand me? But we jaw to each other. So for my constituency, I'm visible. I'm always in my constituency. If I don't attend the program, I make sure I delegate my chairman to attend the program, especially outdoors, passing out, especially passing out. There are many. So funerals, any program, I make sure I deliver. Yes.
Well, that's impressive. But I want to ask you, I know it came to a breaking point for you when there was a violence in Nima in regards to some hoodlums. How did you feel about the whole thing, and what are your comments?
Yes, the issue, even though it has been resolved, we all know Nima used to, years back, people say, oh, Nima is a violent area, people this and that. Some people too think so, especially the taxi drivers. Those days, years back, when you want to come to Nima, you stop taxi, they don't want to come. But today, Nima is one of the peaceful area, even though there's incident that happened the other time. It has been resolved. And then some years back, about 10 years ago, we used to have the watchdog. The watchdog, they are also very, very helpful for the community. But along the line, they don't function again. They stop working. So this time we'll make sure we revive them. With the watchdog, we'll be able to dismantle all the ghettos that we have. The ghettos also, they are part of those who are creating problem. So we make sure all the ghettos have been dismantled, because some of them, they don't live in Nima. They come from far places. Because of when they come to Nima, they say they have some gate bases, some ghettos. So they come there and do some bad things and go back. So people think all those things that are happening, it is in Nima, but it is not from Nima. They are not from Nima, guys. They come and go. So we are trying to make sure this time we work on that to make sure that we won't allow you to come from far place and then come and spoil our name. So we are making sure that we stop all those things. We make sure that all the ghettos have been no more, doesn't exist anymore, so that you won't come there and get any bad things to smoke or whatever. So we are working on that.
Everything in Nima has improved, from roads to education to how did it happen? How did you work? I know you coach for being in parliament for close to almost 12 years. You've been in parliament for next 12 years. How did you resolve? Did you engage people, chief imams, stakeholders, and how do you?
I do hold meetings with the chiefs, because our chiefs also, they are playing a very, very wonderful role, our chiefs, because most of the intervention that we do in Nima, like forums, we do involve chiefs. They come and they also talk to the mothers, the parents. We do talk to them through the forum or any gathering. We make sure we give the chiefs the advantage, some little chance to talk to the parents. I think it has also played a very good role. That's why we are seeing some level of changes in Nima, not like before. Now most of the youth today, I think, they want to go to school. So I remember before the election, I went to house. I went every house. So every house we go, I tell them helpful. So I think most of the kids today, they want to go to school. Those who doesn't go, or the parents who cannot afford it, that's why we advise them, come, we will help you. Yes. Because some of them, you can see that the kids want to go to school, but the parents can't afford to pay the fees. So if you are in such situation, come, we'll help you. So that is also playing a very good role for us. So I think I would say we are progressing. Inshallah, we are progressing.
We've left your constituency. We are now in Parliament. I noticed a member of the committee, part of the committee for mines and energy.
Yes.
Would you say we are in crisis, looking at our recent 4 hikes and what's going on in this country? I think I don't need to give details, but what's your take on what's happening under the Akufo-Addo-led government in terms of...
I don't need to say Akufo-Addo has failed, but everybody, Ghanaians, have seen that Akufo-Addo has failed. He can't do anything. They are even confused. They don't know the direction that they are moving. They don't know. So that's why we said that they should come. I remember JM told them, John Mama told them, His Excellency John Ramama, he told them that time that you have never been there. Okay, people, you think it's easy. If it is Kufuor or then if it's a Kufuor or anybody who is a former president, you will understand the person. But you people, you have never been there. You came and make noise. Today you are the vice president. Today you are Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. You are the president today. You are the vice president today. Akufo-Addo, you are the president today. What are we seeing today? No action, no show. Everything is standstill. Honestly, even we MPs, our common funds, 3rd quarter, 4th quarter. Now we are almost end of the 1st quarter. You haven't paid. So how can the country move forward? How can we develop the nation? So I don't need to talk much. Ghanaians have seen it. That NPP government has failed Ghana. That's it.
We are currently at the Ayawaso East constituency. We want to speak to the constituent what they make of their MP silence in the chamber. Is it working on the ground, or they are worried about his silence? Join us as we speak to some of them. Ayawaso East today because of your MP. He's been in Parliament since 2012. He hasn't spoken in the floor before. But you keep voting for him. He's been there in 2012, 2016, and in 2020. We want to find out what's the secret. Why do you keep voting for him even though he's not actively speaking in Parliament?
You know, Honorable Nasser Mama Toure is somebody he believes in action. And since he came 2012, 2013, McNaza, if you watch Nima Market, he came there and he put pavement blocks. He went to the Nima Market and the Nima Madina Station, hot coffee area, all he put pavement. He went to the hospital, he provide them ambulance, he provide them generator, the big plant. He went to Nima police station, he provide them the plant. He built a general hospital at Nima. And though he didn't complete throughout, but he did reach some place before this government who came and completed. And education to be giving scholarship, many scholarships. And moreover, the Nima operation, Smith your Ulungu, he have done all. Before Nima, you can't pass inside Nima. But now Nima, when there's rain, there is no problem. The water is moving, flowing, you have no problem. So to talk in parliament and you don't need anything to your constituency, no, we are not talking about your graduate, no, it's action. What you have done for your community. So Nima, we believe in action. So you have done law, even the street light, all corner in Nima, all. It was McNaza. So we will be keeping voting for him because he's doing well. So when somebody say why you don't speak in parliament, no. We see some people speaking in parliament, but if you go to their constituency, they didn't do anything to their people. So we love McNaza, we like him, and he's been doing well. So I think this is some of the things I've been telling you. I am the one, every project in Nima, all his projects, all from 1 to 8. I am the one who is supervising all. So McNaza, we love him. Even when he stands 10 times, we vote him for 10 times because he's doing well. We don't want somebody graduate to know. Just do what we will like. If you do, then we'll be voting for you.
It's not about talking in the parliament. When in your area you are doing well, that's all. So if people are saying he's not doing well at parliament, it doesn't mean he's not doing in his electoral area. He's doing well in our electoral area. He introduced Simiti Olungu and some many things to the assemblymen, and we use that opportunity when taking his step. So if somebody said McNaza is not speaking at the parliament, it's not about speaking at the parliament with the issue. Working in your community, that's the issue.
What are some of the projects he has done apart from the operation?
Or even when you go to our streets, he has done well to us. And normally when there's rainfall, we can't work. So McNaza came, so we saw the difference, big difference.
If he contests again, do you think he will retain him? And when can he lose his vote?
Nothing will let him lose. Nothing. Forward advice, backward Nima. I'm the assemblyman on Nima West electoral area. My name is Awule Tolo. Nothing will let him lose. Because we have voted for many people, nothing we see. But for McNaza, at least we can show 1 or 2 things on behalf of McNaza. He's not here for me, but I can show the project for him. But the many MPs who pass, who can show their project. So if they say he's not talking, we don't need his talking at the parliament. We need the effort in the electoral area.
Honorable Nasser, me, I don't call him Nasser, I call him MTN. Everywhere you go, because his name is Mohammed Turi Nasser. So I short it MTN because of the phenomenal job that he has been doing for us, the development that he brought in our community since he became the MP. First of all, Honorable Nasser is a listening leader. Listening leader to the extent when you see something at the grassroots level and you draw his attention, he will tell you, go check what do we need to get solution for it, and then you will do it. You understand? So let's make a little analysis. When you have MP that talks and speaks louder in parliament, and then it doesn't bring any development in his community, and the one that brings development in the community without talking in parliament, you yourself, which one will you choose? You go for the one who always have development in the community. One thing people don't know or have to know is everything in parliament is about whips and committee. If Honorable Nasser happened to be the vice chairman of Mines and Energy in parliament, then we should thank God that we and then be proud of our MP being the vice chairman. He has a recognition. But the fact that you don't talk in parliament, talking in parliament, we have sector of people who does it. We have the chief whip, we have the majority leader. So why then do we supposed to see our MP on television talking before we are satisfied with his being MP? Me, I'm okay with his okay, and not me alone. A lot of environs. I'm a youth advocate. I'm into the youth. I moved through the MPP, the NDC, the PNC, and even I can tell you, as a matter of fact, the MPP constituents in our constituency vote for MP because for Honorable Nasir because of his phenomenal job that he's doing. So it's a man we can trust. He promised and he deliver. You understand? He promised and he deliver. So Honorable Nasir, I think unless he decide not to go, he is our best choice as MP because ever since he became the MP, we've seen a lot of development compared to the previous MPs that we had in this constituency.
If he doesn't speak in parliament, it doesn't mean that he doesn't do the good work at his area. He has been doing the good work at his area. That's why he has been winning always.
So what are some of the things he has done for you people in
especially when you come to Nima, first of all, when you pass the corners, you can see, first it was very dirty. They put bola at any place. But now, if rain falls, you can pass anywhere at any time. You are not afraid of anything. Yes.
So with this, if he stands again, is it someone you
he has a chance to win. He has a chance to win because of the good work he has been doing. That's why I say he has the chance to win.
So if you vote for him again?
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, at his back. But when he doesn't do the right thing, I'll say he knows me already.
Kasa de enipa ye adwuma na on kasa eno de nkyere se wonye adwuma. So na adwuma ntina ye to ma no. Because wo bae no, nsisa aba mentemu ha ye fanse nima be bia ono wo ya yi no. Nsisa abem bebre. Because first the kwan we no na water down into nipa bre ansana cars kura ntimi mfa ha. But wo bae na aja na kokwa adum tu wo so na adum tu na omu yi kwan we so ntinu ama bebia bebre enya hanko ha ntinu obia hwe sende na juma city ansana wato ama no enye ne kasa obi wo a kasa parliament bia wo nya sende amanfo ye pe ama wa aya ama omo ntinu eno de nkyere se wo nya adwuma de wo ye so bia pere mpuntu na sende wono so ne mente musu be ye so ntinu eno nkyere se bia on kasa no wo ye adwuma pa so wo bo ni pa sende ni pa hu kyerwa ukoni nkyɛn a wono so otimi tie enipa su frena wono so sende kakra wo no metimi abo nipa tina no de enye wonye bad wo ho se mpunto ne sende wo hu nipa mo bronde enu de wonye ayikura
esa be magana parliament take win seat in shishini cikin zango mungani ma kowane lungu kabiduka ya se cement kowane lungu even Kanda estate duka ya kan street nan duka ya gyare na yin da yayi ababe da wa schools ya je schools ya bada uniforms da table and chairs da ababe da wa isa ga kasuwar mu na Nima da an ka shiga kasuwar Nima laka aka ya dare baka ka bi cikin kasuwa amma yanzu akan ga dai kasuwar Nima ka shiga kai tafiya ka kwanta ko ina maganan da kenan kenan.
Member of Parliament for Ayawaso is Honorable Alhaji Nasir Muhammad Ture did say emphatically that his silence in the House did not connote irresponsibility on the ground. We spoke to the constituents and he seems to have earned his position amongst the people and they are satisfied with his work. They shared his success story and they are very happy of what he's done so far. I am Nimatu Yakubu Atoyese reporting for GhanaWeb.
Mama Brony me kwaya masanga ba munka no kware mafem. Ai me so mafem mo ho no say eh na nkomo etwegu hina de nchire mu brem but say de ya ben ya aba ai se na kosi atakan a shower season we dey everywhere. Mama Brony this year de nkomo no de premier mu ankasa. Just me amfa meni enwu. Mo am pese mo trend na yanso ya aba. Ye beba bo am na mo so ma trend. Say ye hwede ye ni hwe ye entertainment industry mu. Ne ekoso papa no ye beka. Ne ye nkoye no so no say ba bebo mo chi pepe obi abenya ne de 111. Na fidie ye sha asen o behwe Ghana for celebrities ma chire bi ankasa. Nkomo ekoso ma mu ne Nigeria afoko ye sha tawale phone ne nkrofo ai. Unze no nso nkomo ne gusu aba besi ne. Despite Bugatti say nyama de bebre na esi but eye na wotwi ne ye course chenchire e na ama boni ma hyehyam na besom no se na ya mo ye mayen dan last year se na mo so ye mu no unse se de metimo so amasan asore se de nkomo ne de do so ankasa inti yere nche kra mama ye ntwe nkwa ha se kakra na ye ntwa ye nkombra na ne ye ba nkomo na ma hyehye ne nyina ma so amaboabo no nyina ba besan ne nyina egum so inti ye ntwa ye ho na ye mbra sisia me pa mesan so ma wakwa ba emba nkomo wo ha onum sama boni de se me di meni edi ni amachi ankasa na otwi de se bebre na etwegu na onum se ya be de na ya ba ye bekire man ankasa na mama ye nhya ase hu se ase na wotwi ye wo hono ma Sunday ni ye behwe hu se kwa me Despite I CEO of Despite Media Group so di ni 60th birthday na e de nim se aka donation no koye woni hometown asan so dedicate ye 2-story building fully furnished them and sisters fu ebien nim se anka esi ho a ye be sha ye say manfo say ke bia ba krom ye na ka ben ni ana wo say first of its kind Bugatti Chiron ye kwasha blue car bi hu say ejina so akasa ka na enama hu say hom ya akasa na wo de ye be kan hu say Ghana fo ya nkwa na enye ba wo de ye be kan ho asem later but mama ye hire mu ankasa ka ye say na ho na de ye be sha wo say your say kwa me Despite and doctor de na ka ye ya he amanfo just say in for here nye you will need ska we say yi ekelewele majondes can $3 million I na what no de kwakoto saka na manfo mkofu chiri ma we say $3 million bodia Despite the school di wo krom ha say zenkan kanye hwema no na kan nkoma wo ho ne say wo chiri ma wo lift you enye ti se bia konam susu na izuka eyi nsu bia kwakọ yiri na kwakọ hyase wo sa na wo sese wo lift kan na manfo kika say Despite na ye nim say you started from a humble beginning Ghana had say ye kama wo ska untumi mbodin enfa Despite din wo betumi yi nefi wo yi nefi mi den ba wo say no kai say humble beginning o start ye cassette ya kakran na yakopon boan je say ni briwa je say na ni abre peso o succeed kakran na hwe say Despite din na ye Despite je say scan de ebu no so na manfo so we de ye beton cassette je say eduma be na ye nya wo krom ha say ni na emfa but say na Despite e di enemy na manfo bi say that sa cassette na be na beto ne crampo ton cassette Charlie eduma na wo ye na akoso na hwe so na ye eduma na ye emfa nkoso na Despite ka ye wo krom ye sa bukari ya customizing the 60 no edin sembe braba na ye eyi film director Kofa San no nso pose wo ka yi hu no nso chire ma o sa Despite ka si say first of its kind the whole of West Africa no di bia ba eyi part of a continent na man for say Kofi na o ye sure no say gina hwe sa ka yi kretumi to Range Rover etumi to say cars ni na betumi ato Kofi sa ma chema say yes 3 million now Despite editor sa ni Bugatti blue one and ke betumi ato private jet ai o chire ma sa yi flight nkitin afia kokumasi ebetumi ato be se 3 na man for say Kofi no ba ne kware de ye ba akopɛ ka ne de ewo mankasa na hina na ebetumi ato 3 million Ghana si sorry enye Ghana cedi ba no si baby kra $3 million ya ka sama o say Ghana cedi na ni de anka eto den e no de akoto kan ta man fuchiri ma Despite wa set trend anka se ye hwe Ghana de no say ye gori penhwe ye hwe no betumi abeka se obe so to Despite no so be toka agina so nti me de chama ba onim say de be brew nti se na enkomo no be ko bia no ni na e be hyehye na ye da abesom Ghana for se na mu binu mu nsuro nyame sa Chese mo betumi ye wio bia de krampa osofo Yankopon afre na chese Yankopon sa wono so eye prophet kum chacha na mbakwa wia ne sei prophet chirema onu mpo de ahoma chetre na ja sorry so kwakọ yi se Yankopon dwuma de tambe otumi frɛ na one ne young pastors woni wo so aho na wo se wo kwakọ wo kwaya wo baya afede wo se ase fin changes kakra bim ase gate mo ebie kakra na nyame bi koso no so How na bibi to no say eh ana nkofo awiam no so debi nyame ni papa there touch not my anointed and do my prophet no hina na betumi ade akokowia prophet kum chacha ogbowi ani fi o say 12 bedroom house and say na prophet chirema ne dan ne makoma 12 wenwian wenwian burglar proof just say we 12 dan move the pictures na just say wenwia prophet poto no chirema niska 10,000 Ghana cedis or de akwakoche tokuru bi mam kofu ye hu akwakofa laptop ho afa na ye mkofo bisa say eh nti mo de mo nyo bia mpo ewu enwia no prophet kum chacha prophet chema na wo we gat bia no say watchman fu bia ya wo hwefie but le bia na wo de da nti wo adwuma nso ani ene no nam so ebufu so na wo sake won but say de asem na kwakoba ntama fo chema prophet kum chacha we de yakopon bo mo de ano hye mu de nya mafuru aba be wia no nya minti wo benya no mo ho oh, I'm going to say, DJ Samani, a shas, but I'm person me kind way out. Na watchia na ye Ebony. I obey dance or musician. Na canum. Can't Ebony Jinan and Nanso. I say, I fear na year 4 years and Yankupon to Sabe Frebone. Bank of which man Yankupon a tone is a friend. Because I hear accidents, Kofuchema negligence, Mukwayi ye, just some Kofu, ye can't ye celebrity say what Ghana has a ya sure one through road accident. Ebebu Adrian is assessor, Susie Williams, Kwame Wusu and Satese, and ye Numpone Abeka, but a year a fee, a year February 8, 2022, and a Ebony now 4 years, Ofimo, who's a car queen, she be a unya, Sunyan Quanis or Cosan, Mamma or by. There's a assembly the Ghana for dream one once as because Ebony the nani no mundi needs na so go futi and go focus so and ka Ebony kwa betu meje a year Grammy yi bia my bas and then so say Ebony no ni hobium na Ghana for nim say order do dan akoma so enye nne na de because some kofeka 90s bad girl bank of fuchirema what ya sia kofoke kan ho asem ba fe na wuwu an oka oh we dia na nko ye nipa boy ho modern but de nko dancing eye 4 years ye kai Ebony nene nkofo bebre social media omu share no bloggers num to fo sa akode Reggie Rockstone bullet kwampo chese Ebony de omu be kan no cause they say obi a na nko obo no ho modern a onu ankasa te record label yenim na se ne de e kan nipa ho yen kan Ebony nka cause na Ebony akopon aton saba be friend but ochema Ebony de we pay ni dues Reggie Rockstone kwan so chema o ka say tam Ebony tina atiase no onu a support ne de obi hu say Reggie no de obo no ho modern ehu so ni video bi ni ade o se besine ni old messages ana no ni Ebony chatting e wo ma no kinkan ba manfo chema Ebony nya afi wan kasa ye de ni che music industry ya ye nya wo so 90s bad girls ye behwem kofo abonbon ho modern but sa tokru na we jaw ne de wonje ni so bi betumi a obe film but Ebony ye kai ni ehu se video bi ba out ye ni busuafo ye ni papa Starboy Quating ye ne maame wo ko ne nda ne so no wo pay one tribute won say no we chant maybe fine ade na wo hye but ye ne papa chirema ne ba no baby owo bia ne ni nje cause owu na o hwema nya ni wu ba manfo ye nkan mo yaw baby Ebony wo bia ne ye ka ne se Yakopon e ma ne baby pa ensie. Hey, would we need to Ghana had the assembly for Kani e-levy. Kosi say ye wo ha na wotwe hu say ye majority leader or say chairman sabon so di ni birthday ni ye kwhwe cake ya show e-levy na manfo say na sema ye kan ye say ye rinchia na de o ha be bra Ghana fo na ye kan na mo ankasa mo afi mu pem ye say say mo di ye ho fe wa na mo pese mo che say e-levy ye tua cake na mo be cheche na obi abenya ne de o say won hye dan te ase ba o de mo ma ye fa nkoto nchen ye ba ye entertainment industry ni ma che say nkofo be bri akasa etia ebe na nkofo say asa ye musicians ni ye hye dan te won ka anka bi na si wo Paris ana Nigeria na kam ho den ensas na den e-levy aba manfo ma won pese wotu aye 1.75 tax na obese anka just say all electronic transaction mobile money ni ade ni na obetete wo no manfo say debi scale kwa mkote kwa ye nim na wode beye ba government tutu chema wo pese wo bomoden na wodi scale ye mputu dwuma maye ba manfo say wo boa wo boa nkasa wo say wo be discale nsem na akwa ye bebre but ye ba chrome ha say celebrities bebre e do wan no atuma wo so wo chema e-levy de enye kra na watwe ko beka bi asem na asakode rappers akode di nu se de bi ankofo ka se akoye se wo MPP but be si na onu so achema enye no kware onu de enwom keke no obo na adwuma na oye se wo ye ni yo beka wanye ni yo beka but de bia na ankofo pese mo tag ne se bia wo MPP fo afa na e-levy dan ye nte ne kan na ye Twitter user bi nso ko bisa no so akode na asem ye kosi wo de wadwe hu te na so e-levy ni de akwakoye se ti se bia uniska as wo ye broke ohia kire Obika good morning kra wote kra good morning keko na ye wehi cause I say bia person o ya wo na nya ya wo oyo hiantia oruso no tu kwan kwa brochira tax yo tue bi o tue bi but enche da anya ya wo cause the system is working 247 de bia da ye nti wo tue kra ho nche da anfele but chrome had ye tue tax fiti kwam proma bresu besi ne but amafo chema wo hu hwe nti enu nti na wakwa say 11 enye bibia enye okay but say akode tweet na mafo nti ase wo pese wo kan say go straight to the point stop cutting corners say wo pese wo ka say abang na enyi aka say enye na afe na wo kwa abrochi utia tax mafo wodi bi mema na nkasa but ye ka celebrities an wan kan etia 11 na won pese wo pass ya enye Jedubele Amboli Don Dumelo kwa kese abodam crazy onu so de watoto bia ma bang na nkasa di dia force na an oba ya santon so achema 11 de anka won bon twin sign Christiana wuni so de na anu atum e na DKB comedian DKB enso e de na anu atum ba ma fumi bisa wo 11 wo pese mutua na se mun pese mutua ma mo se mun pese mutua no musuro se scan kwa kodi obi side ana se nchire man kasa ne den wo de se na wa adwen ye obi ase ye nimo se parliament pass ye de wa ha se won so wantie de mo ye ekoso ne ade na so wo pass a wo betua na se mutua ase ye ni hwe be yo amanfa de bia akoso a meni enje ho ba me de meka mo be kai last year Tiwa Savage Nigeria ni num tuni Tiwa Savage ni sex tape bi be pie on ne partner na mafo keka ene obi a wo ba ene ade na wo yesa se wogu no nim asepoto Tiwa nkasa ba outback kan se be pa cha on ade na ye wo ha na ehu se ye Nigeria ho no ma ye num tuni fe ni Oxlade on se akodi abonyum I'm a non living thing ana ono na meke ono aka ni nyom ba ko bi ujuju ono asem na meke. Yeah, that's sorry, ya Oxlade a sex tape be leaky. I only girl be na so one person. I'm for the I kwa ho me ma me so be 20 minutes chire mu kasa. Na wan kasa wo hwe stars ab bray yi. I'm for chema boy ni kra. Okra dey dey menim. But energy a uko Twitter, social media. Say na wo bashi Tiwa Savage cause oyo bienti. Ai meka oyo bienti ne wo gure ni mase. E na wo ba e na obi I do Oxlade for nene wo bonabaso and Oxlade mu ye bo wabase se wo yi styles we dey watch share wo bobre wo ye bema ye ka bema ye bebo odin account ti se fe de onu mpo na e de ageni da me wo trendy na me bisa se sanke ye obia ana wo sister bia na se any other yi celebrity na e koye sa mo se mo be ka no poto eguru ne ma se be ye obere ma de wo se mo boje ni so no hey me dey say hypocrisy dey me ninja ma anya ade na ye you Oxlade ya unu se sakode nwo morning ni boy na Oxlade training hu se sakode enso atwete o twete o se still ya ni nyom no living thing wa on Oxlade ye ya se video ni wo out na e na ye number 1 song na man for say hey oni asak no star bia be promote bia say offer bonya hoye nkoko na mafo that time asem ni see no kwafta views e wo YouTube as say video no views no abon say ekwani maka nje bia be say be hit sa 1 million de bia munya 1 million na mu de edede but numbers no so say chema e mata ba sa motro mojo suban na sa hypocrisy say na mu de Tiwa Savage mu didi na tem edu Oxlade so don say ma ye kom na mu bona ba so o say we ye be me buboba ma anya de kwa ba mo de mo ma yefa sansem no nkogu na enkoje ya homa kaka ho se etra wan wanum so kaka ma mko num so kaka na mekoba na ekobia edi na ba besum.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
amanfo wedding chenchreche bi ba be koso e jese abrochi a jese amanfo che mebeye wedding of the year 2022 ai eye Vogue editor Edward Enenfo so ye Ghana ni ono tracing roots ba Ghana nti ye boni dia ye take prize ye nso ye nipa ene se na waka ne say raising high the flag of Ghana ono so wini man ye wo ho ankasa wo so abedi eye 50 years eye February abosum ya ba be wo mu but one him say eye Edward ye oye gay nti ne partner eye filmmaker ono wo friend Alex Maxwell on now cheshe honum for mfi bebre Ghana had only say ye can say ye same sex marriage ni de ye say ye nichi kokokokokoko ye de be me mouse sia but no nkwada nche okwa abrochi hode on is allowed send mu chirem nti say Edward Chema on ne eye ne partner no eye Maxwell no omo person de wedding bi hyehyɛ so but we de classic one no enye te say bia wedding bi ebusu na we ye ka Vogue editor ye wedding on nkofo fashion brands icons ene ye adwuma what do you expect nti inside the bi chirema just say I don't know my be top star A-list Grammy award winning actors and actresses and ebeba ho enye fem debut na we say 300 guests in 300 enye to say Ghana has na akogya na oh oye madam for me ne ye bi one fra we ya wurin 290 because I didn't dey class ankasa ntamanfo ye de ni de chiama broni where de ne se ne ebekọ ne awo be hyehye ne branda ne nyina de bebrem amanfo Ghana fo so say won ti ase na de but dey bi wo ho there is allowed inti de edin de echi se na eye Edward wedding ne beko bia Ghana ha se nsunsu de nchiremu nyina ebebrem our pad hina ne benya eye numtu ni TikTok se do so fe ne tik ai onu na eye Thursday ya wo make some posts bi ko ni Instagram page a ode ne yere to se ne yere no di ni birthday ai ne yere fe ne sewa anya sewa broni ana ama broni o ayi de fe ne sewa nko a sewa di ni birthday na ye TikTok e posting no chema sanka wanhia ne yere obra hawa wakom sankanya ne yire no owo nyansa oba kokudrufo che say ya santo akwampu anka yemfa ne nto nchen e no one side anka bibidi anka bo bi krampo a kire nare nti o kire ma ye ne yire ne de odo na ankasa na ohun se TikTok wo ko ni Instagram page abon se wo ma na ne mbe yo the picture kakra ba beto na ne yire nso kakra nso ne yire na se kita dreadlocks kakra bi an oba na ne ho ye fese nti TikTok ye ma ye ne yire no odo na ankasa nyakopon so nhira no se watumi abo ne ho ankasa o how mu obremu ni na wo ne ho ntinya na wa ye de nyakopon ankasa ene be hia ne yire no ama no nti sisters ya na anka mani de chi nso TikTok bia is all feeling and it take debi wa ware wa wo hwe ne yire o jane na so hu se obe akenti kan sister men try ankasa TikTok de o kire mo odo ne yire to look elsewhere. Hey, Emilia Bobe releasing new song be what ya na. Won ti e pese ko YouTube na ko ti bi title no ye Emilia we Kwame Eugene producing na new media amafo o de betu de no say hey Emilia we de wa shock ye. Nyom na ye de say first one fa me ko yankofo trolley no e na ne voice na den afa de o de Emilia betu no say Emilia we de yesu mankasa na Emilia Bobe no ko interview no chima se na account ti o de eyi fa me ko ne bai na je say Siri wo se ma voice dia Emilia ko so ana ye wo acting no se dia asakra onu ankasa o she feedback na e ba na ni eje se si Emilia se na akoma so de ba ko pop so de fa eya me ama boni so beto Ghana fo ni ma so pamocho mo money encouragement moral of any moral ya ankasa ye kokuma be se molai wo se mo fa man no hia na mo bo modern na mo so na se enche kwa na de se Grammy ya ye kin e bi krampa na ye sister Emilia no kokoja ma Ghana fo. They say the Ghana phone say ye tini so ankasa ye di awerho eye yen sister actress comedian if you ashwa nigga if you ashwa ba kopen ai be you say wo kire mo no no ye queen of all controversies wo did na wasem kofa ne dan ano wonua wo de be mema won de onfo o je say on ferry hwe nsuro hwe say wo ko tony trap ndi ene o best spell ama wankasa na won say ye January ya atwemu ya na efia nyakopon be to ne safa ne papa ene do papa ye August ne je won say no ade betu dwa say we fim na ye last year no say na efia wo chema ne papa ho mfa ne ade aya mo mbom pa ma ne ade but fofia nto ata nyakopon ankasa ba be fre papa na owu ye chi nsem bebre bai wi kae na na tornado na adamfo atwem na chirima if you want any do papa no say any papa na then no say they be any biological father do chemo ti atonso baby na papa ya we wu sesi e fia claim say oye ne papa no ene ma me mpana na ne ma me mpana bi oni na jade down na te se nsam ne de poto basa batamafo kofo cheme bia na ye te se ntokwa na ewo mu no de aba beto rat eye tornado susu on pese o kase odonyame ana so oso ana so ebi o se no kware ewom efia na anu tom no ka chen nti se tornado buan so na te se manfo yen so ye boa but efia kire ma tornado ni nam kwan bi so pese aso otina anu kasa oso no de ade atoni na sese die onu a no so no wonya adamfo ono wa ya ka ono wa ya ka wutwu mutan ono embom na 1 week no eye Mr. Augustine eje ni 1 week na wo ye wo eye achimotan ye GhanaWeb so se ene elsi la ma yesuma ne se elsi kwa report my na day cars celebrities bay mafo chema woni efia de krom hade ono kofu akwa city na so behwe ehua ne se owodo man kasa onu ana anu to se no nje ndi se Ghana fodo no but mo show no do ankasa na so efia ya na wo twa ye hu se efia unity insa kora pempen bi wonse we twa sweat down cat ba ma fu hwe picture no hwe video wonse e fata no e fata mo fu se ye filter but ne de mfa ho e fata na ankasa nti wonse Ghana ha de enkofu bebre na we twa te se de efia Schwarzenegger wa join short hair gang mesanso ma wakwa ban komo de bebre ho akọkọ se despite scan etefie taban sama boni ma ye ntu aso na na watwe a medimani chijem ne na Facebook na mekohu eye togba afede voter chief no eyi oso no ya awo mafia of the Asogli state ode ni ma kire wo eye Cameroon na ehu se picture bi obi de beto ho eye Grand P Grand P wo de wonko bebre kai no hu se ayi nyumtuni a wo ye short sa hu se ne ho kitenkite na sister bi odi na echi wo se ye ne yire wo hwe tu egu na echi amafo wo de wa wo de hwe picture se wa wo hwe ko se na Grand P wo so nam ni ana nufu body abodem ko se na oye den na ene de mi Grand P na eda ho mu hia na na mabisa na ye ntu aso na hu se ye togba afede ene Grand P akotwa picture bi na hu se togba di ni oware na Grand P ketekete na hu so hina nkasa voter chief we bu ni mu ase te se ko che ma we de ya ahobrase we show se we de ni hu dwan kasa no so wo dom obi a no hine pa wani mu onyam pa ahemfo ben na betuma ya saade no akochi ase nyumtini bia oya wo fan na wa tumi ebubu mu ase ne betwe social media post wo so chema o togbe nya min shraw ye nipa be ya na wa ye we de wa che so wo odo ma nipa se na we hu o picture sa na be so be che se na wo be wo odo ama wo manfo nti amafo Grand P is say they will share a togbe afede won etwa picture kama e dey abeto Facebook Krom hade de bia eda so ya bibi fufuro na mo eye to ya wo kai se would say first nkan wudu to anu weje uska kakra ne 1 cedi we bia 50%. To be kwa bia nche hu kra se wo be kisho se wo sa 1 cedi nda wo kai mo koso du ha wo betua na ye wo ma na wo se we jai to yi ja ko se ye 11 sem ya besi ne kwa ye nkenwie ye na unum se ye be se de odu ani che to boost bi obi ani ho ne odu a hwim sham na Rose Minister mo akata de se betu da so se de se na ase honum da ho suggestion ko fudu nyama ade adwenkyere beba but obese sa eye tobus ede nam krom hayi what's the sun say what upgrade ne be washrooms na ti se bia wo ye driver na se wo kutu kwa na se odu ho na se Johnson de na se be se wo ye number 2 na je wa afa na akoye hu na fo se na enyi bia ba ye ka mu betumi de innovative ideas na tobus aye je we so da na de koye washroom aye kofo kwadwo na kofo koye wo hie na wosu kana fa ye mpefo ni bi se bio aya mutumi kansen bia ye dwen se COVID-19 na betumi mpo da ye vaccine drive through se odu na je wa gbo pani bi na wo ko betumi da ye nyama bebre ti se bia some stop shop bi betumi atu bi na wadi na Johnson hina na benya kwa na se wo park case highway ni na kwa Johnson ni amafo de adwen bebe apa na ye social media na kofo di tutu bi ma ye Rose Minister o chema wan kani ye ebirim crash on resign na minority be hwe wan tutu bi ama no ba obi chire ma o se ye mpayinfo ni ampipo no ka se we have the men ye dede afede you have the men ya mama djuma afede mo se asemo de mama ye nsesi fam na na ba na ma chemu MPP de yeah, can we have them and I no quarry war mema na obey adwuma na so ebinom corruption and boy you want to say comedians and you chirema just say I don't know why you need to obi kasa say I understand na wakasa say me ukra be shock o say MPP de o men but maybe officials ni bi na say one man na adodan kwan say fam but maybe wo honom so say corruption adokrom dodo but na say obi aso ne say but mo de mo ye ukrom ha say na ebe ko bi ha say ya na ye to aba na me boya na hia na kwakwa kan Empress gift as I say they ni buafu a just say audience me be to social media. You ho ne say gifting so atwe phone esi ni so. Eni is ni buafu an kasa say oya obi wonimu. O say wonwa ne say na ambing. Obi wonde wan bodim obi anade ekura no say ye contract o say ye de ye say that wan say that fa nchiremu ya amba but no say komo ye de beba. Ochemo obi pese oje na ade efi ni nsem but also ono de say nyakopon ti asi se mo pe na hwe ase onye ahwe kwa na mo ye yawo no say ono akasa ne wotumi tena ho se Ghana fide na mayem na me be ye bia enya mo fe aware a me kwa ware de bia mo kam ho ase mutumi yawa ya me kunu ya memba nso me be ka mo asem ye mo fuchema ye ba eye gospel industry eye Empress gift e na oye gospel mu shatawale just say in 7 days the most show some beka ono de oba ya santo wa beka but gift chirema obi kunu a wan boni din o se hwe ho so ye ono ho pa kwasa nyesa koba nyakopon ankasa ene bebo wa hwe asentemafo se wonim se wonim onu pa kuya gift e ka ne ho asem se ye contract na wajew se ye na ade bia ne nida so na wajew mesre wa fa koma ne kwase na wade wo ne na aba ne ye mpese asem bia besi wokrom ha se ye be asumdwe kana se na ya kan asumdwe na ye pe Rihanna anyim ai album aye die chi se Rihanna be release ana so be release nyom say na just say on any boyfriend ASAP Rocky say wan ye busy just say impem egworo what say what dey ahihye so say dey Rihanna e say no say last year na dey na from mem say o asa onyim say dey wan ka say wan release official photos I say Rihanna anyim na won say on any kunu means boyfriend I bagana had a boyfriend but on the ASAP and on street of New York Rihanna she some pink jackets with some tattered jeans because when you try to train him and I just say they free said that way and can you chrome hana in law chire will say where you will phone out so cause hey obi no akofani and no baba no akobeka say baby but unse akoya bro chiri de and your beka say fashion now Rihanna be with disease on him officially you want so post photo be some black attire na say eh obe chire yen ama ase manfo chema guess you say won ko ado awoni ade but sister men tribe ye Rihanna wonim na akọ manfo dem sabe cheche na bon one na fine na bon two na fine kosi but ni na ehu hia say manfo na ye kan say Rihanna congratulations and some by the social media obi a congratulations na ko say eh Ghana fo mo ye nhwehwe anim wa danfo ana say Ghana ni mpon e na nka enyim yanka ne nka wonwa se na me de me na ma tena ase me de mani hwehwehwe me de mani ato fem se na ye be ko bia da se ne oh adai me hwehwe nyina na me da besom nti makram ye be hia next week.
It's good to be back again on your screens. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV, and we are seated for a riveting conversation on issues relating to the arts and entertainment, of course, with a touch of wit. I am Benefo Buabin Abrantepa. Welcome to Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. So Vida says she doesn't agree with me that there is a touch of wit. She says it's full of wit. Yes. And so be rest assured, if you are watching this show, as you get informed, educated, there is actually, you know, a way that will entertain you on this platform. Vida Boatin is a columnist. She is the PRO for 3 music awards. And me for baby I in come on. Last time when I mentioned that the other things she has hidden them, no people did not understand. So after the show, I'm say, then, so okay. You don't know. The reason she had, okay. But I come. Yeah, fine.
Come on.
Nice one. Just say, uncle, Jiffy, this you. Say, we see so you 3 minutes bush and it's all the Koja. This is our support in their own Koja. Okay.
Let's come the award no ever.
Hey!
Oh,
and then one farmer. Make I'm really finesse and Mikhail. But the reason I did not, I knew or I thought you would bring it.
I've done a few rounds. Maybe I'll bring it. I'll bring it next week for everyone to see.
Folkless Awards, Folkless Media Awards. Vida won the Best Entertainment Pundit of the year. Congrats to her. In fact, we are proud of you.
Thank you very much.
Now, we are party now.
Fufokakra.
Hey.
But I want to thank the people who watch us on Bloggers Forum. I think they Ahana mama me di me kui like the accounts will say Ahana me almost every week last year, no. I mean maybe I had a number of times, and the responses are good. And I would like to thank GhanaWeb and the people who watch us on this platform and those who voted. No, I'll bring the award next week for everyone to see.
Nice one.
Yeah.
And you provide baso. McDonald Nane Asari, aka Romeo. Romeo is a columnist, he is an event organizer, artist manager, Madina Social Welfare Assemblyman. There be a Mikazo a politician. He doesn't want to declare, say, Obeko MP, not be a president of the country, but Makan. Because you're only gone. Meaning, say, Romeo was so much into politics. Obey JCR president of a Kwafoho, and obey interim SRC president of the University of Ghana. Minim say School of Performing Arts no oppose or her, now oppose or her.
Baby.
Oh wow. The way he smiled and said you know, I doubt. Any which way. Romeo, Akwaba.
Yeah.
Be I fine. Madina found what to say.
Aye. Now me fa kwenye na mabo abranti be I friend Capriski Creations. Capriski Creations, a celebrity painter. Say Nejuma so and say last year of award or Ghana
Excellence Award. Yeah.
Say day in day out, no. Say me key on entrepreneurs and young talented people. He's at the apex. Say no crime around cross. I mean in a bar building. See, who you may be a search for Capriski Creations. But
my main thing is that I tight name brofo. So what country now? Yes, I am say. I said, "One year show." Don't say I am say. Where dia?
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, di.
Yeah.
One year, the Ghana Excellence Awards in
California. Exactly.
Free your mind.
Free my mind. Okay. I read so much oxymoron online concerning Tracy Boachi comment. I would advise young girls to stay off married men. Such an irony. Mr. Kakra and I am a one piece. If you two be fees are cottest no aba. Tracy will be uncle madam for power, but sir if you two no. Ubi here. Who are you to give me moral lesson from a brothel? A chimbano almost a decamfo nantie. And to say my year amana to atisi amanapeti. I'm a young girl's name who say you young graduates are we and calling Babo Brand. Only be in Tinko, be and in same movie with my rented diamond. Or your national service cry, service pay, national service we allowance and so no. Tell the national girl the video was say, or didn't know a batter no also take the rest of the bills. My yes, I did when you na ama a docro young ones. No, I'm a mom said no, a Juma crown, cause Ubia Cassie Wenyeska. Say, na your casse, your friend is saying. Ye kase bia ofori sapo enyeska wetima attract businesses are or war at least wetima monitor and returns even despite me na say for there are generational rich people are achieve so much wetima track our sources, but these young people, especially the young ladies, na ye to ayam pia be kwako piem no na better say yes obi blackmail obi and say I don't know as to whether say papa no discussions this kind of bow say blackmail soon this kind of bow like Nana Tornado kasa
but there is no proof
exactly no but what I'm trying to say is Nana Tornado especially or make a comment he falls within that camp that kind of camp or kasa follow you hear issues of blackmail in what he says so I'm picking from that angle and
no not all can say you use words like oxymoron, you said it's an irony now I say obi hwa obedwen say opese o kire say efutu na ode ma no ase wono ankasa no. That is what she's been up to, and now she's advising people. Is that the case?
Okay. There is a great perception out there. Oka say some Papa Noah. She is the one who comes to mind.
But we all don't know who the Papa Noah is.
Exactly. Now, even within the interview, follow interview now. As I see Papa Noah 5, and that and a whole lot. And I be kukra and say, na obi a 5 there. A whole lot. I say we bit mark or baby. Oh, who's anyansa? A man $1 million. Oh, who nyansa? Invest. Now the long run, also turning around say, ma young girls enter into sugar daddies and I say married men. I said, yeah,
can we not also look at it from the angle? Say, okay, this is what I have done, and I think I made a mistake. So it is not worth it to follow my steps.
Good. If there has been an iota of admission, say, yeah, my yes, but me Phyllis say it's not worth it. So, but there hasn't been that kind of admission, say na me, she still throws the question like unanswered. And then goes on to advise people. Meanwhile, it's out there. It's a general, knowledge to everyone. Say, yeah, this is what these people are engaging, and this is how they make their monies. So my problem is, if you're having a proper introspection, and then say, okay, my idea we say this is what people have tagged me with. And if you have a contrary, detailed way, you show your businesses. This is what I do. I make this. I make that. I make that. So you deflate and I say you debunk all those assertions. Say ebia, oh, say I'm not knowing class. Say na onya ebia, or yes, say ebia YouTube. Minya ebia $100,000 and ebia me shop here waha minya ebia $50,000. So obia di ni bubu nim say oh, and they said they wait my. But there hasn't been such breakdown. There hasn't been such explanations. And
she has said she is into real estate.
Okay, Uti.
And of course, she may have other businesses. Then
she should, like I said earlier, she's quote unquote seen as a brothel. So moral lessons might not emanate from a brothel. And to say obi betum kodafua, I don't think it should come from that quarters. Honestly speaking.
Can we not take the messenger out and see the wisdom in the message?
No, you can't decouple the content and the container. It contains it. So as you display, for instance, we are talking about some people's dressing. If your daughter today cannot tell me to advise kids to start dressing, not to show off until she stops. What did I make an answer? Until so per we be say jaya. I say jaya no. Now we do we cry people and see jaya until munhwe no na monfantu mohofo. But nipa no onka say we jaya. And also on case if you my baby pen crown and may jai intimate to move you get what I'm trying to say. So I feel say sensationalism within the media space will be a story on microphone and as a camera. No person or can be na said the o too full. If you two no was a son so. And no more interviews so they should be very probing. No one be sir and yes once I say you're connected, you're friends to be her interview now friendship based. Which I sent some questions no. I said, yeah, or cut too much, or baboon and nimtia, and I said, or overstep big bounce, and I saw baboon in mass into so they measure. But I think there should be some level of professionalism when we are dealing with issues of this caliber. And that advice, honestly speaking, if it comes from some other source, maybe Emma Morrison, you know, there are people whose brand undoubtedly, even Obi Anya saying to, Obi but once Udi Ewa Pastor Obi Ehuno. I didn't say about you with this woman say food to an uncle befa.
Okay, why now?
Yeah, met to us free ho. A higher and better now, and I make a church to say, Unsunya me, Unsunyansa, no judge me.
Make I stand in my and say,
yes, man can't counsel on your counselor overnight. Because change, no, Mimi who is a gradual. Sir, a foot to ya or my girls. The young girls are also saying, say, we should allow them to make their own mistakes. Because you, Tracy Bache, what about out about the catcher and say, you pimp girls. And just say, oh, ma, edikoma, and mema. and you've told us countless times that a man be why almost ungrateful. Would you come on, man, and I said there was someone down on man that. And in the way you say girls never frequent, you will not show them the way. I'll meet me and your papa no for almost many sika wabra, almost share that embryo. Oh, YouTube channel, I won't quite lessons, I order my young girls, I also munti concerning how I meet me a year overnight. Now, what display properties are we out of sa subai and as a near uye, you know? For me, a ya kamia say a deliberate attempt, and I'll take here because OBS were braboma or when this wedding no be this so. As a would any dear per se at a certain age, and she said it. So at a certain age, no person a dine do say. And why ya drusa age na masa a dine name is a padia who don't saka. And now you want to move out and you're telling the young girl say mom ye home wreckers na mom do one mona utu ye echi. How does the young girl or what was here reconcile with that? Because a dynasty or moving from or cast no who display dollar cash to tell baby and I see an obi so per hotoa. It will be hard for the person to listen to say futu ya woman. Enti na ye can say all sha seeing in ano can one no tumu. There are lots of things that people do are almost fambam be to be dream and bambeka. Say who can ya one no yi kama we. Who the one no kro yi tiakan, and it's hard for people to believe say sad na we in a bit me abaso. Say and the women no, the more can on social media and they say allow us to make our own mistakes. Some may will be home, na menya 5 houses. Na menya cars I memre home. Na ma court trip na akola 2-year-old ni edi ni birthday wo France. Na ye ko ha na ye ko aye left standard ne ma ye ho no. Why no person better sa me na we just to have life easy. Who we are now some preachy hard work. How does sad two way marry each other? Ain't in your can say when me jidis and for no. Oh yes, I man na near 2 for set to bo. Secondly, no so no. Every to me I a mover. Or they try papa no say see I know a changed girl until the same phone no say na allowance near 2 million Ghana cedis na say ne what is about 1 million no can same need to prove to you say wasakra it is only say obetu ni allowance ni mo man no say e say no your ban mu a o kana nutuma on trigger enyema bebree e wo Ghana hanum say so there a football is good, but I'm sad to say are falling on deaf ears because everybody is clamoring for a Japadiano more than thinking about wrecking somebody's home. You see, and it is comfort against morals, and it's very painful. Say now on this weekend, so me say Adoma say Obreki away from music. It hurts me a lot because. Alternative music for no, they don't do the regular commercial songs that we want to hear at parties. But then no, they have too much soul, like and it's hard for us to accept them. I'm grateful for 3 music awards category on my creative for alternative music. Yeah, reward you. But then you ask yourself, say after sa award, no what next? Are they being booked for shows and now setting? So your best rest industry in MBO mataba for alternative music for no wala Simone. Yes, they do, great stuff. Yvonne Nelson, you are talking too much.
Or movie premiere.
No, now worrying, and I will be a breaking heart. Must only broken heart, and it's a chrome hand, my dear, share why it's a issue.
That when you be on.
Wouldn't the Akos or Manfra Babum? And I say, and I broke our now, Koyama, take his retrospective. A friend is saying, and that's not in it, and you'll be any a boy, our real man. It is a ocean, I say, and Koyama, stop talking the young girls into believing, say, they say, do the Abane say, a better say, Obeka will be a wonder, no now and now. Since Obefadi Obedo, because no dono, Obe Chiti, Uchitia, Wakuma Tua, now wire basa, and Zuko for any kofa, bodeni. No feelings. What's my say? Bodeni no around the one that don't any feelings. You're kofane. Uncle Yamawa, Tina Sinache, left, right. Oh, Misha, Mwame, Matiname Hoso, me or me ba, me or me carrier. Basaka satin tin or don't yo, or don't yo, or don't quite intimidate now. Abrabum survive yana. I mean, she should focus more on the career as a movie now with the bar. Many interviews are popular if although uncle Yamano broken heart when yahu sing moving it title crampa SF like Casado say who now be to have nako for say uncle monetizing nudity. Adia yes renya me say bibia betu to yi enu agyan na nkofo kunu no ho atom no. Wo de also uncle monetize it. Now monetization no obeyi ni bosu mepe no agyan na. Say twice for the rest of the life. Because I want to bring in sika edidi. And in your bebo dina kusida be no monetize. I mean, my bro Nelson, Auntie Nelson Chasso. I'm very happy say Kim promising so are realizing the mistakes. Say I feel the only that visible, and it's hard for people to vote for or not. Sometimes no nominating artists but bohu de rope on country or fans say. You're nominating your hand to 10 pesos be a fatwa bamami na mi. They don't even do that campaign. I feel now to cost I say who winning awards when you are broke. I feel they also very visible. Mako a couple of interviews yeah inviting na over friend in my team no nam kwan so be now time so on see her, which is very bad. It's hard say ube chere we say we are very good without the laurels to show. Juma Wayen. It's very painful sometimes. You know, more concentrating on that. More bontina, more opportunity to be on international stages now. Sometimes when they Google your name and they are looking out for these awards to show, say, home-based fans, nekrampo support. You know, I'm glad say we sad. You know, cheddar. Say who's who did Jata say, Diana, we didn't know amount from potem. Bra, I'm there.
Any of them, I say when you feel.
Na say na me on river walls one and I nyanye high jump lessons man. Mom party scared there was any pain na yebi.
Kojonchi when you busy kada.
Jata di we ma bo krati. We ma ne nam ye penentwi nam de abon kwan. When you ma jata. E di friend.
The Romeo Vida can be about musicians when they are nominated for awards. Some seem not to be enthusiastic about the whole thing. Then a money basa.
This perception of laxity out there, sometimes of Lisa or it's big, and that people should know. So no can promise if you are nominating in this category. So the followers or the fans owe him that kind of that a sure bet of responsibility. So I was there. There are people whose friends say, group squads are like forming fan base, strong fan bases are at the end of the day, you know, say a back critical Shatawali ni Ghana pride to me organize shatter events. It tells you say shatter didn't copy or events, so shatter wouldn't even have to tell Nincroft, but shatters are what we banners or power to be posted. None of the fans are there. I started here then air posting. You say no one is a prima donna of the industry. There are like scrambles, ubia epre. You have fine brains, writers, good vocalists, instrumentalists. And this affairs are just a group of people, and microcosm of them were just dominating the front. This year, VGMA friends and Film Music Awards, who share the level of competition. Categories obvious because Safami winner, Kinata bet me winning. Sekinata winner, friends and Black Sheriff bet me winning, and as a kiddie, not air call. And yet, first now, bones a bit more release and young back, no, there's super award back. It tells you that people are investing in their talents. The space is opening up for everybody, and the internet is no so. Say Obiwa or Niska Crobe Payola, we use the space there. No, you should TikTok at the promoting you. This is Unya nomination. It tells a story. Say people have recognized your work, but then go back to your people that if you believe in me, then push me so that tomorrow we can talk about this award that we won it together. But when now the day Unya best 7 nominations, now the day 0 out of it. It's even bad press and mouth. Okay. Obia when your nomination. And to even to touch on further, Vida mentioned one or two things in terms of friend Yvonne Nelson.
Quick break now.
I monitored her discussions within the week, and at some point, I said, Ghanaian men, you can't find love within Ghana and Abibisa. But who date foreigner? Uncle Siaga. And me catch her say, standards are my set, expectations are my set, bar are my set for the kind of men they are looking for and the level of money the men should have. It's what they don't find in Ghanaian men. And you need to have some kind of baiting attitude or worthy enough of a woman to lure a Ghanaian man or nisika or power. But if you want the fan-based bad boys, they have the money. But you should know, sir, they are not in for your type for marriage. Sebis, they say away from road. They want younger ones if they really want to spend. So if Yvonne wants to speak, you leave Ghanaian men alone. But on my who say expectations are war. Or pe bema bit man free vacation. Or pe bema ni babe bit man Range Rover. Or pe bema Trazako bit man to apartment and a building be a man at any time. You need to ask no.
You know so.
Exactly. And Nigeria say sikafonu doors share Nigeria sikafonu doors oil businesses ni ase fonti or to range 10 man inside che cra on fairly because Canada if she's measuring Ghanaian men and the Ghanaian society by Nigerian standards and they waiting because when you are foreigner or no Nigeria so Ghana for Ghana ni ben we date breaking up man say nyanya uti dem can say
Matia say
inti media pam no channel like people should stop just speaking because they want to be talked about. If you want to promote your movie, hey, that is your work. Obianim say wejuma no. Let's help you so you focus on the movie to promote it. Seeing all these peripheral discussions are always here, which do not really tally with the real intentions you have. Because omo peska for obi o ni bibia o hu de odini ska be no ate amase kodi ba opekuno a you need to also be a wife material.
Ben ma papa ne krampo ba nyema wa kan wo radio so yi oben okwa onim se wo wadwunim se onfa na nya hwe because unji Ghana ni ben ma krampo ndi the first.
So beti makase no de gidi meka ne wa fa.
Sure. And you will be as be fa wa.
Oh, Yeko break. When we return, we'll talk about Nana McBrown, the Empress, has spoken. She has, refuted claims that she was pregnant, she has given birth, that she's been sacked from UTV, a whole lot. She actually, recorded 21 minutes of herself addressing some of these issues that have come up. We will delve into that when we return from the break. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Don't go away.
What's up, guys? This is Black Sheriff, and I'm outside with Bloggers Forum with Abrantipa on GhanaWeb TV. Keep watching, keep it locked, you understand? Love.
Welcome back. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. The name is Abrantipa. I'm doing this with McDonald Daniel Asari, aka Romeo. He's an event organizer, artist manager, assemblyman for Medina Social Welfare, and a member of the Miss Ghana team. Vida Duchuma is a columnist, 3 Music Awards PRO, the first female to have ever done this, and winner of Folklex Media Awards, Entertainment Pundit of the Year. Once again, you're born Abaso. Now, before the break, I said we're going to talk about Nana McBrown and, the controversy surrounding her, the rumors and all that. She's also one of the people on Mutimi Sleep. Yeah. And she say, your kind of fashion and lifestyle there. I say, Irabna Everett will definitely be on standby for the segment Vogue.
Hi guys, this is Vogue on Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. I am, of course, Irabna Everett. Now you know your girl got to be on the red carpet of the 23rd edition of the VGMAs. I was your fashion police and it was totally amazing. I'm back to give you some tips on how my men out there can rock a kaftan right after this break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. This is still Vogue on Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. I am, of course, Irabna Everett. Now, before I went on a break, I said we were going to look at how my men out there can style a kaftan. Right now, most of the men out there love to style a kaftan with sneakers, but that's not the only way. You can style your kaftan with slippers and sandals as well. But right now, everyone loves to rock it with sneakers because I guess it's comfortable and it's chic and it's trendy. All right. So right now, we are going to be taking a look at some of the celebrities that love to wear sneakers with their kaftan. And I'm not talking about any ordinary kaftan. If you see the skirmishes that go on in the kaftan, wobe fele. Starting off at number 1, let's look at Rocky Dawuni. Now, Rocky Dawuni rocked an amazing kaftan to the Grammys red carpet. It was a white kaftan, like I said, skirmishes all around here, and some white sneakers to match his kaftan. And of course, his dreadlocks. Now, Rocky Dawuni killed this kaftan look. Now let's take a look at the rap doctor. Now Ochami Kwame is known for making bold fashion statements, and he's also known for wearing African prints and of course kaftans 24/7. And of course he is one of the people who loves to rock sneakers with his kaftan. And I'm telling you, he does justice to the looks every time. Every time. There's no day you will see Ochami Kwame wearing an African print or a kaftan and not have some sneakers on it. Yes, so at number 2 is Ochami Kwame. Yes, my lovely people, at number 3 we have Judena. I'm a classic man. You can be me when you look this clean. I'm a classic man. Now, he's definitely a classic man as he was rocking a red sneaker with a blue kaftan. Now, the color coding is everything for me. Judena does not go wrong when it comes to styling and making us feel top notch, you know. Let me tell you a little secret. I actually have a crush on Judena. He's a classic man. You can be him when you look this clean. He's a classic man. So far, these 3 classy gentlemen do it for me when they're rocking a kaftan and sneakers. But don't get it twisted though. You can also style your kaftan with some classy shoes or some sandals or some well-tailored and sewed sandals. You know what I'm saying? Or some slippers on the side, some brown or black sandals to match whatever color kaftan you are wearing. Now, John Dumelo and Joe Metal and a lot more others, you know how to style a kaftan very well with some nice classy shoes. Now we're feeling that's a nice one. Anyways, that's it for Vogue on Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. I am, of course, Irabna Everett. I'll be back with some more fashion tips.
Thank you, Irabna, for the segment Vogue. If you want more of this, you need to be watching Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Vida. Who share kaftan ni sneakers. Echiwana encho.
I know your friend Otukono, Sasta.
DJ Bominyum. I know a DJ Bominyum.
I wouldn't say you didn't know. Otukono, ni style no. Sana style sana.
Echiwana encho.
OT for short. Otukono. Yes, my boss back up.
DJ Bominyum.
DJ boy and your man.
Me who Romeo muda. Romeo the Debbie no share suit no share. Romeo da be na we share kaftan.
Oh, we share kaftan.
Men can with sneaker.
Me a London boy ntinyam amenya.
Okay. So 21 minutes to address 3 main issues. 1, that she's not pregnant, she has not given birth to twins. That's actually 1. 2, she's not been sacked from UTV. Neither has she resigned. That very soon we'll see her on TV. And then 3, some fake accounts that have been seen online, and she was actually cautioning people to desist from transacting business with anybody online. So person who is a business, Ubeshiano. Feely. Nana Mama Brown.
I am not pregnant. Neither have I given birth to twins. Or, I mean, a boy. I wish. I have not given birth. I am not pregnant. And I'm not being sacked. When you're very careful, all those channels now mo to me Photoshop. Eko fa me old face. Ede manim beto ho. Na mo de obi magu me ho Photoshop no. It's all lies. Anya adofo bi anka me nyia no because ni mo nyam ka efe. But the kwan mo de nam so ne mo twi camera sim anim na mo chirechirem na wa wo Canada na ebi mo so kro no mto me ticket. E ma me na nyame hummobo. I am not pregnant. I've not given birth to twins. Neither have I given birth to a boy or whatsoever. Mr. We are mususu mom sremu na monka sem. Asem na sia ada ni je say. Mususu mom srem and can sempi. Now, I want to address the things that I've been seeing on social media about myself concerning how people have numerously open pages on various platforms for me. Not just for me, but using it to deceive people. And it is becoming too much. It is not embarrassing to me because I have not deceived anybody. I won't deceive you to send me money before I post your page when me and you, before I do business with you, I'm the type that you would see me physically. Ube me wo office and ube ba baby I'm so me wo. Before me and you, we do money transacted business or money transaction piano. I would have to sign in front of you or a witness. Please, I came out to you just to let you be informed that people are out there trying to deceive people with my name.
So, Mami says in free Vida you've watched the video, the entire video. What do you make of it? Did she nail everything? Like, did she give the responses that was expected? Or was even the video necessary?
For me, if I was in her camp, I would have put business ahead of the emotions. Because in him say when it comes to childbirth issues, Ban and Mama Brown quite sensitive for her. And the journey or traveling and sana or babinyane banina in sem dada. Enti ebeya so be friend no abonaba so say oh trinkwa when yantafo nya main shroud asem then she has to counter and say bo enya no crow na me wo ye ade a ono so na ni da so say ope no be afraid wo ho congratulations na waka say eni ho somehow no very difficult, but the na ha no kese pa na say people were rather making money out of it. I think say me whole video bi ye twa oba bia wa won tafo anim na ye di onom na na ma etia besi nipa ne kon so na ye tre say wawo. But Nanama has been in the game for over 2 decades. Unim hawa ye jime etie. These things are new maybe you should expect. And I didn't see the big deal about say yen wanwa say bibi saba because we have people who pay bloggers to peddle lies about them no more grow on my brand. Acceptable so would you want to style maybe any, but this is not coming from your camp. It was clear say other media for be Niger teach traffic no to their site. And she says for the loved ones in Tino she had to come out. I believe say loved ones in Quantina oba out there. Those who matter no. You could have reached them on phone, and now those who called you could have told them say oh and I say you could have used another medium to say and without you coming in person to come and speak. Because Charlie, and the whole social media will be any say but we're losing a golden opportunity of drawing bars, traffic, attention to the show no when next she hosts. Because I would have fed the rumor. Even though I may want another media platform, I would have fed the rumor, say, meba back. Because Obia feel your comeback must be huge. And yet the usual Nanama we know, so obey the presentation skills, a band or no, a band. Say, see, I know what bars. Because me, I would have made a post to say, "Me say, me there be and I remember to you." So I would have made a post that this Saturday me back, but me back with my family. What must say? Everybody will be wondering, "Hey, interphonic one now." And why not the neighbor? Shall it mean you TV? But what kill it bars because of my emotions override with business no? Because you see, I will come back. Or be expected to say something huge because you're more celebrities now on opportunity to host the program. You won't be our strength and any weakness. I'm not appreciating more. Say they be on what's not on every Saturday and hosting it. Until you see how Kachem and Anama is coming back on screen. Okay, then what? What am I saying? And since I come on a camp and I say me be a ben now, I would have said let's feed the rumor. You see, our numbers no near the age man. And can one Saturday probably bet now so back no or bet shut it down the whole country and everybody will want to see say family bang and not your mobile coast show and not your
especially when it's not bad news.
At all.
Wow, obi a wow mengu there. And osa okunu. Nti wow kra said
you what must say and I can in an for common year na wunya bi but say ni de nyame adom owobi and I think say the wabe no 21 minutes no ebe ma no sika wo YouTube but sa sika no menyi say ebe to bars nanka he come back no ebe nta ora no sa me pema hwe no they say awatwam
say bars no so e bi anken first come out.
You na say a view who views
views need a high now VGM is VGM is they had over 4K views on Facebook
but
alone.
Then not till me as me presenter to send on now me what's I wait now I wouldn't want my comeback to be ordinary. There should be something about it, you know. Oh yeah, when you read na after our first show no then you can release a video detailing the acoso but we come vibe now.
Romeo,
yeah,
I mean to you.
I think sir me I'm an advocate for professionalism in this space we call an industry. Sometimes I am say an industry because as big as Nanama McBrown is, say who take a break from your program. It's proper and respectful to put out a communique informing your fans. It's someone who also they know say you are taking all leave, so that there will not be room for speculations. See, I know Yanteshi. I say be gobera no which one now the bia we need done so no. What shall be a abetnas? I would read Daviamba. Abrante Uziki 7 city. Friday as oh in Muntimintobi. Like that is disappointment. And if to hold her to what she did, like what disappointing the followers to say me, because now me show no because of the liveliness. Now say the or tries to overcome for boom or make sure say or patch the industry fields now be a war microphone team no shut from that kind of thing. I think say Father Dixon so here that Father Abaso body. So once you are taking a break, you do season a celebrity way. Say media houses be a year. Make Spotlight. Now more seasons no. Me cry me host TV that like TV3 yeah. Until ne erani. Te basana no one questions your whereabouts. Until also tincha now where them all share. An issue of this caliber, say the Vada Kaya. If you really want to address it, you should address it on the show. Uti asie. Nkrofose say mini o. Yempamo me. Menwoye magazines uni onye nuafo. Like the curiosity of the Ghanaian viewer. Say it say you be as wa won tafo no say no oba. Say wa wo onwu ye na munyina mede mo behu. Like traffic banka Champions League po na boss ade na enyim ye was obi ketin no obi say scores na o share na Mama McBrown because you are interested in finding as to whether you almost speculating you know a intro and answer no correct but she missed that opportunity to see the vider talking about the criminal aspect as in for a hacking account na say for I think say unfortunately say bibisa
omo hacking or say omo edinidin defrauding for.
No, but I think people should also be smart enough. Say before I know be bad dealing no. Say who in crafty in voice. Otiasie. Like when you Vida air deal, be the Vida number frame. Say Romeo. When I was texting me, say Romeo, me will be my stranded sending me 200 CDs. My friend Vida. Or say my friend I'm in voice to be convinced. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because me hackers be try me. And now me Facebook way no, I hear some way, and they say me send it. They say wo, I must send message say wo na send me, but na wo na hack you, you pay me the answer account. They say me send the code be amount send the man. Just or reset me account. Code for everybody me send man I say we nya system we hijack. We also, you know, as much as we want SaaS space, we also yes we educate here. Anything I was say, make us a professionalism. They say I say we media manager or monitor ubi BIA amount. Because WhatsApp groups every day hacking Crawford. Meanwhile, you see, you're exposed to IT and a whole lot. You see, end-to-end encryption, lucky for code too. So nipa na brands are why still Crawford anti-me yes idea. They hacking Vida na say me so emotional towards Vida. If I me feel Vida, me intimate can't na me no we send me text say, oh Romeo, Mr. Vida new na me here 500 today. It's say na me feel Vida crowd. Me say opportunity, me intimate dream too. Message na later Vida be catch them say hacking the line. Nti mama yam wire ho. Otiase. And in this country I want so Bema bit man sorry say I can register in same your friend Nana Mama Brown. Like it doesn't make sense. And I say who register I say we use Ghana card, right? Nti whoever registered that name say ampa say no kre say nipa no use Ghana card na register or say ni din our system no. Ni etimi tracking. This is a security issue. What say Ankodima Yoko na BN and I say national security. No mu di hu juma backyard. Emano. Now it shouldn't have been in the public domain. Say them Crawford no because why? No yeah then. Yeah track you. But putting it out that way, my ya defraud you and now ya bomb chrono use within and I feel say it was a bad timing. I feel most people within the media space, especially media practitioners, apart from their creativity in terms of talent, there are extra things. I was saying, then it's your account. It's almost maybe then account. When you jumana we because sometimes we hear advices, sometimes we hear personal manager no and the bed guy do says unimujuma. But I was say will be a prompt when you are going wrong. But sometimes they don't want to pay. What I say? This is will be for Vida. Say okay, Vida age mama free music award. Maybe a Sadiq Feli say, maybe I'm image. And maybe my advice is Sadiq say, if when people attack you, you're a big brand. You're trying to create an alternative for the music industry and the players within. And you know, and you be an say, Ube Kasa, personal spokesperson. Not sending out your worries to the person. To BBC now, we can't nipanumbango can hear. Yanti and few wenum until you can still come back and do a damage control. But you pay camera not to the extent say you feel it too big say be allow say Romeo make a mami. But when you my strong until was also that kind of gap no until who the value crowd to I'm a media how the crowd frewa. The add value to your move frog can say what that be at 2 a.m. Your fro say Bekasana also kasa. There be. So these are things we need to monitor. Management. So management team, I feel say they would have advised her on this release, which didn't help her at all. I'm one.
Okay, so that's Romeo McDonald Naneo. Sorry, you have a point, but mami more final words na young koye ni. Vida mami tell bibi wa pesa de kanwa na say. I mean, whether on the same issue and you want to just wrap it up now. I mean,
wrapping up, no. I think say Ghana forces will be kahuna push na mana bedu sa break. I mean, obia warrior, obia war, here ni patchen your no be decra dako. So yeah, na ye minimizes her pressure na ye de to ye celebrities in the son of here.
Na me be. Me share a video no baby. One can tell she's off the show, which has actually been the concern of many. That actually, se ministro na meka say no ka hona rumor say wawo California because Romeo mentioned say oh kwa for to be a professional you need to issue a statement. Okay, those days when she was going to do the surgery, there was a video and they actually mentioned on the show, but this one was abrupt. Like, exactly. Then she's gone, and at the end of the day, the entire only show no.
It wasn't really stated.
It wasn't stated.
So people have the right to speculate.
More reason why we are saying it didn't make business sense.
But also it
didn't make business sense for her to come out to speak.
My final bite.
Yeah.
Fifi Coleman. Or Madame for Palmy, senior man. So I say a lot of stage stuff together. Well, Lock of the Gods, I think 2011, almost 11 years ago. I've had that experience with him at close end, like or me bra precope. But that assertion say Juju any industry no the way he tried to debunk it and like entoasum because obi eni wa ko yi drew so ba be movie and now ba be run that so ba be catch us a fifi me dey draw na ba o ti ase and I say me dey draw na ji roll way. Like people are doing things. So if people are complaining, to say Kuma actor here, okay, baby, no man say you panic back 9. If you know, it is a bit at close spot. I'm experiencing here maybe no more can.
Panic no much picture.
Picture. My minister one could was in India. Or say to two.
No, but let's not act like those things don't exist.
Na kame train because meaning say by that the spiritual near my. Me so we cast
fluid. I mean,
show
us something.
Okay.
And I feel say Ebeba out. Maybe it's early days yet.
No, you have to pin back 1 person, 20 persons.
But Memphis was 82 issues no krantonche. But within the space, then ladies nankasa. At some point, even within Nigeria, some colleagues I'm sure on a set, poison bait. We were having a discussion. Someone say Nigeria, once you cry, yes you cry. Men will be crying so bottle. Because obia prepare no obia be no. Exactly. So a very unfortunate say such a person of his caliber. But the bank case issue without going deeper into it and just saying say mere propaganda. No, it's not propaganda. It happens. But we are experiencing. And let's leave it as it is. As a football, obi say a drum bubble. But the secret is say we are we they need the annual no. On no survive.
Okay, that's it. That's all time will allow us in this episode of Bloggers Forum. McDonald Nani Asare, aka Romeo, is an artist manager, event organizer, Madina social welfare assemblyman, and with the Miss Ghana team. We say more a young audition. More audition. Okay. And Miss Ghana 2019, Rebecca is having a program. Meba. Mami nya details ni.
Think by that. Yeah, invite.
Wow, she by that.
Say Abrams family say our name manager for the.
So
we have pageants for so manager.
Me manage pageants. Na Miss Ghana 2019 Rebecca, some event be about hygiene, the hygienic woman project. She's going to launch it on May 28. Is it Tomrick Hotel?
Yeah,
East Legon.
May act as MC for the day, and she's
she's
invited friends and Miss Barbados, Miss Kenya, like other international beauty queens to anchor the program. It's big. Timumbe support. Vida officially, you are invited.
Vida beba, me deni beba. Beba ni ababe support no. Enti na ahana edi program ne besi. Enti said the meeting kankan and McDonald Nani Asare is an event organizer, artist manager, and assemblyman Madina social welfare. He is also with the Miss Ghana team. Vida Duchmabuatin is a columnist, 3 music awards, PRO, and then entertainment pundit of the year, Folkless Media Awards. Folkless ne mekana matumbo because my shena man no fuma meka ne mebia. Emfata. Thank you for watching this episode of Bloggers Forum. Thank you to Sandra Obribia in the making. Yeah, enche. Osi Yvonne Nelson. Untimi emfa wari ehunhun na sa wari enye de nti enche ono obese kawa Mr. Ajaho and then Pearl is Pearl nickname no cry day Pokwase Margaret Thatcher. So and then thank you to Sami for the production, not forgetting Everett Irabna. I am Benefo Boabin Abrantipa. I'll see you next time with yet another riveting edition of the show with this time around not a touch of weight but full package. Thank you. We out.
The city of Johannesburg is really beautiful. A place called Da Vinci, and I'm going to be spending 2 nights here. Let's go explore this hotel. The best part is this place is in the mall, like it's located in the same building where the mall is. So I'm going to go shopping, review all, and I know you're coming along. Anyway, this place is very cold. It's currently about 11 degrees. It's so cold. Like I didn't expect Johannesburg to be this cold, but then yeah, we are here. So let's go explore this place. Let's go. Cheers, guys. So we've been given a welcome juice, which is cranberry juice. Yes, my name is Mom. This is good.
This bathtub is going to serve its purpose on this trip because I'm really going to use it. This place is very beautiful, very comfortable, very clean, and it also comes with a safe. And yeah, I've already settled in. And this is the WC. And a shower. So for someone who doesn't like the bathtub, you can make good use of the shower. This place is really beautiful. Thank you so much to the South African tourism. This place is really beautiful. I'm going to be spending 2 nights at this beautiful hotel called the Da Vinci. It's in the middle of town. Let's see how outside looks like from here, from my room. It's actually in the city, and the buildings around here are so beautiful. I can't wait to explore Johannesburg before heading back to Accra. Wow, I have like just 2 days in Johannesburg and I'm really going to make it worthwhile. Wow, this place is beautiful. This is going to be my room. So comfortable, so cold, just the way I like it. So clean, white and gray. Oh my goodness, this experience, amazing. Too much enjoyment. Wow guys, I don't know if you can tell, but it's raining ice. Wow, this is my first time seeing that. Wow. Have you seen that before? but this view is so beautiful. You have to see it from the restaurant. Look at this. Wow. Sunset. Cheers, guys. There's vapor coming out of my mouth. Yeah. Oh my god. How was the meal? So we're going to talk about our meal. How was the meal here?
It was too much. We're fighting on our table. And we realized that you guys are slow eaters.
Yeah, and we had to come and collect your balance.
Yes.
And I love the food.
I enjoyed the fish, especially.
Yeah.
That fish was...
And I'm so glad I took too much of the fish. More than anyone on the table. That was
so
the
guys,
best one.
South Africa is a vibe. Johannesburg is a vibe. It's cold here. The sun is out. Woo! There is this wind that just passed. Oh my goodness. Here is definitely a vibe. I hope you're also following me on Instagram. If you're not, my name is Stella Chanelli on Instagram. Follow me, join the family. Usually I post on my stories first before YouTube sees it. So yeah, please follow, join the family. Let's be friends on Instagram.
Hey guys, my name is Osas and I'm here because Ikoko has invited me here to pick one out of the two men that will be winning me today. Young men!
Good morning! Good morning from my hotel, good morning from the city. This is my morning view. The city of Johannesburg is really beautiful, and right here from my hotel, I just woke up. I'm going to have breakfast, and of course you all are coming along. This is going to be the second day having breakfast here, and yeah, I'm taking you along. Guys, this place is really nice. So what happened is, I've been here in this hotel going like in and out of the hotel, like because we had other activities to do. So I hope like so far I've been able to show you around. Yesterday I felt like really sick, but thank God today I feel so fine. I don't know whether it's the change in weather. I don't know. Yesterday I was really feeling sick, but today I feel much better. So let's go have some breakfast and then let's explore this hotel before I finally leave later on today. So yeah, let's go. How you doing?
Girl, good morning people. How are you? Today is the last full day. I'm so sad. We're going out to eat. Going down to eat right now.
Yeah, but they are staying till tomorrow. So yeah. So yeah, let's go have some breakfast.
Yeah, you know you have to do this. This hotel is so bougie.
No, you're supposed to use it. You can even use your hand. Yeah. I learned a lot of luxury things on this trip. So this is the reception area, which you already saw. So the good part is this hotel is in the middle of like the shopping mall. So here it's not like the traditional restaurant buffet where you can just go. What they have here is just cereal and then fruits. So we are going to order what we want. Yesterday I had an avocado on bread, but it was salted. So maybe today I would like to try something different. So I usually like my eggs running. Vivian likes her egg well done. Guys, let me know in the comment section. How do you usually like your eggs? Do you like it well done? Or you like it medium? Or you like it like very running? How do you like it?
Well done. You can't eat like that.
This is so good. So today is my last day here in Johannesburg, Sandton, and I mean, you can't come to the city and not shop. You can't come to the city and not see the city well. So I'm here to do my final shopping. I'm here with Sassy Funke. Guys, please, all the ladies have posted on my channel. In fact, all the ladies and gentlemen, please go to their channel, show them some love, tell them you're from Stella Chanelli.
Tell them you're from Stella Chanelli. Come, sassy funky, sassy funky. You're gonna love my channel. You're gonna love me. You might even love me so much. You might be like, Stella, we didn't know about her. Maybe we'll drop you. Is it live?
So I also just met Tino Sparks. I just met Tino Sparks here. She's a content creator based here
in Johannesburg.
Yeah. What do you do on your channel?
I do travel.
Yeah.
And what do you call it?
Lifestyle
content. And yeah, please guys subscribe to my YouTube channel, Tino Sparks.
Kindly go to her channel, show her some love. So today she's going to take us shopping. Yay. Ready?
I'm ready.
And this is Vivian sitting so comfortably.
What's up, guys? I don't have energy.
You don't have energy. She's so tired and she's not going to. Okay, so we're about to leave this hotel. So all we need to do is just walk to the Santon Mall. And I'm super excited you all are coming along. So let's go. Let's spend the last day here in Johannesburg. I'm going to miss here, but one thing I'm not going to miss is the cold. So yeah, let's go, guys. So she's going to take us to maybe we can get some local things to buy. Then I intend buying sneakers for myself. That's what I plan buying for myself. Then maybe can get some nice bag for my mom. So you can't come to South Africa without taking pictures here. We are currently here at the Nelson Mandela Park, which is just like less than a minute's walk from my hotel. I'm about to take some pictures at this popular place. This is how it looks like from here. Here is completed. I took some pictures here. It's a very popular landmark here in Johannesburg. So we are going shopping, and yeah, this is the Nelson Mandela Square. So if you come here, you can come have breakfast, lunch, take some pictures, yeah, and shop. The souvenir shop. And morning, how are you? I'm good. You can get some souvenirs. So beautiful.
30 rand.
It's expensive.
It's expensive.
Okay, thank God for Tino. She tells me if it's too expensive, it's like 400 rand.
But it's because of the location. You can't find anything cheap here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So the location
it's the richest square mile. What do you think? In Africa, you expect to find everything expensive here.
But this shop has like beautiful things. It's right here at the mall. Wow. Look at this, the shirts.
So this is the stage of Nelson Mandela.
You can't take. Since my trip was sponsored, I haven't really spent a lot, so I still have some dollars. I'm going to change here so I can use for shopping because the rate in Ghana cities is like mad. So we are changing $100, and this is what's how much are we getting each?
1516.
1516. Right here at the mall. This is how their currency looks. Because Vivian came with her passport, yeah, she had to like take all of us our $100 and change it at once.
They don't move around
so
with passports.
I know. So we got a good rate because we changed everything together. So I mean that's a tip. When you're changing dollars and you have a number to change, just change as many as you can change. Don't change one because if you change it separately, the rate goes down. Tino says that most of the things here at the mall, like the traditional things, are very expensive. You might want to consider getting it in the local market than the mall. Yeah, so I noticed that there are a lot of security people here. Why is that so?
Oh, it's
with guns?
It's because there's a lot of expensive stuff here, especially the jewelry. So in some parts, there's a place called the Jewelry Walk in this mall. You're not allowed to even carry your camera because they're afraid of planned crime. You know.
Oh, okay. Nice, right? Guys, let me know in the comment section. We have quite a number of them. I didn't get the size I wanted, so I'm going to Puma, then check out Adidas. So here they are very strict on the nose masks. As soon as you take off your nose mask, they're like, yo nigga, you have to wear your nose mask.
Celebrate with us and enjoy our amazing anniversary deals. Jumia, your everyday delivery.
Hello ladies, welcome to KFC. How may I treat you with enjoyment today?
Thanks for joining us on Best Tech on GhanaWeb TV. I am Ernestina Sewa Asante. In recent times, many women and girls are seen doing amazingly well in the field of science, technology, engineering, and math. On today's edition of Best Tech, we engage key stakeholders in Ghana's STEM development, as well as some junior high school students who are using STEM to effect change in the society. And this is what they had to say.
Science, technology, engineering, and math is a key component of innovation. And to mark the International Day of Women and Girls in Science this year, we speak to some notable persons who are championing Ghana's STEM efforts, as well as bring you some innovative products which are being created by students from across junior high schools that seeks to bring change in society. Welcome to BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Maoli Aholmega. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. I have here with me Madam Justina Odumai. She's a senior research scientist with the CSIR, and we'll be picking her thoughts on the International Day of Women and Girls in Science. Madam, welcome to BizTech. How are you doing?
I'm fine, and you?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So today, what are we doing here today?
So today we are celebrating women and girls in science, and not just celebrating, we are also trying to inspire the young generation of girls who would want to also venture in science. And I think this day is important because there's a lot of stereotypes when it comes to science. I mean, everyone says, oh, science is heady, science is difficult. But no, I think it's high time we take those sciences for boys, especially when it comes to engineering and maths. Yeah, so the stereotype have been that, oh, when it goes to engineering, it's for the boys, science is for boys because it's difficult, girls cannot do science. So today is actually a day that UN has set up to celebrate every year, to celebrate the achievement of women in science and also encourage girls in science as well.
Yeah. So finally, how are we? I just want to pick your thoughts. How are we going to improve the science, technology, and innovation in our educational system, from your point of view and CSIR?
Yeah, from my point of view, I think that we need to start from the basic level. Going back, because for me, if you start anything from SHS, it doesn't really make a difference, because students really decide on STEM at the GHS level. So we need to get more teachers who love STEM. More teachers who will be mentors. You know, even sometimes the teachers themselves confuse us, or the teachers themselves discourages us to go into science. So we should get more teachers, we should get the curriculum attached to STEM. Because for me, STEM is the foundation of everything. I mean, you can do STEM, anything related to STEM, and still divert in other fields, and you still apply the knowledge that, you know, STEM is very inquisitive. So in every area of your life, you want to experiment, you want to find out, if not A, then what is B? You know, that kind of critical thinking. So we need to indulge in during the basic education level.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so that has been Madam Justina Onumai. She's a senior research scientist with the CSIR, and she's been telling me, picking her thoughts on the Ghana's STEM sector. And she tells me that critical thinking is also essential to improve STEM education in Ghana. So I have here with me Mr. Abdul Rahman Diallo, and he's the UNESCO rep in Ghana, and we'll be picking his thoughts on today's celebration of the International Day in Women and Girls in Science. Hello, sir. Welcome to BizTech. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you.
Yeah. So I just want to pick your thoughts. What's your general overview of today's event?
Oh well, it's a celebration. It's a celebration of the power and the role of women in sciences. Sciences need women. Women need sciences. So this is all about it. Every 11 February in the world, the whole community, member state organizations, schools, parents, families, we remind that science is important and that the role of women and girls in science is equally or even more important. So this is all about this, and we are very, very, very excited to be here and this, with these kids that you can see all around, showing us the amazing things. You see them, you can not think that they are able really to think thoroughly and to propose such invention, and so it's promising. It's promising to see that we have such green potential here in the country. So this is all about it. You don't need a lot of speech. Science is everywhere. You see the trees, you see your microphone, you see your mask. Yeah. Science is everywhere. Science is in the kitchen, science is in the mechanic, science is in the car. So we need, the world needs sciences, and women are key agents, and we know. And what is important during this day also is to project and to share. There's a lot of women here in Ghana who are leaders in science, but they are not known enough. They are in their laboratory, or some of them are in foreign countries. So Ghanaian girls and women are to see them. And UNESCO, whenever we can organize such platform where you can have this dialogue and just showing, projecting, giving the opportunities for Ghanaian women and scientific to speak to their sisters, daughters, and mothers. So this is all about it. So we cannot just but encourage and invite girls and women to adhere, to continue to adhere to science.
Thank you very much. Yeah. So that's been Mr. Diallo, and he's a UNESCO rep, and he's been sharing his thoughts with me on the International Day of Women and Girls in Science. I have here with me a very beautiful lady here, and she'll tell me her name and what she does here, and her thoughts on the International Day of Women and Girls in Science. Madam, welcome to BizTech. How are you?
Thank you.
Please tell us your name and what you do.
My name is Olivia Sewo Pare, Mrs.
Okay.
I'm the director for Science Education Unit, Ghana Education Service.
Okay. All right. Madam, so today is International Day of Women in Science. What are your thoughts, and why are we doing this today?
Yes, like Mr. Diallo said, rightly said, we are here today to project the good work of girls and women in science. And I think what you have come here to observe, the project, the experiment, and the work that have been displayed here is evident enough. Yeah, to see what girls can do. Whatever boys can do, girls can do it even better. Yes. And then again, also to celebrate women that have actually made it today. We cannot stop mentioning names such as Dr. Letitia Obing, the first female botanist, late Rama Adi, our first brilliant science and maths quiz mistress. Even though she's late, but still the work, is in progress. And Ghana is doing very well through the initiative. Yes. And then again, these younger ones will take inspiration from the good work of people who have really made it in science, especially women. So we are here to inspire these younger ones to take up science as a subject. Like Mr. Diallo said, science is life. Science is done in the kitchen. Science is done in the home. In fact, everywhere you find yourself is science. Life is all about science. And everybody is a scientist. But the greatest scientists on earth are mothers and, of course, the girls. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam.
You're welcome.
Yes, so that's been Madam Olivia, and she's a director here as part of efforts to celebrate the International Day of Women in Science. And they've been my field guests on BizTech, on this week's edition of BizTech. I'll also be speaking with some students who have displayed some very innovative items here as we celebrate the International Day of Women in Science. My name is Malia Holmega. Don't go anywhere. This is BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. Yes, so I have here with me some students here from the Tenashi Junior High School, and they're sharing with me what they've created right here as part of celebration for the International Day of Women in Science. Hello Jessica, how are you?
Hi.
Yeah, so what exactly are we seeing here?
You are seeing a simple circuit diagram.
Okay.
So we have our battery, our 9V battery, our positive terminal and our negative terminal.
Okay.
Current flow through the positive terminal to the negative terminal to the load. Our load is our fan, and we have our key. Thank you.
Okay, great. Yeah, so I'll come here and what exactly? I see the model design here.
That is our model design.
Okay.
We have the outer layer, the middle layer, and the inner layer.
Okay.
The outer layer is made up of box or curtain. The middle layer is made up of caco or insulator.
Okay.
And then the inner layer is made up of aluminium foil.
Okay.
So the middle layer here, it prevents and gain loss of heat by conduction. And then the aluminium layer here, it prevents and gain loss. It prevents and gain loss.
Okay.
Lost by radiation.
Okay. So so this is the model design that you use.
Yes.
Now I want to move to exactly what the item is.
This is our device.
Okay.
We have a curtain or a boss and a caco to insulate wrapped by aluminium foil to prevent heat escape or heat gain. And here we have our outer vent.
Okay.
So the outer vent drives the warm air through the fixed fan. So it cools here and comes out through the sun drying chamber.
Okay.
So this is our circuit, the simple circuit that she showed to you. They are all here. And the fan is fixed here. So after you wash your hands, you just come and press gently on it and dry your hands. And put this one too and dry your hands. Because of the COVID, many people will come and touch it. So you use the sanitizer to sanitize your hands so that the germs will also.
Okay, great. Wow, that's so
Thank
beautiful.
you.
That's so nice. Yeah, so I've been speaking with some students from the Tenashi Junior High School here, and they've displayed their rather innovative products here as part of efforts to celebrate the International Day of Women and Girls in Science. I'll just move quickly right here. I see some students fixing some stuff here. I'm going to ask them what exactly they are working on, and then we'll just pick their thoughts on that. Hello, good afternoon. How are you? Great. What's your name?
My name is Frida Kujo.
Okay, and what school are you from?
Please, Michelle Kam.
Okay,
Services Basic School.
Michelle Kam Services Basic School. Yeah, so what exactly am I looking at right now?
Please, it's a setup to make potable water available to all diverse of people.
Okay.
People in rural areas, so they can all access potable water for their use.
Okay. All right. So how were you guys able to come up with this? I see the little house and I see some wires and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, this one is just for an example of like harvesting water at homes.
Okay.
So when rainwater, we harvest it. So it's not everyone that has money to set up a pipe on water.
Okay.
So with this method, it's less expensive and it helps people to get easy access to water for maybe washing cars and other stuff. So you can set aside our pipe-borne water. This is our pipe-borne water.
Okay.
So you set it aside for maybe cooking, preparing of medicines, and drinking. And this one can be used for washing of cars to bring down expenditure.
Great. Thank you so much. This is really nice. I really like what you guys are doing.
And this one is sedimentary
Okay, so that's a different project.
Yes,
okay,
yes.
So explain to me what this project is. All right, great. Tell me your name.
Frina.
Frina. Okay. So what am I looking at, Frina?
Sediment filtration.
Okay.
This one consists of charcoal, sand, and then
gravels. Okay.
All these components have been washed to like reduce the dirt in them.
Wow.
So when we pour the water, it goes through here, passes through here, and then filtrates here, and to enter a container. Clean. But before you can drink it, you have to boil it.
Okay.
To retain
this one can be used in rural areas where they don't have access to pipe-on water. They get their pond water, which most of the times is not safe for drinking. So with this method, they can filter it and boil it, and then they can drink.
Thank you so much.
Oh.
Great. Yes, so I've been speaking with some students from the Michelle Camp Basic School, and they've been showing me some of their innovative program. One which is very interesting is they've built a filter where water goes through a little bit of process, and then the water comes out, and then when the water comes out, for persons in rural areas, they're able to boil this water and then drink. So, which is very, very amazing on what they are doing. Yeah. So, as you can see, they've been able to get some water out, and then we can see it displaying right now.
It's just from rainwater.
Okay.
This is natural rainwater, and to be able to make access to drinking, you boil it. You can use it for your drinking, anything that you want to, washing of cars, and can be used for various things.
Okay.
So reduces expenditure.
Wow, great. Thank you so much. I have here with me some students from Gbechile 1 JHS, and they'll be taking me through their product that they've created. Hello, how are you doing? Welcome to BizTech. Tell me your name and your school.
I'm doing good. My name is Harriet Bar, and we come from Gbechile KKMA 1 JHS.
Great. Yeah, so what do we have here? I see some water conservation.
Yes, please. We are harvesting and conserving rainwater. And then we have our experiment to set up to show you how rainwater can be harvested and conserved for human consumption. Okay. We have our bowl. There's our house. And we've harvested our rainwater. So with the rainwater, it is dirty due to the carbon monoxide and other things. And when it comes to us, through our roofing shades and dirt, it becomes dirty. So we want to filter it for it to be good for human consumption. Plants and animals can also use it. So there's our tube. It is passing through the tube to our filtration bowl. So
is that sand or something?
Yeah,
that's it. Okay.
So there's our sand, our filtration stones, and our foam. And then the sand will settle on the foam for our reservoir to have clean and good water.
So this is the final product.
Yes,
so it starts from here, moves to here, and then comes to here.
Yeah.
Okay. So what was the whole idea behind creating something like this?
You see, harvesting water. Water is a non-renewable resource. And I read that it can get finished. So we have to conserve it. During the dry season, most rivers and streams dry up. So we have to conserve our water, preserve it so it will be good. And then we have enough for the dry season to stay. Yes.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I like what you guys are doing here. I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Yeah, so that's been some students from the Gbechile JHS, and they've been sharing with me their thoughts on, they created something in regards to water conservation, which is very, very interesting. It goes through a house, as they call it, and then it comes in through a filter system, and then the final product comes through a water reservoir. They have been my guest on this week's edition of BizTech. My name is Mali Aholemega. Thanks for watching. Over to you, Ernestina, in studio.
Thank you, Mauli Aholumega, for that report. Up next is Biz Headlines. To our first story, which is on the cedi depreciation, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has assured of efforts being made to curtail the ongoing cedi depreciation of the country's local currency against the US dollar. Since the beginning of this year, the Ghana cedi has depreciated by 4.7%. Since the beginning of this year, the Ghana cedi has depreciated by 4.70% in 45 days to the US dollar while selling on the retail market at about 7 cedis 09 pesos at some forex bureau. Reacting to the development, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo admitted to the cedi's performance as being of major concern to him and the government as well as the business community and citizens. He said, "I am aware of the anxiety there is in these business circles and throughout the population about the recent depreciation of the cedi. I'm extremely upset and anxious about it too. But I want to assure you that all efforts are being made to arrest the decline and restore the cedi to stabilization in order to improve the competitiveness of Ghanaian industry. And I think very soon you will see some results." Chief Executive Officer of GIPC, Yofi Grant, has said Ghana could generate up to $20 billion from the exportation of cocoa if local manufacturers adopt value addition mechanisms. He lamented that even though Ghana is the second largest producer of cocoa, it only derives about $2.3 billion from cocoa exports annually. He describes this as worrying, adding that this will boost Ghana's exports marginally.
Okay, as you know, GIPC is an investment promotion agency under the presidency. So what we try to do, what my job is to bring in foreign direct investment, to partner with local entrepreneurs to create viable businesses that can also grow the economy. And so for me, this is one of the very important areas that I suspect we can optimize and grow significantly. I mean, Ghana is a major producer, the second largest producer of cocoa beans in the world, of which we export. And every year we only make about some 2-3 billion out of it. But if we could add value to this cocoa, structurally build an ecosystem where we can add value to the cocoa and produce chocolate, then we stand a bigger chance of probably making some 20 billion a year out of chocolate alone, which is much more significant than the 2 billion we make just selling the beans.
Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia is optimistic that Ghana can provide a sustainable transportation system with the piloting of electric and gas-driven vehicles. According to him, efforts to transition is necessary to enable users to switch from fossil fuels to clean energy as part of efforts aimed at creating a net zero future. He said this at the National Energy Transition Forum in Accra on February 2022.
In many of the advanced nations, as was mentioned earlier by the Minister for Transport, the goals have been set, the targets are being set. No diesel vehicle production by 2030, for example, in some countries. And so the transition is happening. What are we going to do in Ghana? If we are maintaining these high, if these high petroleum prices are going to be maintained, how is it going to affect our economy? Does it make sense to continue in the usage and importation of fossil fuel driven vehicles? And this is why I'm very happy that the Ministry of Transport is already thinking ahead on these issues and going to pilot gas-driven as well as EV vehicles in Ghana very soon.
Importers now have a 30% discount on general goods and a 10% discount on imported vehicles into the country. The benchmark value on imports have been reduced from 50% to 30% on general goods and 30% to 10% on vehicles. The reduction comes after a consensus between Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta and the Ghana Union of Traders Association, AGI, Institute of Freight Forwarders, and the Ghana Revenue Authority. The GRA in January announced the reversal of the benchmark values on imports. Users of commercial transport will have to brace themselves to pay more when commuting to their various destinations. This is as a result of a 15% upward adjustment in transport fares agreed upon by road transport operators and the relevant Ministry. The implementation of the new price will take effect Saturday, February 26, 2022. It will be recalled that the transport operators had initially proposed a 30% fare increment, but following a meeting on February 21 with various stakeholders, they settled on 15%. So what this means is if you pay 2 cedis now, from Saturday you are going to pay 2 cedis 30 pesos. If you used to pay 2 cedis 20 pesos, you are now going to pay 3 cedis 70 pesos. And for long distance people, if you are paying say 30 cedis, you are now going to pay 35 cedis. Those who are paying 40 will now pay 47 cedis. To our final story, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has said the defunct Commander Sugar Factory located in the Central Region will resume operations by April this year. According to him, the civil works on the factory are expected to be completed by the end of March this year to enable operational activities to begin. On the sugar factory, some civil works are being done there, and hopefully by the end of March, it will be completed. The Indians are in and doing some work, so by April, production would have begun on the sugar factory. He made this known when a delegation of chiefs and elders from the Commander traditional area paid a courtesy call on him at the Jubilee House on Wednesday, February 23. Our time is up, and thank you for joining us on the most watched business show in the country. This is BizTech, and it airs every Fridays. Before we go, do log on to www.GhanaWeb.com for more stories. Do well to follow us on all social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at the GhanaWeb. On YouTube, GhanaWeb TV. I am Ernestina Sewa Asante. Do have a splendid weekend.
The Black Stars have qualified for the 2022 FIFA World Cup in Qatar, and now they've been paired in Group H alongside Portugal, South Korea, and then Uruguay. But today we are asking whether we need to invite the players who refuse call-up during the qualifiers, or we need to bring them on board because we are trying to build a strong team and present a better team in the FIFA World Cup in November. Others believe that if we bring them on board, we are being unfair to the players who played in the qualifiers. Do you agree with them, or you have a different opinion? Let me hear from you in the comment section as we interact with Ghanaian fans on the streets of Accra. Today we are Spanner to do this episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. Follow me, Joel Leshen, as I get some interesting answers for you. So the Black Stars have qualified, and then the news making waves that Inaki Williams, Mohamed Salisu, Tariq Lamptey, and then Callum Hudson-Odoi are being tapped to join the team. But today we are on the streets of Accra to interact with Ghanaians on this episode of the Friday Debate. Do you think that we should invite the players who refuse to play in the qualifiers, or you think that their inclusion will make the team better and stronger. Bosu, me wakwa ba GhanaWeb TV so. Udi kan wo share a World Cup qualifier in Nigeria no game na call say.
Oh, Ghana for no more ya there pa. Boys no more ball. Omo ball sana meka.
Intina enyo wan say ye to me a qualifier.
Oh, me the name one because say the team na ye no. Na me menyi ni say qualify. Nigeria for Mrante no so mo ya there pa. Because me on my chance them can say Ghana be lose. Me na me tag Ghana for chi. Me Ghana ni na me tag Ghana for chi. But me share stay muti ball na me so mo ya there pa. Or say ball ma baso.
Na any kind of you say I qualify we. Na your players be o na ye pom so be join qualifiers na o mamba. Tariq Lamte ono yan wo no krom ha ye ono abrochi Kalamos no doy. Also sa na ye twa so metumi a switch from England na omabebo na nso omamba ya ye nua ye ono de ye wo no ha Mohamed Salisu also ka so onye ready Inaki Williams mu sisi ano ebinum susu say ka yemfa World Cup we na yemtumi yemfa nye negotiation na omonte ase na ombebo e ma Ghana wo na omo ya adwe
baga me no bi anya adwen o omunum so mebebo na de ntina ye from omamba na afi akorifa wie na mo person mebebo no baga yemfa mo qualify mo ball ma qualify for mo ambo because Ghana ha no obi mrem obi medi so hu so dem pa kire ti o mo ball na for mo ambo by coach say coach Oto Ado o ya de pa sa coach no say Ghana for Bonabaso
nti o mo fa adwuma no ma no
mo fa adwuma no ma no pa o ya de
na ebinu ka say yenya Callum Hudson Odoi yenya Tariq Lamte any Inaki Williams mo a any Mohamed Salisu ye team na ye strong but also ka say omamba ne de no omamba
Mohamed Salisu no ono de o ba keye because ono sa blante no bobo pa ba o mama kan de boga menimo bia menimo mba bia ntime o mama mjidi seye o mama mjidi seye pa
all right, they chose not to come when we were playing the qualifiers, so we should give those who qualify the team the opportunity to play in the FIFA World Cup. Boss, my pounds some brave. Any kind game no, yeah, in Nigeria no where more than na call say.
Oh, boss, game no there because of humanity. Man, share game no nyina. Game no me be share second half na me be share kakra ni so man share wi. But I said that game no corner, na game no efe. Na Ghana phone ne ye bobo boys no mo bobo omo body se basa mo bobo on se basa bo pepe sira bo na efe
alright
but I said
okay
now o can say o say dem rant ni bi be dwani omo ne ade no o young boys na ankasa na e ko game we no omo bo modern but say bia rant no say like me chiremu a o say like I say obi chirewe adwuma I say o boss what I say no chirewe adwuma who dem a boss no chirewe adwuma the experience bi o ho boss no yima untumi ye de emehu ni nyina sa ntine bia sampen for no kan o ma adwane boys na nke bia ne betumi akon kan kakra na bibia akọ ni tenten
nti wo support say o mamba qualifiers na so ye betumi afro ma ba so mbeba de ayen form ko work up
so mo beba de a o se mo de mo ko.
All right, so if they will come, we should take them along to the FIFA World Cup in Qatar. What do you also think? Do you think that Mohamed Salisu, Callum Hudson Odoi, Tariq Lamte, and the like should be added to the World Cup squad despite their decision not to play in the qualifiers? All right, first of all, did you watch the Ghana game against Nigeria? And if you did, were you impressed with the performance of the team?
Yeah. So much impressed with them.
Who was the standout player for you?
I think almost all of them has done well. They have done a good job. You know, football is a teamwork. If one don't pass, one cannot score. So I think they have all done well. So that's why I would not signal one player and say, oh, this player has done well, but for me, they all have done well. They have done well.
Now we've qualified for Qatar. There are some players that we wanted them to honor our invitation during the qualifiers, but they didn't come. Mohamed Salisu, Tariq Lamte, and then Callum Hudson Odoi and the likes. But now, others are of the belief that we can use this to, I think, attract them to come and play in the World Cup. But there is another school of thought also saying that it will be unfair on the part of those who qualify, that we will bring in new guys who refuse to play in the qualifiers.
Yeah, for my understanding, what I know, and football, you know, from now to December is a long way to go. So if I would prefer, and my simple advice is, if the coach will look at players outside, those who are performing well. Football is a game of performance. Maybe those that qualify us today might not be good some few months to come. So if the coach will scout and check out players who are performing, we want performing players that can help beat some people like that of Portugal and those that are in the group with us. So not necessary to maintain those that are performing. We want the performance, somebody who is performing well. That's all.
Also, are you confident that Ghana can qualify out of Group H? We have Uruguay, we have Portugal, and we have South Korea.
Sure, Ghana can do if only we are determined. You know, football is a teamwork, you see. If only we team up and we cover up for each other, we can do well. We can do well.
They not join the qualifier with only. We have to gather them to train them to the World Cup. That be my suggestion.
But you don't think that if we bring them on board and we leave out those who played in the qualifiers, we are not being fair to them?
To me, not we are leaving those who qualify, because this is the time we are coming to start. And during the some of them will win, some of them will get those things. So we have to manage them to build them starting again. So that one, to me, my preference is we for try gather them.
For trying gather. Last one, Ghana, we have been drawn in Group H in the World Cup against Portugal, South Korea, and then Uruguay. Remember, we have a score to settle with Uruguay. Do you think that Ghana we can come out of the group?
I'm sure.
You are sure we can?
Yeah.
All right, but he wants the players to come on board. Callum Hudson-Odoi and the likes. Bossu, my phone was the game we played against Nigeria, were you impressed?
Very impressed.
And who was your standout player?
Is it Kudus?
Kudus Mohammed.
I just like his dribbling skills, and then just he's a player that is fun to watch.
He's fun to watch.
Yes.
Now there are those that we wanted them to come on board and to play, but they didn't honor the call up. Now there is school of thought that we need them, or we can use the World Cup to attract them to come and play for Ghana. Okay. Do you agree that we should bring them on board, or you want us to stick with those who played in the qualifiers?
You see, this is simple. Who should cook and who should come and eat? You understand? We wanted them to play and qualify. Okay. Now it's like we are preparing soup. You wanted meat to play the soup sweet, isn't it? Unfortunately, you went and you had fish. Okay. And at the end of the day, the soup is equally sweet. Okay. So what becomes of the meat?
We don't need it.
Why? It's a different thing. You are being invited and you refuse. Yeah. And it's also a different thing. Probably you didn't end the call up. And probably by your hard work, maybe the coaches saw that, oh well, it's a new guy coming. I like the way we could be added up. Then that one is cool. But when you are being invited and refuse to come, who should sit at the bench? If it were to be you, will it be
and finally, Ghana, we've been paired in Group H in the World Cup. We have a score to settle with the Uruguay and Portugal. But now the new addition to the group is South Korea. If you are arranging from first to fourth, which teams will make it out of the group?
I can't pinpoint a particular one.
No, but I know that it can change in 6 months' time. But today, which teams will make it out of the group? Your first two.
My first two, I think Ghana and I would go for Korea.
All right, so it's Ghana and South Korea for him out of the group. But his main question is, who should cook the food for Callum Hudson-Odoi, Mohamed Salisu, Inaki Williams, and Tariq Lamptey to come and eat? All right, it was Eddie Kaino, Ghana game my Nigeria boy, and you qualify performance. So when he say you call up a bit to my baby.
Okay, a normal performance, because even though say 2 legs, you are winning match, but technically you qualify
nti ehia other players and I say ye yire ho a ye betima ya de World Cup.
All right. Now she say question I am from say why na enu aduane no na wo mbedi the same way omo ka che players na ye free omo qualifiers no mamba de nso omunya World Cup no mbebo no woni GFA penifo no bi omo ka say coach na be decide ebi num so che say sankofo ne ba team no e be strong.
Yeah, sankofo no ba team no be strong because he shared the last time I call Cup World Cup na 2014 and 2006 now. Your players be more qualifiers in the ba be join here and my team no successful. Even like cancel no can be ba wan ko bi. Okay. This team no and just a qualify and just team China che say do ko. Because why we juma ya ma tax say and this tax is why we are and just say automatically over World Cup ni bi.
Okay, each out on Ghana group group age. Yani Uruguay for you know more Asemka, Sanso and Portugal, and South Korea. And there I mean, can say, Minimum means there, Bibi Abe to Messi, injuries in there. But there I mean, can say, you can say, Mammy, 2 teams on qualify from the group. Oh,
Ghana and Portugal.
Ghana and Portugal.
Yeah, Ghana
never qualify from the group.
Ghana and Portugal never qualify.
Yani Nigeria boy we na ya qualify no na wa hon keka no na feel net say
o ani jaba o man ni mu aka ni penyina abom se football ba na ye ni politics bia na aka ni penyina abom na ye di odo na ye ni je atena o man ni.
Okay, na ye ball ni we no players be no mo de mo so we ni pa
o players ni o mu nyina ya de ye nyi ba confirm obi ya de yo she go ni de of bofre chire mo munya de she nyina obi a ni keepers nyina obi ya de.
Okay, but and there be sign say ye on mante bi o anan ke person be qualifiers no mo amba Mohamed Salisu also onye ready Tariq Lamte ono ya wo abrochi oni Kalomos no do den ke person omo sesa no be bo man den so mo amba ba omo su sen ke betumi de World Cup na nyom no mo aba ebi no so say ya de omo ba na che so mo mbo qualifiers ni omo endi ni ye den na woka
ni nyina say we no omo anya omo adwene so omo ba because na omo ni gidie so omo qualify and omo gidie kura sometimes the foreigners ne ba professionals ne ba kwan a bia Ghana for start ye omo no this ye ni jaba no bia ya de say omo ba bebo na omo anya de Ghana for ya be ye omo saa enti obi bebo a na ye ne ya beso fan so ma switch so omo ba be Ghana for a ye mo kwan na emo no ma ye replace omo enkobo top position ma omo bokode ye no enye omo ntenase omo medi protocol num na omo so meka ho na emo no omo nye reserves na ewa na push omo bebo ye push so menya sa ho brase na enye problem ebe ya say at the end of the day no nipa na ko body qualify na wa ba be di position and hadwen ti no omo hu ha wa metimi di omo ahyem a enkoto sa players nso sintidua na ekina bi ehia omo a yensa anka omo
midi wie no na me bisa say Ghana si say group H yani Uruguay therefore ya na 2010 omo ama ya nko semi final Portugal and so share 2014 na South Korea si say amekasa man countries mienu a on be qualify from the group a kwa amahwan
every Ghana group medical Ghana din
Ghana
and our football so am predicted here because Italy fought in the first group stage it's the football they are predicted the medical Ghana din now for any other on by omo so meka ho
but Ghana
there the bomb empire say yam pa bon ta o machi ni na yam pa bo so Ghana you do football na obi abi hu sa face na ye wo nyame so ni football there ha but they do football na do akono a ni hu say na yetimi to asoro nyom stage tie hu say sa nyame nyom ene empire bo timi ye bibi dia ye ma ye ni nko nyame so ni nyame na beje cap na ma ye nkola na be ye de be de ni pa bo ya bibia be ye fine.
All right, so he is going for Ghana as a constant figure in the group, but the calls for Callum Hudson-Odoi and the likes to join the team, he supports them that if they come, he believes that they will make our team stronger. But the officials should do it in a way that they are not going to upset those who played in the qualifiers. All right, into your World Cup qualifiers. News is say a bit to me Omambo qualifiers in the Binomo, Castle Mumbano, Ebeco Cup, what's the sun news now? Then I'll come.
I shall say, no make us say, Ghana and Cassano. Subambi or Honoma, away more, the CN, my young one, and Tiasi. And no can affect the economy after this time. Obia, dear do baby. Instead of saying many panatas, I then, oh, say, yeah, criticizing the panona, you're clearing the panny off. So, also, you experienced player with me about cup, with me about tournament. You have to come and qualify your nation before you can play the tournament. In this Obiana could have about tournament, no qualification. Now, about cup na Okra Ferry. I will say you were new because you call yourself an experienced player. You tell me, want to dinner or mine and name Ambo qualifiers. I'm for team now qualify for the tournament. Now, about qualification, I will say what you could for in the first place. Because when you're qualified, because one team about qualification. So if you are not able to play the qualification, you are not qualified to play the cup. In the Oma about qualification, they should play the cup. Because I'm holding any near dear to the born a qualifier, you know. You're gonna walk around. A big binum say no, because we didn't expect that from them, especially the new players, Mapamuno, Alexander Juku, and those players, new players now, have joined the team. I must show love. They are bringing back the love of Ghana. Black Star team. I'm going to say the air, but if you don't encourage those boys, now they are called tournament, and now I'm afraid somebody like Alexander Juku, Kudus and stuff. Now for another players to come and replace them is a shame to Yang or Minor and the players.
Okay, in chat on in Ghana group, your Portugal, your Uruguay, your South Korea. Sishano 1, 2, 3, 4 mommy.
Oh, Portugal there tough match for Ghana. Even Obia cry away. So Portugal match is very tough for Ghana. And I am Pioneer but say at least Yanko Kra and a Portugal, Ghana, and then maybe Uruguay or South Korea.
So we heard what Ghanaians had to say about this very topic, whether we should invite Callum Hudson-Odoi and the likes to join the World Cup squad. What do you also think about this very issue? Speak to me in the comment section after watching this video where people shared their opinions. My name is Joel Ishen and this has been another episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. Do well to subscribe to our channel and enjoy the rest of our programs. Until we meet again, it's bye for now.
Knowing very well that they don't have capacity to deliver. My ministry will no longer tolerate such contractors.
Honorable members, we move to question number 485. 485. And the question stands in the member for Temale North. Temale North. Honorable Suhini, are you not aware that you are a member for Temale North?
Right, Honorable Speaker, my apologies. I did not hear you at the. When you mentioned it the first time. Thank you very much for indulging me. I wish to ask my uncle, the road minister, when the storm drain from Naluro Estate through Gumani, Kalpahini to Fo and Taha in the Tamale North constituency will be constructed to protect residents, including myself, because I live along those drains, from the yearly floods that we endure. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the channel, which is mainly earth, comes from Gulugu to Chogu through major covers on the Kumbungu main road in the Sagnarigu constituency through Nalulu Estate to Gariba Lodge to Nyanshegu to Kapohini Fuel to Taha within the Tamale North constituency, all within the Tamale metropolitan area. Mr. Speaker, the has 3 known branches. The first one is from area behind Nobisco to meet the main channel at the Nalulu Estate near Gariba Lodge. The second channel is the continuation of a line, one from Ambaliga School to Nyanshegu area to meet the main one at Tunayere, and the third branch is from Kapohini community, which means the main channel at the Tunayere to Kapohini section. Mr. Speaker, the estimated length of the main channel is about 8.6 kilometers of varying cross-sectional dimensions and 4.60 kilometers for that of the branch channels, also of varying cross-sectional dimensions. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the channel is primarily under the purview of the Hydrological Services Division of the Ministry of Works and Housing. However, the Department of Urban Roads, as part of some ongoing projects, has constructed critical sections of the channel as follows. 1. Emergency works around Gariba Lodge. Mr. Speaker, a contract to undertake emergency works at the Gariba Lodge section of the main F channel commenced in February 2019. The details of the emergency works that were undertaken included, but not limited to, the following. A. Creation of the inlet and outlet channels of the Gariba Lodge culvert to improve drainage. B. Excavation to open up the intersection of Nyanshegu to Tunjani to Kapohini section of the main F channel, also to improve drainage. C. 100-meter and 30-meter concrete lining of the outlet and inlet channels of the Gariba Lodge culvert, respectively, to further improve drainage. Mr. Speaker, these works were completed by 20th May 2019. Reconstruction of Galugu and Gisonayere area roads in Sagnalugu municipality, known as Phase 1, measuring 4.87 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, the above contract commenced on 18 January 2021 for completion by 17 July 2022. Under this contract, one number double 3 by 2 meter box culvert was constructed at Nalulu Estate on the channel from Chogu to Nalulu Estate, which has enabled access to and from Nalulu Estate to the Kumbugu main road through the Chogu Yapasi. Mr. Speaker, works were completed by 28 February 2022. 3. Construction of one number double 3 by 3 box culvert at Chogu Yapasi to Sanalugu municipality. The above 14 August 2019 for completion by 6 November 2019. Under this contract, Mr. Speaker, one number double 3 by 2 meters box culvert was constructed on the main channel from the Gulugu to Gariba Lodge that is linking Nalulu Estate to Chogu Parsi communities on one side and to Gurugu the Sonayere communities on the other side. The works were completed by 28 May 2020. 4. Mr. Speaker, rehabilitation of Global Dream Area roads in Tamale, known as Phase 1, and measuring a distance of 4 kilometers. The above project, Mr. Speaker, commenced on 15 January 2020 for completion by 14 July 2021. There is a request pending approval under the contract to construct a number 3 by 3 meters box covered on the Fuel/Taha main road. This is to address the overtopping of the road during the rainy season. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Urban Roads will continue to liaise with the Hydrological Services Division to address flooding along the channel as its future program. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Zuhini, any further question?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, permit me to commend the Minister not always being present, not only because he's always present, but also for the detailed answers that he provides. I'm impressed that you did not just leave it at the fact that this Earth Channel is usually under the Ministry of Works and Housing, but has gone ahead to indicate other projects that your ministry has also done to resolve this problem. Mr. Speaker, having said that, I want to find out if the minister is aware that despite all the good works listed under 1, emergency works around the Garba Lodge, which I can confirm, that since 2019, the excavation to open up the intersection around Nyanshabu to Naile Kalpahini section of the main F channel has not seen any excavation again. And because of that, it has silted, and despite all the good works around the channel, because there is no excavation there, it still results in flooding. Is the minister aware? And is there anything he can do about the situation, at least for the meantime, to alleviate the threat of a flood?
Yes, Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honorable colleague for his kind words. Mr. Speaker, his observation is very, very true, and it may interest him to know that for the past, from Monday up to Wednesday, I was lodging at Gariba Lodge in Tamale, and that is my regular place anytime I visited Tamale. I can assure you that currently, in fact, all the regions we have put in place rapid response team in all the 16 regions of our country, to deal with emergency situations as we experience and continue to witness torrential rainfall across the country. So there is an ongoing exercise in Tamale to try as much as possible to carry out the certain works in all such drains. And the one around Gariba Lodge is part of it. And given the importance and the emergency nature of it, we are going to ensure that at least until the hydrological services under Ministry of Works and Housing comes in to do a more detailed work on the drainage, we will continue as part of our routine maintenance program to desert that drain. And I will also take it up with my colleague Minister for Works and Housing, Honorable Asenso Boache, in this direction. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the final question.
Mr. Speaker, this is my second follow-up.
That is your final question.
Oh, it's a final one.
That is your final question.
All right. Honorable Minister, if I knew you were the one who parked at Garba Lodge, I live just behind there. I saw a number of vehicles at Garba Lodge on Monday on my way here. I would have stopped by to provide you with some okra soup and guinea fowl. But unfortunately, I didn't know you were the one. But let me draw your attention, even as I conclude with my question, that I appreciate the recognition that the hydrological services will handle it. But I'm sure you will appreciate the fact that all these good works you have done, the roads that you may be doing in the area, if that earth channel is not fixed and the flood continue, the work will come to naught because the flood waters will destroy the roads that have been constructed. So in this regard, it is my hope that you will apply some of your resources at the Department of Urban Roads to tackle the earth channel so that you can protect the longevity of the roads that you are doing. Having said that, I want to find out from you when, based on your answer on paragraph 4, the rehabilitation of the Global Dream area roads in Tamale, when approval will be given for the pending request for the 333 by 3 meters box culvert on the Full Taha main road will be given. When will the approval for the request be given? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honorable colleague, my nephew, for his good suggestion, and I want to assure you that your suggestion will be taken into consideration about planning for the area. And to answer your question, I think time is of essence in dealing with that matter because with the provision of the 333 by 3 meter box culvert on the Fuel Taha main road, so a critical problem will be resolved and averted, and that is the desire to stop the overtopping of the road during the rainy season. So that's why I said that this is urgent, time is of the essence, so we are going to do that as quickly as practicable. Thank you very much.
Well, honorable members, before we move to the next question, 486, I just want to draw your attention. I said it earlier on that per our standing orders, we are not supposed to spend more than 1 hour. We've already spent 1 hour, 15 minutes. So we still have 10 more questions. And these are all private business. We are yet to also go to the public business for the day. And today is also Friday. So I want to entreat members, especially the owners of the questions, that I am going to allow only the main questions without supplementary questions. Is that clear? so that we'll be able to go through all the rest of the 10 questions.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think that is in order because yeah, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to start with your area suggestion, but look around and all members who have the opportunity to ask questions are available, but they are pleading with you if at least they can ask one supplementary question to the main question. I think that will do, but we'll plead with members to at least be snappy so that the minister will also give a quick response to those answers so that we can exhaust all the questions published.
Yes, leader.
Speaker, I think we are all trying to reach out to one another. But the begging question is, after 1 hour, what does the rule say?
You should publish the question.
After 1 hour, what does the rule say? If you look at the number of questions we have, if we are to go on that tangent, most invariably, we will not be able to exhaust all the questions. And so in the wisdom of the Speaker, we should just stay clear of supplementary questions and deal with the substantive questions. Then we will leave within the 1 hour and deal with most probably all the questions. If you have supplementary questions and the 1 hour is exhausted, will you accede that we stop the questions and go to take the next item? So I want to plead with my colleague. Let's go by the wise directive by the Speaker and forget about the supplementary questions and deal with the substantive questions. I think that would be much helpful.
Leader, Mr. Speaker, I think we are not splitting hairs over this matter. We are trying to build consensus so that at least we can leave you on time. So we are not arguing among ourselves. So whatever we will do that we can leave you on time. I think, yes, go, I'm in charge now.
Honorable, your leaders have already spoken. Please, for the good of all of us.
Yes, he should yield to his leader.
In order that
is the available leader. Don't disagree with your available leader. Are you disagreeing with your available leader?
Honorable members, in order that we'll be able to go through the rest of the 10 questions, it's better that we adhere to what I'm saying. The owners of the question will ask the main question, and if there's any supplementary, you can see offer in the sidelines, so that.
Mr. Speaker, I think that will be in order because even for the health of the minister, standing and answering about 10 questions, it's not easy. And looking at his age, we need to also sympathize with him.
Why? Mr. Speaker, I haven't called you. Okay, let me hear you.
Speaker, I am tempted to support the position of the majority whip. But the problem is that when they advertise the questions with the answers, it is the answers that will determine whether the questions can be taken within 1 hour or not. Sometimes the answers are such that they elicit more supplementary. So that's where the problem is. It's not about the time of 1 hour. It's about what the ministers are informing Parliament about. It's the longevity of the answers. And on today's order paper, the advertised answers, there's no way they can be taken in 1 hour. That ought to have been a guide to the committee today.
I don't think I'm opening this issue for discussion. I just wanted to inform you. So it's an information I'm giving to the House. I'm going to take only the main questions. Auntie Sowa, am I with you?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to make a suggestion. Can we reschedule the rest of the questions? Because supplementary is very key. The question I'm asking, I need to ask at least 3 supplementary questions. And if it's just to read the question, I don't think it will meet my need. So please, my suggestion is we reschedule the rest of the questions for another time.
Antisowa, already you've been made aware that we have a chunk of questions that are begging for time to be answered. So many. You see, when the majority leader read the business statement, you realize a lot of members were raising the issue that their questions have not been filed and those kind of things. We have so many of them. So, if you have supplementary questions, please, you can see offer in the sidelines. But I'm going with my decision. The main questions alone. So we move to question number 486. Question number 486. And that is in the member for Buin. I guess you are asking the question on his behalf. Okay, you may go on.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways what urgent steps the ministry is taking to improve on safety of motorists on the Accra-Tema motorway and the emerging communities along the route. I thank you.
Very important question, offer. I've been hearing you that that road will be opening today, and it has been opened.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the Accra-Tema motorway forms part of the National Road N1 and connects Harbour City of Tema to Accra. The total length is 19.5 kilometers, that is east and west bounds. It is a rigid pavement and in fair condition. Mr. Speaker, currently the Mobile Maintenance Unit 2 of the Ghana Highway Authority is patching potholes on the Accra-Tema motorway with Portland cement pre-mixed concrete. The Bridge Maintenance Unit of the Ghana Highway Authority is also undertaking repair works on the La Paku Bridge, which was open to traffic at 6 a.m. today. Mr. Speaker, the future program is that the ministry intends to expand the existing 4-lane motorway into a 10-lane motorway comprising of 4-lane freeway access control, 3 urban highways, 3 interchanges, and a number of footbridges for pedestrian crossing. All safety measures for motorists and pedestrians have been incorporated into the design. Mr. Speaker, the urban highways and the interchanges would serve the communities along the road corridor. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. We now move to question number 490. Question number 490. And the question stands in the member for German South. German South. Honorable William Okofo Date.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ahenkwan will be asking the question on behalf of Honorable Okofo Date.
Very well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the contractor working on the road from Japekrum to Kwame Sekrum will return to site after it abandoned the road project for several months.
Very well. Offer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the background, the Japekrum to Kwame Sekrum feeder road, measuring 18.6 kilometers, is an engineered access feeder road located in the German South District of the Bono region. It is a gravel road preferred surface condition. Currently, Mr. Speaker, contract for the upgrading of this road commenced on 18th November 2016 and was expected to be completed on 18th July 2018. The contractor has achieved only 30% of physical progress, citing payment challenges as the reason for the delay in completion. Mr. Speaker, work executed before abandoning site include 1. Clearing and is 19 kilometers. Formation 19 kilometers. Sub-base 5.2 kilometers. 2 by 1,800 millimeter pipe culvert. 1 number. 1/900 millimeter pipe culvert. 2 number. 600 millimeter by 600 millimeter concrete U-drains for 4,200 meters. 900 by 900 millimeter concrete U-drains, 250 meters. Mr. Speaker, the progress of work to date compared to the elapsed contract period shows a very low progress. The Department of Federal Roads will carry out a reassessment of the contractor's capacity to execute the works so that the future of the contract can be determined. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I also thank you. So we move to question number 493. Question 493. A member for Ekonfi, Honorable Abeku Prince. Honorable, you may ask
Thank
the
you,
question.
Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highway. When the 12-kilometer East-Asia Uchium Road, construction of which began 2012, will be completed?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Eswancia to Otuam Road is in the Ekunfi district of the Central Region. The road is part of Regional Road 62, R62, which starts from Apam through Manford, Otuam, Eswancia, Edumakum, Esikuma to Amon Fopong. Agriculture and fishing are the primary economic activities along this corridor. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the Eswancia Otuam Road was awarded on contract under the title Resealing and Partial Reconstruction of Otuam Eswancia 16 kilometers and Otuam Town Roads covering 2 kilometers. The contract commenced on 5th May 2011 for completion by 30th November 2013. The contractor, Mr. Speaker, abandoned site after completing 57.85% of the works. Outstanding drainage structures were repackaged and awarded to a second contractor under the contract titled Construction of Drainage Structures on Eswancia to Chuem Road. That's from kilometer 0 to kilometer 10, the first 10 kilometers for the period 1st December 2016 to 26 September 2017. The second contractor also abandoned site after completing 32.62% of the works. Mr. Speaker, the Eswancia Otuam Road has been recently repackaged as partial reconstruction of a Ekunfi Otuam to Eswancia Road, measuring 15 kilometers, and submitted to the head office of the Ghana Highway Authority for consideration as its future program. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. I guess Honorable Delasowa is not happy with my directives, eh? I could see you doing some, but just take it in good faith. So we move it to question 613. Question 613. A member for Everua Ajomoro Jula, Honorable Kofi Akon, otherwise, as in Nokwe.
Honorable Kofi Akon Noku.
Noku.
Yes.
Very well. So let's hear you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways what plans the ministry has to construct a bridge over the river Ankobra for communities on the Wiaso Maham stretch to link the southern part of the constituency to the northern part, which is the economic powerhouse. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
A bridge for economic powerhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Wiaso Maham Road forms part of the Jura and Yinase to Jura Wiaso feeder road, which truncates at the southern bank of the Ankobra River. The overbank of this crossing point continues to Kutukrom, which is within the northern part of the Ajumoro Jura constituency and beyond to link Pristia in the Pristia to Huni Valley district of the Western region. Mr. Speaker, the installation of a bridge across the Ankobra at this point will also offer a shorter route to connect the Jura and Pristia to Huni Valley constituencies and will enhance socio-economic development of the area. Currently, Mr. Speaker, there is no program yet for the construction of the bridge. Feasibility studies for the determination of suitable crossing point has been completed. However, it was observed that due to illegal mining activities, the current width of the river is 150 meters and may require a bridge of span above 150 meters. Such a length of bridge would require huge investment. The ministry has plans to source the dedicated funding for detailed geotechnical investigation and design of the appropriate bridge structure as its future program. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, we move to question number 641. 641. And it stands in a member for Awutu Senior West. Awutu Senior West. Honourable Gizera Tete Aboti. Honourable, you may ask your question now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the Awutu Township roads will be completed. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister, sorry.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Awutu Township roads are partially engineered and poor condition. The town is located in the Awutu Senior West district of the Central Region. Currently, Mr. Speaker, contract for the bitumen surfacing of Awutu, Breku, and Bodbiasi town roads measuring 14.35 kilometers commenced on 6 September 2017 for completion by 5th March 2019. The completion date was extended to 30th October 2021, which has since elapsed. Work executed to date include 3.50 kilometers of clearing, 750 meters of 600 millimeter concrete U drains, one number single 1,200 millimeter pipe culverts. Mr. Speaker, the overall progress of work is projected at 15% fiscal completion. 2 warning letters have been issued to the contractor to reactivate the site and expedite progress, but that has not been needed to by the contractor. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Federal Roads is initiating the necessary contractual processes to determine the contract and repackage for award as the future program for this project. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, available leader.
Mr. Speaker, 2 of our members are not around, so I just want to make a plea that we'll jump to question number 952, so that we'll give Honorable Director an opportunity to ask one supplementary question.
So it means we forgo
715, 742, 743.
But available leader, why don't you ask any member to ask the question on behalf of those members?
Mr. Speaker, normally they give indication that maybe they are not available, any other person should ask the question on their behalf. Since we don't have that communication, for want of time.
Well, but I will ask someone to ask the question on behalf of them. So, Honorable, what? No. Yes, no. I'm not giving any supplementary question to anybody. So we move to question number 715. 715. And the question stands in the name of a member for Nkwantanov, Honorable John Kwabena Otibres. So you may ask the question for and on behalf of the Honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the following roads in the Nkwanta South constituency will be awarded to contractors, since the estimates have been prepared and approved for several months now. I, Pesa Tinjasi, Pesa Kabongula. Pesa Kabongula.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Pesa Tinjasi. Mr. Speaker, this road forms part of the Pesa Tinjasi to Nabu border feeder road of length 24.8 kilometers. It is an engineered feeder road located in the Nkwanta North District of the Oti region. Currently, Mr. Speaker, contract for the bituminous surface dressing of Pesa Tinjasi feeder road measuring 24.8 kilometers and Pesa town roads of 1.20 kilometers was awarded on 4th November 2015. Works commenced on 6 January 2016 with an expected completion date of 6 January 2017. The contractor vacated site in 2016 after executing only 11% of the works. The contract was recommended for termination in October 2020 and was terminated on 17 June 2021. Works executed as at termination include 1. Clearing and formation covering 26 kilometers and construction of 600 millimeter U drain, that is 300 meters. Mr. Speaker, engineering design and condition survey have been conducted on the outstanding works and estimates prepared for consideration under the 2023 budget. Pasa to Kabong Wuri Road. Mr. Speaker, this road is a 10.6 kilometer partially engineered and 2 kilometer unengineered road located in the Nkwanta North District.
Honorable Minister, hold on. There are a lot of meetings. Deputy Minister, all the meetings in the House must cease. Offer, we are listening to you.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was dealing with the Pasa Kabongwuli Road, and I did say that this road is 10.6 kilometer partially engineered and 2 kilometer unengineered road located in the Nkwanta North District of the Oti region. The entire road is in poor condition and leads to farming communities. Currently, Mr. Speaker, there is no upgrading or rehabilitation program on the road. Engineering design and condition survey have been conducted on the road for rehabilitation. However, the execution will be considered under the 2023 budget as the future program for this road. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. So we can now turn to question number 742. Question number 742. A member for NABDA, Honorable Dr. Mark Ket Nawani. Yes. Honorable available leader may ask the question for and on behalf of.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways the status of the Azonge Zalerugu Pelungu Sekote Road, which was under construction but currently appears to have stopped.
Very well. Honorable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Azonge Zalerugu to Pelungu to Sakoti Road is a 16.5 kilometer engineered road located in the Namdam district of the Upper East region. The Azongo Zalerugu Pelungu Road, measuring 7.5 kilometers section of the road, is an earth road in poor condition, while the Pelungu Sakote stretch measuring 9 kilometers has gravel surface in fair condition. Mr. Speaker, currently, 1. Azongo Zalerugu Pelungu feeder road measuring 7.5 kilometers. The contract for the bitumen surfacing of this feeder road was scheduled to commence on 22nd May 2018 for completion by 21st May 2019. The contractor abandoned the site after achieving a physical progress of 23%. Warning letters were issued to the contractor to reactivate the site, but the site continues to be inactive. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Federal Roads has initiated the necessary contractual procedure to terminate the contract and repackage for award under the 2023 budget. 2. The Lungu to Sakote feeder road measuring 9 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, contract for the rehabilitation of this road was awarded as part of the contract titled Rehabilitation of Lungu to Congo Feeder Road and others, measuring 40.60 kilometers. The contract commenced on 22nd May 2018 and was scheduled to be completed on 21st August 2019, but was extended to 20th February 2021 due to additional works issued to the contractor. Mr. Speaker, the specific activities carried out on the Pelungu to South-Koti Road included clearing and formation of the road, construction of drainage structures, and graveling of the entire 9 kilometers, which were completed in August 2019. There has been a washout at kilometer 3 plus 70, where a box culvert is located. Hydraulic and hydrological studies are to be carried out to determine the size and number of extra drainage structures to be installed within the affected section in order to provide adequate capacity to prevent future overtopping of the road. Mr. Speaker, as part of the future program, the department has initiated the necessary contractual process to terminate the Azonge to Zalelugu to Pelungu road contract. The outstanding works on this contract will be repackaged together with the extra drainage structures to be provided on the Pelungu South-Koti section for re-award after termination. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Offer. So, NABDAM again. Dr. Mark Nawan on question 743. So, Honorable Available Leader, you may ask that question as well.
Right, Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways the status of the Congo Bongo Soy Akuyanga Road.
Yes, Offer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Congo to Bongo Soy, also known as Akayonga Road, is a 16.5 kilometer gravel road in poor condition. It connects Bongo in the Nabdam district to Bongo Soy, also known as Akayonga in the Bongo district, which are all communities located in the Upper East region. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the road was awarded on contract for sport improvement under the contract titled Sport Improvement of Bongo, Balungu to Namon feeder roads and others, measuring a total of 40.40 kilometers. The contract was scheduled to commence on 18th June 2018 to be completed on 17th June 2019. The intended completion date was extended to 17th February 2021 due to additional works. Mr. Speaker, the contractor has so far worked on the Bongo to Balungu to Namon feeder road of length 8 kilometers and is yet to work on the Congo to Bongo So road. Work completed to date is projected at 39% physical completion. As part of this future program, Mr. Speaker, the Department of Feeder Roads is taking the necessary steps to get the contractor back to site to complete works on the Congo Bongo So road. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Is Honourable Member for Zabzugu here? Yes, I'm jumping to you. Question number 1089. Question number 1089. Honourable Jabba John Benna. Yes, Zabzugu.
Right, Mr. Speaker, I'll take this question as well.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways why the contractor on the Goi Kukani Dagbani through Botania to Binying Kundu Road construction project has been abandoned. Sorry.
Honorable Leader, I deliberately jump. I want to take Honorable Soa as the last question. So, please, available leader, you may go on. Available leader, you may ask the question again. Available leader, I am in charge. I'm saying ask the question.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways why the contractor on the Goi Kukani Dagbani through Gotania to Binying Kundu Road construction project has been abandoned site since November 2020, and when the contractor will return to site.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Go Kukani, Dagbani, Go Tame, and Biyinkudo are communities along the Guguga, Gotiani, Bitidohandino feeder road, measuring 28.2 kilometers, which is located in the Zabzugo district of the northern region. It is a gravel road with poor surface condition. Currently, Mr. Speaker, contract for the rehabilitation of Gokuga, Gotiani to Bitidohandino feeder road was awarded on 20th January 2020 and commenced on 16th April 2020 for an expected completion date of 15th April 2021, which has since expired. Mr. Speaker, the contractor's presence at site has been erratic, and he has cited delay in payment as a major challenge, which has greatly hampered their program to complete the works on schedule. Work done to date include, Mr. Speaker, clearing and formation of the road, 18 kilometers, 1/900 millimeter pipe covered, 6 in number, 2/900 millimeter pipe covered, 1 in number, 1,200 millimeter pipe covered, 1 in number, 2 by 1,200 millimeter pipe covered, 2 in number, 3 by 1,200 millimeter pipe covered, 1 in number. Progress of work is projected at 20% physical completion. And Mr. Speaker, a warning letter has been issued to the contractor on the slow progress and delay in completing the works. The contractor's response to the warning to reactivate the site will be monitored, after which the necessary recommendations will be made as part of the future program. I thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now take the last question from a member for Pando, Honorable De La Soa, who has consistently challenged my directives. Honorable, let's hear you.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. I want to ask of roads and highways what the ministry's progress is for Pando Town roads, Befiton roads, Toko Road, and Alloy roads. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Pando is the capital of the Pando municipality in the Volta region. Aloyi is a suburb of Pando. Currently, Mr. Speaker, in dealing with Pando and Aloyi town roads, selected roads in the above named towns have been awarded under the contract upgrading of selected roads in Pando municipality, measuring 17.5 kilometers. The project commenced on May 7, 2015 for completion by November 7, 2016. Progress of work is at 8% physical completion. The contractor is currently not on site. Work done to date include 1 site clearance for 1.7 kilometers, 600 millimeter diameter U drain, 1,362 meters, and 900 millimeter diameter U drain, 19 meters. As a result of the contractor's non-performance, the project has been recommended for termination and steps are being taken to terminate and re-award the outstanding work for completion. The Speaker, 2, Toko Road. The Speaker, this road is part of the Kami to Gorokwati to Toko Road, also known as IR7. The total road length is 34 kilometers. The road passes through Afajatu South District and Pando municipality. The road surface type is partly bituminous and partly gravel. Pando to Toko Road, currently, Mr. Speaker, as part of the 2019-2020 resealing program. The resealing of Pando to Toko Road, measuring 7 kilometers, was awarded to be completed on 30th October 2020. The contractor has applied for extension of time. Currently, work has stalled due to delay in payment for work done. The project is at 28% physical completion. The contractor has executed the following activities. He has demolished and site clearance 0.27%, earthworks 1.97%, concrete works 11.04%. 3. Gbefi to Gbefi Tonu. The Speaker, these are connected by a 1.3 kilometer gravel road and located in the Pando district of the Volta region. The Gbefi to Gbefi Tonu Road is an engineered road with fair surface condition. Currently, there is no upgrading or rehabilitation program on the road. As part of the future programs, the Speaker, engineering design and condition survey will be conducted on the road for rehabilitation. However, the execution will be considered under the 2023 budget. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honorable members, I guess you all appreciate the fact that Offa is tied. Offa has responded to 15 separate questions. Offa, on behalf of your own members, I would like to thank you for attending upon the House to respond to their own questions. You are hereby discharged. Yes. Honorable members, we are now about to commence public business.
Speaker, exactly so, public business, and we go on to other paper addendum, and item 1, starting from there. The chairman and the ranking, all of them are here.
Very well. I will invite the first deputy speaker to take the chair now. Anyway, the chairman. So, item number 1, Ghana Standard Authority Bill 2022 at the consideration stage. Yes, addendum paper.
Yes. Yes. Who is shepherding? Who is shepherding there? Yes, Honorable. Let's start with clause 1. So it's reading out the clause.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker.
Kindly hold on. Let them call out the clause before.
Standard Authority.
Very well. There's no advertised amendment to clause 1. I'll put the question on clause 1. All in favor of clause 1 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Objects of the authority.
Yes, Chairman. The advertised amendment is first in the name of the Honorable Minority Leader. Yes, you move the motion.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I see an amendment in the name of Honorable Deputy Minority Leader that we should
Minority Leader.
Minority Leader. That's what I said.
You said Deputy.
Oh, Honorable Minority Leader. Okay, Mr. Speaker, I want to understand the reason why health standardization in the health sector should not be covered, because the standardization here is referring to equipment and materials that is used in the health sector. And I believe that if we want to have a holistic standardization for equipment and materials, the health sector should be captured in the law. And he's not here to explain why we should delay the health. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it should stand. My view.
The opportunity is given to them to move his motion or her motion for amendment. Yes, but before we proceed, honourable members, having regards to the state of the business of the House, I direct that the House sits outside the regular sitting hours. Yes, honourable member for Techima North. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the deletion of service, the deletion of health is because of services. The standardization is not only going to be for services, for health. So if we say services, then it can cover everything. But if you put health, then what happens to the other things that the authority should do? So if we delete health, then it will be all encompassing.
Yes, Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, whilst I understand where my colleague is coming from, if you read the whole line in its entirety, it says promote standardization and metrology in industry, commerce, health, and services. So in this case, if you take health out and say just services, I don't think that it would cover the whole thing. Then otherwise, we should remove everything and say standardization services. That's my understanding. That if the explanation that we have here, as captured in the law, in the bill, is such that we want equipment and materials in the health sector to also be standardized.
Yes. Yes, available leader.
Mr. Speaker, if you turn to the definition section, service has been defined. And service means a variable action, deed, or head performed to satisfy a need or fulfill a demand. So my leader is proposing that if we delete health and maintain services, it so covers it. That's the point he's making. So he is saying promote standardization and methodology in industry, commerce, we are deleting health in place, and service. Service will include health. This is the point he is making.
I think it's the promoters of the bill is
services.
A particular need for mention of service. Is it what is it? Is it intended for emphasis, or otherwise the argument is that services include health services, legal services. Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Speaker, we had lots of deliberations on that, and in the health sector in particular, there are so many equipments which we thought that they need to be standardized. That is why we unanimously in the committee put health there. So I don't know at this point, it's just for emphasis and to be sure that we capture all these equipments in the health sector. That is why we put it there, Speaker.
Would that fall under services? Would that not fall under services? Yes. The health industry, or is the health sector an industry, or health sector services? All services, including health. What is the? I just want to understand why the emphasis on health is important.
Mr. Speaker, the health is captured here if you consider the fact that we mentioned two specific industries aside the main industry that is captured in the sentence, the commerce and health and other services. Because here, as far as we are concerned, health has got to do with life and death, and standardization is very important.
So if you change it to, let's say, promote standardization and metrology in industry, commerce, health, and other services, would that satisfy you? Health, instead of deleting health, you leave health there, and then you add other after and.
Mr. Speaker, in a way, it will compensate for other services that will happen, because it can be agriculture. And if you don't put other, then it means next time when the authority wants to deal with something else, they will say that once they brought health, if they wanted to add agriculture, they would have said so. But I think other will cater for it.
So the rendition will then be promote standardization and metrology in industry, commerce, health, and other services. Yes, available leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think the chairman is not convincing us enough, because you have a health service regulatory body which regulates the activity under health. So if you want to bring make emphasis on the health here. I mean, we are taking some functions from health regulatory authorities.
For example, here, what they are to regulate or promote is standardization in metrology, things that you are to use to measure in commerce, to measure in industry, to measure in health services, because there's NPA, but it is the standard authority that would measure the meter by which you use to dispense fuel. So it's the metrology, the metering, which this one is regulating. Is that clear? Very well. So the new rendition, let's agree, is promote standardization and metrology in industry, commerce, health, and other services. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item II, Clause 2, also in the name of the Honorable Minority Leader. It says delete item E. Are you moving that on his behalf also?
Mr. Speaker, Clause 2E. Clause 2, paragraph B, line 2. So, Clause 2, line B. Delete.
It says we should delete the entire E.
Yes. So, promote standards in health and industry, welfare, health, safety, and environment. The E should be deleted.
Yes, Chairman. It says you should delete that.
Mr. Speaker, we again ask the reasons why the main component of the activity of the Standards Authority is being questioned when they are promoting standards in public and industrial welfare, health, safety, and environment. I refuse to see why this very important standardization element must be removed from the law.
Yes. Bolga Central.
Bolga East, Mr.
Bolga
Speaker.
East, yeah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important provision for a number of reasons. The first is that it is even in fulfillment of our international obligations. Okay, Ghana is a founding member of the WTO. And one of the key agreements of the WTO is agreement on technical barriers to trade. And the promotion of standardization is one key obligation that has been imposed by that agreement. So standard organizations, national standard organizations have a duty to promote standardization, especially in the adoption of international standards. So it's a very important obligation that we should not, take away from the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So are you going to withdraw that or
Mr. Speaker, I think we will not belabor that point and let it go.
Very well. So I'll put the question on the entire clause 2. And the question is that clause 2, as amended, shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 2 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 3.
Functions of the authority.
Clause 3, amendment proposed. Also in the name of the Honorable Minority Leader. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, Clause 3, Subclause 2, Subparagraph 1, line 1, delete, frame, amend, or modify. Mr. Speaker, I think that because frame, amend, and modify the same. So if we say prepare
modify, maintain, and promulgate national standards is the same. If you frame, you amend, it's all modification. So I think that once that is deleted, it does not affect the substance of that clause.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would beg to differ. For the sake of emphasis, it's always important for us to have some clarity when it comes to this form of standardization. So for me, if the intention is just to remove, frame, amend, and just make it prepare or modify, then we will better, and if you think, as my colleague said, that the modify also qualifies the framing and amending, then why don't we just leave it in there for the standardization authority or organization to be able to, as it were, have enough room to operate? Because I believe that if you prepare, you frame, you amend, or modify, it gives you that authority or that, enough room for you to be able to operate and standardize goods as much as you want.
Yes, Honorable
Mr. Speaker, I think that, we should leave those words as they are. The drafters have gone through this amendment, and these words are very, very important, and that's why we've left them. And I think that if really the purpose is simply to, in English-wise, we should leave them, because it basically emphasizes the important work of the Ghana Standards Authority.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. The word frame, suggests that there will be some other equipments that must be done. If you leave that out, the standards of these equipments we are talking about and use just the word modify will not be able to address the very things that we want. And that's why emphasis are on those words, Speaker.
You have spoken. Let me give it to the available leader and then another one.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, they are going to prepare, frame, and amend. What's the difference between prepare and frame? It sounds superfluous.
When it comes to, for example, metal work,
then the chairman should convince us the technicality of the word prepare and frame.
when it comes to metal work, if you are being a
but I will be much convinced that we should go with those words.
Like I have been, and you start with the mechanics, when you have to build something and you're framing a new thing, but you can amend an old thing, and then you can modify an existing thing. In each case, it's a different exercise, and you would need to be certified.
Just to add to what you have said, Mr. Speaker, from a legal technical point of view, there is a difference, for instance, between modification and amendment. The standards that will be prepared pursuant to this, to this statute, when it is passed, some of them will be enacted into regulations, and you don't modify regulations, you amend them, and so that is the reason why the drafters had to use the explicit language of modify and amend, because some of the standards will be, they will not be enacted into regulations, and those can be modified using administrative procedures at the level of the authority. So, Mr. Speaker, I would say that we should shoot down the amendment and then let the phrase stand as it is in the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I am in support partially of the amendment, to the extent that we will take away amend or modify, in the sense that preparation and framing I discovered there is a standard phrase used in standard legislations on Standards Acts in a lot of the Commonwealth countries. I see that a lot in the current legislation on standards in Kenya. So, prepare, frame, amend could stay, but amend or modify is surplusage. Because to amend or to modify, either should stay, but both in the legislation the way it is, for me, is surplusage. So either amend should stay and modify goes, or modify stays and amend goes. But amend or modify, the meaning that I gather from the provision here leads to the same thing.
Indeed, that is why it is used in the alternative, amend or modify.
Mr. Speaker, yes, and that is why I think our style of legislation, we don't do that. We stick to one. Amend or modify. There are lots of legislations we consider in this house. Yes, I agree, but Doc, you know that sometimes when they draft it like this, we tied it up for them. It's surplusage, if you ask me, Mr. Speaker.
Well, what is it you want us to vote on it or?
Yes, the sponsor of this amendment, he likes his things to be voted upon. That's only that. So, I'll prefer that we vote upon it.
So, all in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against the proposed amendment, say no. No, the noes have it. Amendment is rejected. Item IV. Another proposed amendment by the minority leader. Yes, who is moving the proposed amendment?
Mr. Speaker, we don't find anything wrong with that amendment and we support it.
I didn't get you.
Yeah, sir, okay.
Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendment is in Clause 3, Subclause 2, Paragraph A, Subclause 3, Line 1, delete, encourage educational work and insert, undertake public education. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important clause that must be inserted in this new law. Public education, it must be their responsibility to undertake public education instead of encouragement. If it is their responsibility, then the person in Chobodom will know that if they are coming to buy tomatoes with boxes, a certain standard must be respected. And so public education must be their responsibility once this law comes into force. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendment will make the new rendition undertake and undertake. So, if you look at the amendment again, because if you are deleting encourage educational work and insert undertake public education, the new rendition will read undertake and undertake public education. So, you should look at it. So, one should go.
Yes.
Yeah, Right Honorable Speaker, the substantive content of the regulation will change if this amendment is accepted. The reason is simply because there's a world of difference between undertaking education, undertaking and encouraging educational work in connection with standardization and public education. Okay, public education is just a question of sensitizing the public about the standards that have been formulated and prepared or published by the authority. Undertaking educational work relates to research into standards. And so the substantive content of the policy is going to change if we change it to educational, promote public education. So, Mr. Speaker, I am opposed to the amendment.
But we could include it. Yes. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the Honourable. Please let me finish. I agree with the Honourable Member, and rather will propose that we rather include as an addition, so we can keep the encourage educational work and undertake public education, because I really think that the issue of public education must be part of this bill. Thank you.
So you formulate a new sub-clause and propose where it should be added. Once it is agreed, the draft persons will insert it at the appropriate location. Okay?
Very well, Mr. Speaker.
But this proposed amendment is consequently withdrawn. Item V.
So, Mr. Speaker, do I understand that in the drafting, once it is agreed, then the issue of education will also be added?
That's what we're saying, that you propose the subclause, you will inform us, will accept it, and then the draft persons will insert it at the appropriate location, whether in clause 3 or at the end of it somewhere.
Very well, Mr.
Right. Very well. I am advised that I can direct the draft persons to formulate and insert, and I hereby direct the draft persons to formulate and insert a subclause that authorizes the authority to undertake public education and standardization. I so direct. Item V, clause 3, subclause 9. Yes, Honourable Member for.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendment is to delete the clause 3.9 and to insert a new rendition. The functions of the authority shall include the functions performed on goods and services by other regulatory bodies specified in an enactment. Mr. Speaker, this is an amendment that we've consulted broadly on. The FDA, this is an FDA proposed amendment. The Ghana Standard Authority does not have any problem with that. The intention is to make sure that we avoid a conflict of mandate. This House has already, in the FDA Act, given the FDA the authority to regulate goods and services, and we are just making it very clear. The food and drugs, yes, to very clear, and that's why this amendment is very important. Thank you.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, whilst I like to mention that my ranking did not raise this particular amendment in our meeting, I like to I like to accept that it is his own amendment, and I am going to probably draw his attention to the fact that, Mr. Speaker, when you look at what is there in the bill and what he is proposing, Mr. Speaker, I don't see any difference. The 3.9 says that the functions of the authority shall not derogate from the functions of a regulator of goods and services specified under an enactment. You want us to put the functions of the authority shall not include functions performed on goods and services by other regulatory bodies specified in an enactment. Mr. Speaker, where is the difference? And I am trying to draw the distinction here that if you put these goods and services as captured in the law and as captured in this amendment, if you superimpose them, there is no difference in the sentence that he is trying to change. I don't see anything wrong with what is in the bill, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Well, I see a difference. And the difference is that if you leave 9 as it is, you give concurrent jurisdiction about certain functions to this authority and other authorities. So, and we know that indeed there are some persisting clashes between Food and Drugs Authority and Standard Authority as to who has jurisdiction over this. So it is helpful if we clarify it such that that overlapping responsibility does not recur. But I wonder if we cannot improve this. I was thinking we can improve even this rendition. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, since the chairman just said that he doesn't see any difference in the new proposed amendment, the new amendment is bringing clarity so that there will not be any theft war. We will know what they are exposed or they are supposed to do. So, if you read it, the functions of the authority shall not include, that's the emphasis, shall not include functions performed on goods and services by other regulatory bodies specified in an enactment. It brings clarity to the law so that it's semantics. But this one, it brings more clarity so that we'll let them know their core mandate and their functions. So what is, so Mr. Speaker, I support the proposed amendment.
Let's try and improve it so that it will be clear.
Yes.
It's the proposed amendment is using the words performed regulatory bodies, shall not include functions performed on goods and services by. You may have a body usurping a function not assigned to it by law. So rather than using performed by, we should use assigned to. The functions of the authority shall not include functions assigned to other regulatory bodies in an enactment, so that you don't take it and say, I have been doing it, even though the law has not given it to you. But what has been given to you by law, this new body cannot go into that area. Is it clear? Yes. So the functions of the authority shall not.
I will accept your rendition.
Thank you. Let me see if we can get it clearer. The functions of the authority shall not include functions assigned to other regulatory bodies specified in an enactment. All right. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item VI. Proposed amendment. Yes. Honorable Member for Techima North.
Mr. Speaker, the amendment proposed is to add the following new sub-clauses. So, to make recommendation on standard specification, certification marks, and codes of practice. Another, promote quality in connection with commodities. I think you should rather read commodities than commodity, product and services. Render conformity assessment services. I think it's for our discussion.
Yes. Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, agreed.
Very well. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against that, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, in that case, then, clause 3, as variously amended. Yes, Honorable Southern.
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment that is not advertised. Particularly under clause 3, it's been subdivided into 3 categories under standardization, conformity assessment, and metrology. Mr. Speaker, after careful reading of the functions, I want to propose that under 3(2)(a), after sub 8, that's VII, no, after sub 7, after VII, we insert the following: to assist the government or any local authority or other public body or any other person in the preparation and framing of any specification. Very specific function, Mr. Speaker. I so propose. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, before his proposal, before you calling, I wanted to draw your attention to some inconsistency that we find in the amendment we just passed. You see that the second portion, promote quality in connection with commodity, then the rest are in plural, products and services. So it should be commodities instead of commodity.
She said so. She pronounced that in her reading out the amendment. Can you repeat your
yes, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, this is one of the key functions under the similar body under the Kenyan legislation, is to the effect that the authority who assists the government or any local authority or other public body or any other person in the preparation and framing of any specification. Mr. Speaker, I haven't found it under the three key categories stated for as part of the functions, under standardization, under conformity assessment and metrology. But this particularly is about standardization. That's why I propose that it should form part of the functions under 3.2 sub A, which deals with standardization as part of the functions. I thank you.
I see specifications defined, but I'm not seeing where it is referred to. Can you guide us so that we will be maybe guided as to whether what she is referring to is not provided for elsewhere? Where in the bill do you talk about standardization such that, specifications such that you have
yes. I think in clause 3.2 AVI, it says adopt an international, regional, or other national specification suitable for use in the Republic. So that is the clause in which, the sub-clause in which specification has been used. Yes.
Yes, the proposed amendment is that the authority shall. I want us to be clear so that we vote on his proposed amendment before we go to. Yes, South Day or not Day?
South Day.
South Day, yeah. South Day, can we reformulate? Please listen and write it down, because once you get the essence, then the dog persons can clean it up if need be.
I should read it again. Okay. My proposal is that after 3 sub 2A, that's under standardization, we have a chain of functions there up to 7, Roman 7. After that, before we go to B, conformity assessment as a new category, we should have this as the 8th, Roman 8, which is to assist the government or any local authority or other public body or any other person in the preparation and framing of any specification. It is not. It's not.
Let's look at clause 48. I'm seeing something, fiscal standards. Primary standards. The authority may procure or prepare and maintain a national prototype standard of mass and measure of the units of international systems of units to be known as the primary standard specified in part 1 of the first schedule. The authority shall calibrate and certify the primary standards in terms of international prototype standard of mass measure, which is maintained and kept by International Bureau of Weights in a manner that the authority may determine. The primary standard shall be the primary standard of mass and measure, by reference to which standard of mass and measure shall be maintained in the country. The primary standard shall be in the form and of the material that the authority may direct. You think it will satisfy what you're proposing, the clause 48?
Mr. Speaker, that is so.
Very well. So we will still adopt this and leave it to draft persons if it does not conflict. Yes, Chairman, what do you say?
Agree. Mr. Chairman, ordinarily I wouldn't have any problem. I will leave it for the drafters to take care of.
Very well. So we will take a vote on it. Very well. So I'll read it out. To assist the government or any local authority or other public body or any other person in the preparation and framing of the specifications. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. The draft persons hereby ordered or directed to insert this new clause if necessary at the appropriate location. Now, with that clause 3 as amended, clause 3 as variously amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. Aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 3 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 4, clause 5, clause 6, clause 7, clause 8, clause 9, clause 10. Kindly announce the subtitles and then we'll put a question on them.
Clause 4, governing body of the authority.
Clause 5,
functions of the board.
Clause 6,
duties and liabilities of a member of the board.
Clause 7,
tenure of office of members of the board.
Clause 8,
meetings of the board.
Clause 9,
disclosure of interest.
Clause 10,
establishment of committees.
Clause 11,
technical committees.
Clause 12,
allowances.
Clause 13,
ministerial directives.
Clause 14,
Director General of the authority.
Clause 15,
functions of the Director General.
There are no advertised amendments to also the announced clauses. All in favor of the House adopting these clauses as part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 4 to 15 are hereby directed or ordered to be part of the bill. Clause 16.
Mr. Speaker. Clause 16, amendment proposed. Head note before deputy should be inserted a. Mr. Speaker, it will be seen that if you look at clause 16.2, a deputy director general, 3, a deputy director general, and so the head note should have a before the deputy.
Yes.
Agreed, Mr. Speaker.
The heading. The proposal is to insert a before Deputy Director General in the head note of clause 16. Is that appropriate? I wonder. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm tempted to disagree with the proposed amendment. So the head note, appointment of Deputy Director General. 1, the 2, a Deputy Director General shall hold office. 3, a Deputy Director General is making an emphasis of a Deputy Director General. So the head note at least can stand as it is, because emphasis has already been made in the subject matter. I'm trying to disagree with the proposed amendment so that a deputy Because you are making a law which can stand the test of time.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think this is a clear situation where we can leave to the drafters to handle. This shouldn't be a problem.
I think so. We'll leave it to
It
the
doesn't change the meaning.
persons to do the appropriate one. This is a drafting issue. It's not a substantive issue.
Speaker,
yes.
I think the import of the head note is that we may not have just one deputy. We may not have just one deputy. Sometimes we may have 2, 3 in charge of some specific, either operations, administration, or something. So it serves a purpose. If you take the definite article out, it's a problem. It conveys the import of the provision for me.
Very well. So we'll leave it as it is and proceed. Clause 16 shall stand. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to call on my colleague to withdraw the amendment so that no, but the explanation even the two of us gave.
Yes,
Speaker, I tend to share the suggestion the Honourable Dafemepo put out, the necessity of the definite article there. But having said that, I think that as you rightly observe, we should probably leave this to the drafters to take a definite decision on. Yes. But I agree with your suggestion. However, we should just leave it to the drafters to handle this.
yes, as a director, this is a drafting issue. I'll leave the directors to do the appropriate after. So I'll put a question on clause 16. All in favor of clause 16 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 16 shall stand part of the bill. Clause 17.
Solicitor Secretary.
All in favor of clause 17 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 17 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 18.
Appointment of other staff of the authority.
There's no advertised amendment to clause 18. All in favor of clause 18 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 18 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 19.
Divisions of the authority.
There's an advertised amendment in the name of the Honourable Minority Leader. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, clause 19, amendment proposed. Subclause 1, add the following new paragraphs: standardization division and metrology division.
Yes, Chairman. Do you want to add subdivision?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we want to believe that standardization and metrology is part of the operations of the authority. So therefore, separating them under the bill would mean that, either the operations or the services would have to be amended. So we would leave it as it is in the bill, so that the authority itself may be able to even have more divisions than the 2 divisions we have proposed as amended. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And I think subclause 2 of 19 speaks to, without limiting subsection 1, the authority may establish any other division, or I think it will take care of your amendment. Yes, so very well. Clause 19 shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 19 is ordered to stand part of the bill. So clause 20.
Regional and district offices of the authority.
Clause 21.
Internal audit unit.
Clause 22. Hold on, there's a proposed amendment. So all in favor of clauses 20, 21 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 20 and 21 are ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 22.
Funds of the authority.
There's a proposed amendment to clause 22 in the name of the Honorable Minority Leader. Yes, the Chairman North.
Mr. Speaker, clause 22, amendment proposed, paragraph C, line 1, delete paid to and insert received by.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I honestly am trying to find the difference between paid to and received by. If the lawyers here will help me, I would indulge your good self and my I don't know, received by and paid to. But the lawyers, please help us.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, this provision is a standardized provision in this House. So I don't think our drafters will have some difficulty in tidying this up. So we can make progress. Funds of the authority are things that we craft 1,000 times for a lot of legislation. So we shouldn't struggle over this. They can tidy it up so that we make progress.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Yes, Speaker, I think that for consistency's sake, like my honorable colleague is suggesting, this is done most of the time, funds received as a clause. So let the drafters take care of that, and then we make progress.
You see, as suggested by the Honorable Member for South Day, this has been the standard drafting. If you change it, it may suggest that we meant something different, and it may generate confusion in the legal world. So I suppose that we should leave it as it is. Right. So all in favor of clause 22 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. Clause 22 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 23.
Borrowing powers.
Clause 24.
Bank accounts.
Clause 25.
Accounts and audit.
Clause 26.
Annual reports and other reports.
All in favor of the aforementioned clauses being part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 23, 24, 25, 26 are ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 27.
Tax exemptions.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed, the deletion of clause 27, the entire clause. Subject to Article 174 of the Constitution, the Minister responsible for finance may, with the prior approval of Parliament, exempt authority from taxes and duties. Mr. Speaker, I think this amendment is proposed because it is needless. It is there already, whether we put it here or not. Subject to Article 174, the Minister responsible can do it. We don't need to import it here.
Yes, Chairman. Why do you put what is already provided for in the Constitution in the bill?
Speaker, my colleagues are still on their feet. What does the law say about tax exemption? I think that is what should apply here. And for me, I don't think it would worry anything if this clause is removed, is deleted. Because by all standards, if the authority requests or requires to be exempted from payment of any taxes, they have the right to apply for them, and with the prior approval of Parliament, they would enjoy this exemption. So if it's out, I don't have a problem.
Having heard Honorable Abuja, I'll come to you.
Mr. Speaker, For me, this is the first time I've seen this like this in recent time when we are making a law. Mr. Speaker, Parliament is the only one that can impose taxes or say we are not paying taxes. There's no reason for any agency to ask for this in their law when you know that all you require is when you need it, you come here and then we assess and see whether it is necessary and we give you. Are we then going to say that any entity whose law does not explicitly have this clause does not have the right? Mr. Speaker, it is needless. It wouldn't kill the bill if it's there, but for us introducing it is totally unnecessary. Let's remove this and then let everybody come under the authority of Parliament.
Let me listen to the non-lawyers. I'll come to the lawyers. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I just made reference to the Article 174, which has been transposed more or less to this 27 that we're talking about. And for me, I don't think that it spoils anything. It gives us clarity. And so I think that that particular clause should stay. Thank you.
Lawyers, now I'm going to ask you a question. This is a regulatory body. It's not a profit-making body. Is it required to pay any tax? It's not declaring profits. Is it required to pay any tax on its functions, its authorities?
Right, Honourable Speaker, on the question of Article 174, inherent in 174 is the power of Parliament by statute to exempt entities and persons from the payment of taxes. So by this act, we can even explicitly say that they are exempted from the payment of taxes. Now to the substantive question that you asked regarding whether being a non-profit regulatory body, they would be required to pay taxes. Mr. Speaker, I have seen situations where, when I was DH, that departments under the Attorney General imported equipment or bought equipment, and they were required to pay the taxes before clearing. And the Standards Authority, we know, deals with a lot of equipment. The last time at committee, they told us about the need for a lot of equipment when this bill is passed for them to be able to, function and meet international standards. Now, we are not saying that they will not bring it to Parliament for an exemption to be granted. We are saying that under the Public Financial Management Act, an act enacted by this House, we've granted the Minister of Finance the power to exempt certain entities from the payment of taxes. The Minister can exercise that power pursuant to this provision as and when it is necessary in order to exempt them from the payment of taxes. That is all that we are doing. Because, Mr. Speaker, it's not every tax request that must come to this House. We are already overwhelmed. No. The Honourable Abuja knows that there are a lot of entities that bring these things to us on a daily basis. That is not necessary. That is all right.
But let's be clear. What this provision is it talking about? Its imports? Let's listen again. Subject to Article 174 of the Constitution, the Minister responsible for finance may, with proper work, exempt the authority. The authority is different from your imports. If you're going to import something, even if you're a tax-exempt body, that responsibility cannot be exempt. Here is the choice of words suggests like corporate tax, which they're exempted from. But when it comes to the specific imports, the authority is exempt from taxes and duties. Very well. But I think it is unsafe to leave it as it is. It should apply to the House because we know the danger of abuse. Anyway, now I'm presiding, so my views are.
Speaker, that is why it's explicit. We say, with the prior approval of Parliament. With the prior approval of Parliament.
Yes, available leader.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the proposed amendment because Article 174 is very clear And even the provision in the Act 27 says, subject to Article 174 of the Constitution, the minister responsible for finance may. So the minister may decide not to even grant the exemption. So the argument being advanced by a former AG that we need to legislate it so that those taxes and duties will be exempted. The language says may. So the minister can refuse. So why do you pass a law? Meanwhile, we have tax exemption bill before us.
Anyway, honorable members, whether it is there or whether it is removed, it serves the
There's
same
a provision in
purpose.
the Constitution,
Let's
Article
proceed.
174, and they can apply for it
Let's proceed.
as and when the need arises.
Let it stay there as a guide, so that if somebody doesn't know.
Mr. Speaker, to avoid abuse, because when we have it in the law, we are trying to reduce exemptions.
Available in the address, we ignore the.
Mr. Speaker, we have issues at hand. That's why we brought the tax exemptions bill to this house, so that we'll work within a framework. Within a year, we'll set target for ourselves that we are going to grant an exemption amounting to, say, 1 billion Ghana cedis, so that we work within that range. But if you put this in the law,
This is not a blank check. It's just.
we are just allow entity to import it, even sometimes they may not even have need for it. We don't need to put this in the law because the Constitution is very clear.
Well, it emphasizes that we must come to Parliament for exemption, if need be. So I think we should let it stay as it is. Let's proceed. Clause 27 shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 27 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 28.
Development of national norm.
Clause 29.
Standard specifications and conformity assessment procedures.
All in favor of clause 28 and 29 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 28 and 29 are ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 30.
Copyright of Ghana standards.
Amendment proposed.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed, delete Ghana, because it's the act is for Ghana. We don't need to put Ghana there.
Yes, Chairman, it says you don't need a Ghana.
Mr. Speaker, we of the committee have the belief that when Ghana is removed or deleted, the meaning of that standards there is diluted, because these are standards for Ghana, and as a national thing that the organization is supposed to cover. So if you don't put the word Ghana, you just put standards, the meaning doesn't come out too well. That's why we have that's why we have the Ghana standards, and it has an emblem to support that standards.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
No. I haven't heard any female voice behind you. Let me listen to her.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think that we make laws for Ghana, and so I would suggest that we keep it at copyright standards and not of Ghana. Thank you.
Yes.
Maintaining Ghana distinguishes it from international standards. So we have ISO, the International Standards Organization. Our national standards are preceded by the name of the country, the Ghana standard. So for instance, recently, the building regulations came before the subsidiary legislation committee, and they used the acronym GS, Ghana standard. And it's the same, for instance, CS or CSO is a Canadian Standards Organization. So it's important that we maintain Ghana before standard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, if you look at the interpretation, clause 81, Ghana standards is interpreted, defined, so it is intended as a term of art. So you see here, Ghana standards means standards that are developed or adopted and gazetted by the Ghana Standards Authority. So this Ghana standards here is not just a mere Ghana standard. It is the one which has been gazetted by the Ghana Standards Authority. So it's intended as a term of art. Therefore, let it stay as it is, I suggest. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, you are very right. And actually, it's best practice. If you go to Britain, BS, British Standard, precedes every code that comes in, and everywhere in the world, it's preceded with a code of the country. So removing this makes it quite vague, because when you quote it, it wouldn't mean anything. So GS is Ghana Standard. It must be a Ghana Standard, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I think the issue is with the head note. The head note. The title of the bill is Ghana Standards Authority Act. Ghana Standards Authority Act. So it is needless for you to bring a provision in the belly of the law and refer to it as Ghana. It's needless. Totally needless. So I have an issue with the provision under the interpretation clause that defines Ghana standards. So once we say copyright standards, it is standards. It's implied. It's standards for Ghana.
It's implied.
It can't. No. Prof, you made your point. Let me also make my point. When I take this law, the standards referred in the bill are referable to standards applicable to Ghana. Where we make reference to international ones, that's the SI units, they'll be properly defined. So for me, in my humble opinion.
But let's look at the same interpretation, page 49. Standard means a document established by consensus and approved by a recognized body that provides for common and repeated use, rules, guidelines, or characteristics for activities of their results or their results aimed at achievement of the optimum degree or order in a given context. So there can be standards by different bodies, but the one which Ghana Standards Authority enact and gazette becomes Ghana Standard, which is the copyright of which they say is in Ghana. They are trying to define a work done by Ghana Authority and gazetted.
Right there.
Haven't had the opportunity to engage in deep conversations with married couples? One piece of advice runs through. Paula, enjoy your single days and explore wisely. I wish I had dated more before marriage, say someone, still relationships. Must you see it all before settling down? How far can you go? And are you prepared for the unseen race that comes with having more partners before marriage? Let me caution that exploring does not necessarily have to be sexual. This is Moons and Cuddles with Paula Amabruni. We'll be right back. You're welcome back to Moons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV with me, Paula Amabruni. As I always say, it's always a pleasure to be doing this with you. And to all our viewers who've been holding us down and supporting us, keep doing the watching and, share the video, tell people all the good stuff you're learning here on Moons and Cuddles. As I say, in the year 2022, we are going to spice up our relationship, sister. No one is going to be left behind. So to help me do justice to today's topic, seated on my couch, I have Edna Ado. Edna is an entrepreneur and a very good friend of mine. Good to have you back.
Thank you. Good for having me back.
She celebrated her birthday not long ago, so I would say happy belated birthday, girlfriend.
Thank you, Paula.
You're glowing.
Thank
You're glowing.
you.
We'll talk later. Yeah. And then I like new faces. I like new energy. Like, it's always a pleasure to have new faces. And today, seated on my couch, I have Papa Kwamena Smooth. I want to find out the name Smooth. Where did you get that from?
All right, it's nice being on your show,
Okay.
and like you said, it's my first time, and
Yeah.
I hope your viewers are going to enjoy my contributions. I got the Smooth name from Radio Universe. I used to be one of the volunteers there, and I was doing a program called, what's the name? It's been long. I was playing music,
Okay.
like DJing after one of the political programs. And then the way I was mixing was so smooth, they started calling me Mr. Smooth. And,
Innocent.
it became a part of my brand.
It sounds smooth, like, you know.
It became a part of my brand. And then later on, they have a show in the evening called Comfort Zone. It was on Sunday evenings. And I started my whole counseling thing from Comfort Zone. And I still would want to thank all the vandals who actually pulled me, really pushed me into learning and to becoming what I've become today.
So you're a V-mate?
I'm not, but like when you are there and you're saying stuff, they're going to push you to give them proof and evidence of what you're talking about. So they actually helped me with a lot of research work, a lot of like whatever you say, you got to prove to them that what you're saying is right. So I usually when I get the opportunity, I thank Alhaji Siddiq, Dr. Alhaji Siddiq for giving me the opportunity in Radio Universe, and then also for the vandals for all the attacks and all the stuff they were pushing at me when I was kicking against sex before marriage.
Do you still stand? We'll talk
Yes.
about that.
Yes, I do.
Anyway, so yeah, as I said,
I have reasons for that.
You have reasons for
Sound reasons, not religious.
Okay. We'll delve more into that if we get time on the
Great.
show. All right. So I know a lot of people. Prior to this conversation, I had a conversation with a married couple and people who are still single, like us, Edna and I, who are yet to join the marriage gang. And some say they wish they had dated more, you know, explore. As I stated earlier in my intro, exploring does not mean sex, you know. When we say explore, it means you open to new people, have fun, go here, meet this person, meet that person, and engage them. When you feel like this is the person, this is the one, then you take it a step further. And some of the responses was that, you know, I wish I had dated more because the fun, I did not have it. So now in the marriage, you feel like, nah, maybe I should have done things this way. But I don't know what your take is. Some say you should go into the marriage as green as possible because when you have all these experiences, you have high expectation from your partner, and then your partner might not be able to meet that standard, and then later you have issues. So, Edna and Papa, must you see it all before marriage? Must you have all the fun? Must you do everything before marriage? And I say Vikakra.
I think you should ask the virgin.
Ladies first.
So I don't think you can ever know it all. That's one of the first things I want to say. You can never know it all. You can date as many people as you want, but every person comes with a new experience. So I don't think experiencing it or going out with people, that's dating. I'm not talking about sexual. Dating is going to make you know it all. So yeah, experiences do teach anyway. So
all right, Papa, for men, you know, sometimes you get married, they want to have all the fun, and then later, my companion for baby, not just say, it happens. It's not always the case, but for a man, a lot of women say, when you marry a man, at the end of the day, he will somehow cheat. Not all men do cheat. So would you advise that men, whilst they are single, do all the exploring thing that they want to do? So when they go into the marriage, it's like you've seen it all. Young girls and all that.
All right, so thank you. And personally, I'd want to take it from a very completely different angle.
Okay.
Now, in a relationship, kids can handle relationship. You actually handle friendship. So you start from being friends, and then you can migrate into a date, and then migrate from a date into a relationship. Becomes courtship, and then probably you migrate into marriage. But the first thing is maturity. You need to be mature and mature enough to be able to know who you are. The first and the most important thing is to know who you are and to know what you want. Because if you don't know who you are and you don't know what you want, you go scouting, like you go hunting. You have a gun and then you go in, every woman you want to go out with, But first of all, you should know exactly what you want. Now, when it comes to going out with women, the person that you see is important, the person's looks. So if I know what I want, I look for what I want in a woman that I am looking for. So some people do a lot of, they have a whole list of stuff that they are looking at. Those things may be superficial, like not too important. But first of all, the woman should attract you in a certain way. You get that? Because that is the first thing that you're going to see. So if you are a guy and you want to go out with a girl, what are you looking for in a woman? First of all, what are you looking for in that person? Then from there, you're looking what is inside, because it is not the looks you're going to live with, it's the character you're going to live with. But the looks is what is going to attract you to get close to the person. So first of all, you the guy, what do you want? Do you want fine legs like I do? Or do you want hips? Do you want breast? Do you want backside? Do you want long nose, slim face? So you, the guy, should be mature enough to know that this is the kind of girl that I would want to roll with.
Me. Yeah. Okay.
Or this is the kind of girl that would make me want to, say, I want to get into a relationship with you. You get that? Like I said, somebody will be looking at the buttocks. I'll be looking at your legs. You get that? So if your face is that whatever, and your legs are not what I'm looking for, I walk away. So once I get what I'm looking for, we become friends. And when we become friends, the key things that I'm looking at is what is inside that body that I said I like. Because it is what is inside that I'm going to live with. Personally, I was brought up in many areas. Like I had a little stay in Bemakam, I had some time in Asalam Down, and then I had Nima, Mamobi, that at the Braka kind of a hard life. And then eventually you move into an area where you have these other bees and all this stuff, and you're supposed to fit in. So the important thing here is what is in you, the way you were brought up.
All right.
The character that you have, all determines the sort of ideologies, the sort of places you can roll, places you can sit, kind of places people you want to roll with. Because there are some people, when you see their friends, they say, show me your friend and I can
show you my character.
You get that? So once you see the person and you like the person, the next most important thing is to try to find out the person's character.
Okay.
Now, in looking for the person's character, that is where most people get it wrong. Because people rush into romantic relationships. Even if it's not sex. They start hugging, they start cuddling, they start kissing, and all those things can bond you. And once you become bonded, you miss building that foundation for a relationship, because then you are no longer looking at the person in total, so that when the person does something, you can tell the person, you can walk away. But once you become bonded, it becomes difficult to separate yourself from the person, even when you see the person is wrong.
All right.
So here, what most people end up doing is immediately they say that I love you, I agree, and all this stuff. Even if they don't have sex, they start kissing. Kissing will bond you. They start hugging. Hugging will bond you. And once you do so, you stop learning. You stop seeing what the person does wrong. And even when your mother or your father or your friend points a wrong that a person is doing or has done to you, you don't see it. Personally, what I look at in a woman may be different from what every other person looks at. Like I said, I'm looking at legs. like legs, you know. And
Asians.
like somebody is looking at face, somebody is looking at backside, somebody is looking at breast. But after I've seen the legs, what character comes with the legs is what is important.
All right. And I would say, I wish I dated more before marriage. Someone would say, more is what? It's like, it's 2 you're more, it's 5 you're more, 10 you're more, and all that. But now, in Ghana, every girl, they'll tell you that, oh, I just have 2 exes. I don't know how true that is if I want to go into that. But Edna, how necessary, how important is it for a man or woman to enjoy their single days, their single life, before they say I do?
It's really important, as Papa Kwame said, to know you. Okay, so if you are dating or you're going to marry, you need to know you. So dating 10 people, 5 people, 2 people won't determine who you really are. However, experiences would also let you know that, okay, this is something I don't want in a man. This is something I don't want in a man. This is what I don't want in a man. And based on that, you can be able to tell that, okay, so I don't like a man that is too argumentative. I don't like a man that complains too much. I do not like a man that boasts about what he has. I don't like a man that doesn't treat the house help well. So all of these things would tell you, through experience anyway, tell you that, okay, this is what you're looking for. If we are talking about lifestyle, you don't even need to date or to be married to have fun. If you are marrying the kind of person that understands you, you guys are compatible. You didn't just marry because society decided that let's marry. Exactly. If you're marrying someone that just fits you, it means when you are going out, you go out with the person.
That's your best friend.
Best friend. You get to the place at, I know a couple, let me just chip this in, and they are married. They've been married for 5 years. Guess what? When we go out, they all come out. When we get to the place we are going to, nobody knows the other person. It's just fun. And then when they close, they go home together. And this is something that initially I was like, oh, how does this work? How does it work? But I sat down to talk to this lady, woman to woman, and I realized that she knew what she was doing. She said, this is something she told me. She said the first year of marriage, she felt like, my mom says when you marry, you sit at home, you cook, and all of these things.
Do the wifey African duty thing.
And before she knew it, her husband got bored with her. And I was like, so how did you guys come about this? She's like, we went for counseling. And they asked the man, what did he see that he was interested in? He saw her out. She was having fun. She was her. So why she change it all of a sudden because she's married? So I think knowing you yourself would allow you to have fun, whether you're married or not married, and experiences really don't count.
All right. So when people say enjoy your single days, live your life, what does it mean?
All right,
what
enjoying your single days, enjoying your life doesn't necessarily mean that you should be with another member of the opposite sex.
Okay.
Because you make friends. And for me, I always would say that it is best to be with a friend. Like you get to know yourselves as friends, you get married. Then I know all your weaknesses without necessarily it being faked. Because once it's a relationship, the person will pretend to be something that he or she is not, simply because the person wants you to marry him or her. So you see, once you are friends, you're open, you are able to share and talk without fear of being victimized or without fear of being called a bad person or whatever. You're just friends.
But I mean that the friendship before the dating proper.
Yeah.
How long does it take?
Listen,
I want to know.
See,
because
like,
are we going to be friends for
instance,
like 4 months, 2 years? When can we
for
start?
instance, you can pick somebody that probably you met either in school or probably you went out somewhere, you met the person, you became friends. And for me, if you're looking at that, I'm looking at somebody that I'm comfortable with, that when I'm talking, I don't have to guard my lips. Whatever I speak, I become myself when you are there. That I don't have to hold back. I don't have to start thinking whether what I'm going to say is going to hurt or is going to bring any quarrel between the two of us. So when you are friends and you are open and you are sharing, it is more fun. It is easier to migrate from that sort of friendship into probably into a relationship. But the thing is, once you are open, growing up, you probably may have might have gone to school, you have a lot of friends at school. After school, if you are continuing with uni, you still make a lot of friends. That is all part of the enjoyment that we are talking about. And then after school, you're looking for a job, you get a job, you find new friends. And for some of us, we finished school years back, we still have old school groups that we belong to, and we still chat, we still have old girlfriends that still in the group together and all that.
In touch with.
Yes, it's still fun.
Once you know.
You see, when we say girlfriend, is a friend. People just attach all those things to it, but I'm not thinking about that.
Right.
You see, so once you say enjoy your life, enjoying life doesn't necessarily mean you have to be having sex, having boozing, clubbing, and going to restaurants and beaches and all those things. All those things become a part of your growing up. Because if you're growing up in a settings where you are allowed to step out, for instance, like I said, I was a DJ. You know, I played in Miracle Mirage, Glens, all those places. You get that? So you call that fun. You understand that? Even though my father told me, I mean, when I was doing the dancing and the DJing and all the others, he told me, Kwame, when you are 50 years, where will you go and DJ at? Where would you go and dance? And who will come and pay money to watch a 50-year-old boy dance? He told me that, and I said, wow, what the God? Because at the time we're doing breakdance and robots and all those stuff. And then now when I look at the dance that people are doing, I just laugh. It's like, these guys are they're doing nothing. So when you look at all those things, I had fun.
Okay.
Even though it wasn't with a woman or like going out, you have friends, you go out, you go to parties, you go to beaches and all that. And all depends on the sort of family that you come, where you belong. If your father and your mother are that strict and they are keeping you in the church and not allowing you to step out and all that, then you are going to say you missed the fun. But some people also find the fun in the church.
In the church. You cannot judge.
You see, some people find the church and the fun in the church. They join the YPGs, they join the prayer groups, they join the singing bands.
Oh, you're a Presbyterian, I guess.
Yes,
okay.
And then they are doing all the, what do you call it, the beautiful things in the church. They are traveling out and going to the mountains to go and pray, and they see that as fun. So that's what I'm saying, that it's all about maturity. It's what you call fun. Now, the beautiful part about being married is that the fact that you are married doesn't make you lose your individuality.
Papa Kwamina, thank you very much. I was going to come to that in earnest, but then we will take a quick break. When we come back, the show continues. But as Papa Kwamina and Edna have made us aware, when we say enjoy your single days, it doesn't necessarily mean dating more. It means doing the things that make you happy and make you satisfied. You're still watching Mons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Mons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. I am Paula Amabroni. Now, today's conversation, we're just asking a big question. Some people ask, while single and people who are married, I wish I had dated more before marriage, or maybe in my 20s or in my 30s. It goes on and on. But today's conversation, I haven't spoken to, the conversation I'm having with Papa Kwamina and Edna. They made me understand that it's not all about dating more. It will not give you that happiness that some people think like, okay, maybe I should have done this, I should have done that. So if you're in a marriage and then you feel like there's so much regret because you think you didn't get to meet all the people, and maybe you're finding your partner boring at the time, maybe it's just the right. You can use this opportunity to find things that interest you. As you were telling me, your friend, because sometimes you marry someone and what they bring to the table is not what
you
they were doing while they were dating. So when you do that, it will help you. Instead of you thinking, maybe I could have ended up with someone else, maybe I could have waited and all that. You can do the checks. As we are saying, 2022, we are spicing our relationship. But then one big question. For a married man or woman, can you or should you accept dinner dates, fan trips from friends once you're married?
It depends on which friends.
Okay.
So if you're married, I'm going to talk from a woman's perspective.
Okay.
And you already had friends, some specific friends that your husband knew when he was dating you or when he was in courtship with you. If you guys have plans to maybe go on a trip, it's only fun and it's only right for you to let him know that these are the people I'm going out with. If your husband is the kind of husband that understands this is you used to do trips before you married me, and you still came back to me, then it's fine. If it's not okay with it and there's going to be men over there as well, it's only right. Carry your husband along. Let's have fun together.
Okay.
Do you get it? So I think if you can do trips, you can do dinners with your friends. Just make sure that they are friends that have got your marriage and you in mind. Some friends don't even like the fact that you're married. So whatever they will do to put disputes between you and your marriage, they can do that.
What if that ex-boyfriend, but you know between man and God that there's no way you're going to have sex with that person, says, oh, dinner date and all that. Should you entertain that?
Can I say this? And I don't even have to say, excuse my language. Can you spit on the floor and pick it up with your tongue? You let go of something. Why are you going back to it? Why are you even having conversations with the person? An ex is an ex. Let him stay where he was. The past. So for me, if you're an ex, I don't tolerate you. We don't go vibing. There's nothing we have in common anymore. In fact, I don't know you.
Thank you. All right. So, Papa Kwamina, for a man who is married or a woman who is into a serious relationship, should he be accepting that, you know, oh, it's normal, it's just a harmless dinner date, it's just a trip.
Okay.
I just want to go with them and all that.
I sometimes have a completely different view of some of these things that most people tie themselves up to.
Okay.
I was an individual before I got married to you.
Okay.
And then also I had friends before I got married to you. You had friends. And the fact that I'm married to you doesn't mean that I should cut my friends, or by hook or crook, all my friends should become your friends and all your friends should become my friends. 3 key things in every relationship that would last. The first is trust. If you don't trust each other, there's nothing that you can do in a relationship that would work. When there's trust, you can communicate well. And when you communicate well, you can have good sex. Very, 3 key things. Trust, communication, and sex. When you mix these 3, you miss the very foundation of the relationship.
Trust, communication, and sex.
It should be in that order. First of all, you trust. You are able to communicate well, and then sex should become good. If you have sex and you don't communicate well, eventually sex becomes boring.
When you say have sex and not communicate, what do you
mean? If you are always having insults, you're throwing verbal abuses, you're having misunderstanding, your sex life will fall. If you don't trust each other, your sex life will fall. But if you trust and you communicate well with each other, sex becomes good. That is it. So here, these are the basic lessons that everyone who is looking at getting into a relationship should have up in the sleeve. First of all, you have to trust the person. So if a woman I trust, how am I going to trust the woman that if she goes out with friends in a date, or goes out with friends in the evening, or goes out with friends for a weekend, she's not going to sleep with any of them? How I got to sleep with you when I said I wanted you?
Your foundation.
I look at that.
Oh, so it really counts?
Yes.
It does. So I met you today, I said I want you, and I go to bed with you. So when we get married, and I'm going to Kumasi, and you are going out to somewhere, a party, you can meet somebody and do the same thing. Because once you have done it, you can do it again. So that alone, how the man even managed to have sex with you, how the woman like was forced by the man to have sex, or pressure to have sex, when you are stepping out, the man feels insecure, the woman feels insecure. When there's insecurity, when you are going out alone, the man has suspicions. You understand that? So if I come and show off with my car, come and show off with my, what do you call it, my job or some house or some cash in my pocket, and you easily fall for me, and I get married to you, the next time you're going out with the guys that I know are bigger than me, I get worried, because I know that it was money that I use in getting you, so somebody can use money in getting you. So all these things.
I beg to differ, because sometimes you meet a guy, you are not a one-night stand lady or a gentleman. But something happens. Things lead to. I don't want to talk about it before someone will say, "Paula, you're talking about it." I always get that. I want to make example like, "Paula, this one you're using it." I'm like, no.
You see, Paula, what happens is things happens and then you allowed it. So things can happen for you to allow it.
Okay.
Because anyone who has self-control, anyone who has built proper self-control, I am not talking of a religious person. I am not talking about people who hide behind the name of Jesus and do all sort of stuff. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying when you decide that, even when I see a naked woman, I will not have an erection. It is up here in the head, because sex starts from here. You get that? I'm not talking about morality. No. I am talking about you having self-discipline.
I see.
That I can see something and say, this is not mine, I won't take it. It is you. And you build you to become mature. And any mature person can see a naked woman and walk away.
So that excuse that we give, like, oh, the feeling was just so strong, or the justification we give for one night stand,
it's a sign of you being weak.
Oh, you heard? You heard?
Here,
don't go
weak
do
up
one
here.
night stand. Means you're weak out there. You
Up
should.
here.
So you should
listen.
Build.
It is the man's pleasure to be able to see a woman first day and clear.
Oh,
sound.
And it should be the woman's pleasure to see you the first day and become tough and not give you.
Drag you kakra.
The chase me.
Because you see, there are hormones operating up here in the head. Usually I don't like going technical when I'm on set.
Papa,
but you see,
please go technical.
there are some hormones, there are some neurochemicals in the head. Oxytocin, vasopressin, cortisol, serotonin. That chemistry is like some crazy stuff up in your head. When a man is not slept with you, vasopressin levels are very high. If he is coming here and he gets to Tetekwashi and the lady that he wants to sleep with says, go and buy Frankie's ice cream for me. You make a U-turn, even if police will arrest him, he doesn't mind. You make a U-turn, go and make the ice cream. But if he has stopped the thing already, he'll tell you,
it's true.
Right or wrong?
It's true.
There are some, he will chase you, he will come and pick you with his car. After sleeping with you, then he'll give you Uber to go. Vasopressin levels has dropped. And vasopressin levels is not controlled by the man. It is up here. So having sex with a man doesn't guarantee he's going to love you.
Thank you very much. So ladies, I know you're listening. Don't let anyone deceive you, and we know the tricks. But now,
and you see, when it gets to where we are heading towards in our conversation, anytime you enter into a relationship and it becomes sexual, you carry the person along into your next relationship, because then you now have a yardstick to measure. You are looking at this person as just opposed to the one that you are with now. And if the one you were with looks like a little better with this one, you have had sex with this one, you have had sex with this one, but your mind is on this one because that is one that you think made you feel good. That is why women will be having sex with one man called Kojo and they'll be calling Kwamina.
Does that happen?
Men will be having sex with
one woman, AC, and we'll be calling a AC Nam.
It always happens.
You understand me? So it is just because you carry the person along. You get that? There's so much research work that personally I did when I was in Radio Universe because of the Vandals, when it comes to this area, that you can never be able to maintain your marriage and feel happy and love it, and husband also sees and feels it, or wife also sees and feels it, if you have had multiple sexual partners.
Because you're always comparing.
You would have the yardstick to measure.
So, Papa, you are in for the stay green and go into the marriage.
You see, when it comes to stay green, you're looking at green in what context? You need to be mature. You need to be, I'm not talking about having sexual experience, but learning from people's experiences. Because, let me say it here, the wise learn from people's experiences, and the fools will want to experience it before they learn.
You heard?
So it is up to you to know that, you have had many friends who had sex and didn't end up in marriage. Do you also want to go the same line? Now, when you go the same line, the chances are that 70% of people who engage in premarital sex don't end up getting married. The 30% that also end up getting married have 70-30 chances of ending up in a divorce.
True.
So it's just by grace or chance.
Women who cohabit, like they pack that, you bring their pants one, then they will bring the next knicker, the trousers. Before you realize the entire thing is in there, 70% don't get married. You get that? And I tell you, there's a book called Hooked. It is free online. It is called Hooked. It is not a book about sex and all those things, but it tells you how people become addicted and how they respond and react to things that people speak that are against the things that they are doing. So, for instance, what I'm saying, somebody say, oh, don't mind him, he's lying, blah, 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 simply because the person is hooked to it. And those people, you have an account addict that says that, if anything, so usro our rijaya unya warepa. And you see, when you continue to sing that song, you continue to go on that tangent, you continue to marry and remarry, change relationship, and because everybody that comes into your life will come with Nanso, will come with a negative.
Nobody's perfect.
Nobody is perfect, and everybody goes through that. And every relationship goes through stages.
Yeah. All right, Papa, let me find out. No, this one is open to you too. If you meet someone who say, I've dated a couple of people, like I've had more relationships in the past, does that mean that person got a high body count? Or is it always the case that once you are in that relationship, you are bent to have sex? Or some people can have dated like 10 people and maybe it's just one or two that
you see,
had
for
sex
me,
with.
it depends on the sort of relationship I have with you. Now, if I have that very friendly relationship, I can share my ex with you, you can share your ex with me, and we're all talking, and I am able to deduce that this is how you are. I mean, like you are with me and it is not sexual. I'll believe that when you are with them too, it's not sexual. Yeah. But if you are with me and it is sexual, what shows is, the others were not. And then immediately I'll start doing a sex count.
Okay.
Yes, I'll do a sex count because, yes, if you dated Kofi for 2 years and you were having, two rounds of sex every other day. Every other day. Every other day, that makes about, let's say, 3 times in a week. So 3 times 6.
Papa, come on.
6, 3 times 6, let me multiply 52. No, multiply 2. We do that number of times.
Hey.
Yes. So in 10 years, I look at it, we do 3,000, 4,000 times.
Okay, that's scary.
If let's do an announcement on your TV program, a woman who has had sex 1,000 times, who wants to marry her, and see how many men will come.
With one person or with?
They did 1,000 times. One never worry no, and see if you see how many men will come.
You never know.
And so, so 2 rounds, 2 rounds, 3 times a week, 2 times 2 times 2, and yes, 6 times 52, 6 times 52, yes.
No, but if you're saying that
6 times 52. That's what the multiple number of years on him.
When you say that, it's like you are being like society is treating women currently.
No.
Applies to men, right?
Thank you.
Applies to men.
Yeah.
Can we count here?
Now, what I'm saying is, if I'm a woman, and you tell me you have dated this number of women for this number of years, I'll do the sex count.
No,
because
please,
you see,
I beg to
when it happens that way, you see, when it happens that way, I may not be able to satisfy your sexual urges. Because the sort of experiences you have had. Listen, the sort of experiences you have had with multiple women, I will be the one who is supposed to come and perform and come and do magic.
But what if she has become a pro and then she satisfies you with that?
But what if you have become a pro and I'm still playing starlets?
Level up!
How? How are you going to level up?
Like, let me just...
How are you going to level up? Because
Papa, let's be fair to Anna. What you want to come in?
Like, for example, I do not think for women we go into sex with emotions. So it takes a very long time, as you were stating from the beginning. You come from the friendship stage, you understand the person before you move on to the relationship, that major relationship, and then sex comes in. But before a woman can sleep with somebody, you know, emotions womb.
It's not, unless you're just a woman who's just been on the block. But
emotions.
I am telling you, I am telling you that there are women, and sometimes when they come to me and they are sharing some of those things with me, I ask them, do you kiss? Most women who do not kiss when you're having sex, it's just using the body. There are no emotions attached to it.
Yeah, of course. If you're having sex and you don't kiss.
No emotions attached to it. And then they can do it and go, And you see, I'm looking at when I am playing Ghana Blasters. And then you are C. Ronaldo.
Real Madrid. Hello, Madrid.
Having dated or having more, you have more. That's not mean
for a
you've
woman.
slept or you have a high body count.
No, you see, we are not looking at. You see, you're not looking at the high body count. I'm looking at the sexual experience you have had.
Someone might have dated one person. They are sex freaks. They have more sex. They've had
beautiful
more than someone who dated like 5 separate people.
That is beautiful.
I'm telling you.
I mean, you have one sexual partner, and then the person is like all over.
Yeah.
And then you come and marry me. And me, I can't do that 3 hours. I can't do that 1 hour. I don't smoke the weed or take the drug. And when I put in Petri, it is gone. How can you enjoy me, my
But
dear?
there are means. There are ways and means.
How can you
Let's be very honest.
That's what you mean by ways and means.
No, but because, for example, if you are literally having sex,
it's
not about entering.
Matthias, but someone will say, we're having fun. They've experienced all that sex with that one part. It's about worry, ma.
Now, you see, we are having sex to have an orgasm, right?
Yeah.
Now, you are having sex with somebody who was so good at oral sex.
Oh, okay.
And then you go and marry a man who, when he starts knowing, you get a jaw lock. His jaw will get locked. And you are not coming.
Are you seeing this, sir?
Your mind will go back to that guy.
Yeah.
And then you date a guy who is extra large. And then you come and marry me, and I'm petite garçon. How am I going to be able to compete with that one?
With all seriousness, it's true.
Yes.
There are disadvantages if you've been around, if you really explored sexually. Sometimes when you end up with someone, it's like they don't meet your expectations,
the person
and then you'll
is
be
unable
very sad.
to. And this is not only for women, for men too. I get used to a woman who will sit on me and ride and do I trust my leg and all those things, and then I go and marry a woman who is going to lie down,
missionary.
Oh yeah.
crucify me,
Okay.
and then even when I do so, yeah. How? So with that, because the man has had multiple experiences, he is now going to hunt outside for other women that can give him that sort of experience. So you see, I am saying that if you don't have a yardstick to measure, and what you had is what you married, you don't have any yardstick to measure. You are good.
It's true.
If you
married a virgin, all the compare then.
Yes.
So let me give you a virgin's experience. Okay. So this girl marries a guy. Most of my friends are married, by the way. So this girl marries this guy.
And they're all virgins, yes.
Like
got
me.
married. Yeah, like you, yes.
So this girl gets married and she was a virgin, and I can boldly say because we are friends from church and she's a virgin and everything. Ni body crashes or a virgin.
Was it your kind of virgin or the real deal?
No, real deal.
The real deal.
Okay.
So the real deal, and she marries a man, and from her point of view, sex was good, everything. I don't know where or how things went. Or your sofa. But divorce, she has 2 kids. They're divorced. Why? She went out looking.
You see, the
and she was a
reason
virgin.
you see, sometimes you see peer pressure.
She
realized that what she was stuck to was not it. But why did she even go out? Because curiosity. She not knowing, because she was restricted for so long in her life that once she married, she was like, okay, now I can experience things. Being restricted is not even an advantage.
So you see, yeah.
She was curious. She wanted to know what is different from her husband's own.
And this is a clear sign of immaturity.
All right. The conversation is getting interesting.
A clear sign
We've
of
all
immaturity.
said different sides, and I know of the viewers who are doing the watching. You decide what to do, because at the end of the day, we give suggestions, ways you can make your life, your relationship better. But you decide. On this note, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, the show continues. Welcome back. You're still watching Moans and Cuddles. Now we've gotten to my favorite segment, my favorite part of the show. That's the mystery box. As you already know, we've got some questions in here which we expect our guests to give us honest answer. No libi, no labalaba. You just pick one. I'll start with Kwame, Papa. Wow. Mr. Smooth.
This is plain, right?
No, it's not plain. Let there be an answer. What's there? Oh, you want me to read it for you? I could do you the honor.
What age did you lose your virginity?
Child.
Oh, okay.
That person must hear this.
At what age did Papa Kwame not give it up? Or maybe you remember maybe the time it was, maybe SS.
Yeah, the issue here is when a man is breaking his virginity, you're talking about the first time he had his ejaculation or first time he had penetration.
No, met a woman. Got
like had sex.
Yes, with a woman.
You see, growing up, you try it. Whether it entered or didn't enter, you don't know.
You don't know whether it counts. Mama and Dada.
Yeah, you don't know whether it entered or not. You know, and I'm not going to play like I was like an angel, growing up and all that stuff. I remember in secondary school, I went to Accra High, Accra High School. When I was even from primary 6 getting to Form 1 in secondary school, I had this girlfriend. Was so, like when I see her, then you start blushing and all that. And I remember sometime I took her to some fitting shop. We're trying to do this thing, and I touched the wall and I got some electric shock. I was shocked by some bare wire. Then they ran away, so we didn't do it, and then we left. I remember when we went to Form 1, I had some dark girl, and that girl, when I see her, I don't know if you know Accra High School. We had this, 2-story, and the Form 1 was down, and then like that. So when I see her, I want to dodge. It was like that.
Mad crash.
Yes, mad. And she was living somewhere in, I think, at the Braka or so. We would walk from Asalam down to the Braka and all that.
Did you master the courage to tell her how you feel?
Like we're in a relationship, but those times, why are you taking her?
Yeah,
there was nowhere.
Father's house.
There was nowhere you can go and do those things. So, if I really recall, like the time that I sort of penetrated and had like an ejaculation or something the first time, I think I was about 21 years.
21 years.
Yes, I was about 21 years.
Oh, after all the failed attempts.
Yes.
It is well.
Yes, we tried many times.
But failed.
Yes.
Anna, your turn.
Okay.
Okay.
Hope this is blank. It is.
There's only
Lucky
one
me.
guess who. Oh. Wait, is it blank?
Yes.
Oh goodness gracious!
Very blank.
I know you. Okay.
I have questions way back from school.
No, it's just one question. One.
So I have to choose one.
Yeah, it's one.
Okay.
And be kind.
Oh, but I mean, Virgins are kind, so.
Oh, you know.
Paula, how are you?
I know you don't have to make. You don't have to put me in suspense.
Okay, so. Honest answer. So, okay. Who was your first, sex? Who did you have your first sex with? Name.
Name.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
Name. So that's my question. Name the person you first had sex with. I thought so.
They are all watching.
No. Okay. You know when you try to put things behind you and maybe your first, even now, doesn't even deserve that you talk about him.
Yeah.
So I would say it was not really.
You didn't even know what you were doing.
No, not that I didn't know what I was very mature. I did not have sex
Those
at the
things, okay.
Yeah, it was when I was mature enough.
Okay.
But then
I feel like he doesn't deserve to be named.
No, doesn't even deserve.
I understand that.
Thank you for putting me on the spot, my dear friend. I will get you. You will surely come back.
That is a nice way of dodging the question.
Oh no,
She
but
did,
honestly, Papa, you know that some
I
exes, they don't.
Yeah, there's no need to even talk
think
about
of
them.
it.
Sometimes,
You know, let them. As she said, they are in
in the past.
past.
Let them
You
remain
don't know
there.
them.
Exactly, my love. Right. Now, we've said a lot from the beginning of the conversation. Because I have had advice from a lot of people, and then the whole had fun. For me, I thought it was like, getting to know or having fun, maybe touring or whatever. But then, as you guys have stated, it's about what makes you happy. So do it all.
Yeah.
Your happiness does not depend on any man. It's you. So you can date like 50, 20 before you said before you want to get married.
But see, let me cut in here.
Yeah.
Dating 50, 20 before you get married, no troubles. So long as you're not having sex and so long as you're not doing that simultaneously. Because if you are looking at 2, 3 guys at the same time and trying to find character, you won't find it. It is only when you piss at one place that you see that your urine can foam.
So you're not
I'm saying that it is only when you piss at one side that you can see that urine can also foam. Because if you really want to know the person you are with, and then you have scattered energy, you are looking at this, you are looking at that.
Wake up.
You get that? You are never able to focus on what you really want. If you are dating one person at a time, I date you and it's not working, I dump you. Or we end it. I date someone else, it's not working. You're not coming up with a sort of lifestyle, character and all the stuff I want. I drop it, I go for someone else. But if you're dating 2 people, you're dating 3 people, what you see in this person, you will not find here. What you find here, you will not find here. You get that? And then you yourself will be torn in between these people or torn amongst them, and you're unable to make sound decisions. You're unable to make wise choices. You get that? Then, if you're not careful, you allow your emotions to decide for you. But you should be the master of your mind. Your mind shouldn't master you.
So dating, if you're looking for someone to
if you would date even 100 people,
it should be one
at a time. Because now, when I'm with you and I'm totally devoted into assessing this person to be a partner, let me focus. Because if you are scattering your energies, you are here, then you yourself, you don't even know what you want.
But Papa, I've also heard, I don't know, Edna, like when women, like, let them welcome. If someone says they're interested in you, let them hang around.
Yeah.
Be nice to them. At the end of the day, you decide who to pick. But Papa, come and so.
I am talking about being in a committed relationship.
No, not committed. I don't think having the energy to have 3 people
we confuse this word date.
I'm talking about like the date. I'm not like real courtship.
Like when I am dating you, or when I say I'm going out. It's just like, let's go to somewhere, have a drink. It's a date. You understand me? So if I am doing that regularly with you, and I'm doing that regularly with another woman, doing that regularly with another woman, then my mind here is telling me that I am looking for, your friend is saying, something special from a friend is saying this person, or something special from that person. I would definitely see something in you that I like, and I'll definitely see something in Edna that I like, and I'll also see something in the other person that I like. The same way I'll see something I don't like in you, and in similarly different things in the other people I do not like. Then I'll be in that dilemma. Which one do I pick? Do I go for the one that talks to me this way? Do I go for the one that gives me a ride? Do I go for? And then if you're not careful, you make that choice, which will be wrong for you. But if I'm with you and I'm completely devoted to you, and you're not doing what I want, or I don't see what I want to see in you, and I'm walking away, I even tell you that because of so and so and so and so, let's end it. Because I remember there was a lady I was going out with, she's in Tema. I told her, when I was breaking up with her, I told her, because you feel so insecure. When we get married, I can't breathe. Because then, when somebody calls me, you come and, even when you are not married, somebody calls me, why no Afro? Let me see. All those things, if you ignore them and you get married, it becomes even worse in your marriage.
Okay.
If the guy you are with is threatening, slapping, or becoming verbally abusive or physically aggressive,
Signs.
you know, those are signs that if you ignore and you get married to the person, eventually the person will beat you up there.
I see.
So you need to be attentive. You need, listen, this relationship thing we are talking about, it is not a joke. It is not a game. It's a lifelong learning process. People go in and walk out. People go in and get hurt. People go in and get healed. So it is up to you to decide exactly what you want in a relationship.
All right. And now, do you side with Papa Kwamina?
To an extent.
To an extent.
Yeah, so to an extent, when we talk about committed relationships, then I would side with him. But if we are talking about going out, allowing people in your life, men will come for woman. I have people around me that are interested. For me, if you're not even interested, it means that that's to me, because every woman has a man that is interested in her. However, the person you are in a committed relationship with is the person that knows you. Do you get it? So for me, my man is someone I decided that, okay, against all odds, he's the one I can stick with. Not because I slept with this, I slept with Kofi, I slept with Kwame, I slept with, no. But because I looked at him, I'm like, okay, or or jealousy kakra. I can manage. His own is not the one that suffocates you. You can manage it. Because almost every man has that thing in them. On jealousy, they are not just say, on pel. But or pewa, or be jealousy, but no interest or be suffocate too. So I decided, okay, against all odds, let me just stick with this one. So that is why I'm with him. But so with him, it's a committed relationship. And as I am committed, it means I'm not looking anywhere.
That's it.
Yes, I'm not looking anywhere. And as far as you make that point, you get that point across to your friends, everyone around you, then you know that, okay, on your end, why you are family day?
So you know, at the end, you don't feel
you
like
are not leading anybody. Exactly.
Or you have high hopes that we might end up together.
Exactly. Okay. It's more like if we end up together, fine. It means our foundation is good. But I'm not putting the fact that we are engaged in tea by force down the aisle. I'm leaving room for us to steady ourselves enough, and for me to go that, oh, we can stick together.
So I want to get one thing right here. At the end of the day, what we decided, I wish I had dated more before marriage. But then someone who is in that relationship, but from where we've gotten to, it's quite obvious that there's so many things that we thought it was all like this, but in natural sense, that was not how it worked.
Yeah.
Should you say one should save their energy? Maybe a young girl, maybe in senior high who's listening to her, junior high, in the university, who is like, I'm saving all I have for the man I'm going to marry, for the woman I'm going to marry. Are we telling that they should save all their energies? Or, you know, sometimes it's good to explore.
Let me
just save your energy if you don't want the whole drama and the thing that comes with it.
I don't think you choose I'm talking from a woman's perspective. I don't think we choose to go into a relationship. We don't choose. So I'm friends with this guy and we hang out, we go out. He makes me happy. He understands me. I'm able to run to him if I have a problem. He's able to come to me. We bounce ideas off each other. That's how it starts. Then before you know, okay, babe, I've been looking at you for a while and I feel like, okay, I think we should hang out, we should date, we should be in a relationship. I'm like, okay. You do that whole dating thing for a while, then it moves on to, oh, I think you are the kind of person I want to marry. Then that is where you have come to, you can understand that I am not into sex before marriage or sex after marriage, but I believe each and every person who values themselves would be able to tell and know when they want to give it up.
Give it up. Okay.
So it's your own decision to know when to give it up. I would say some people can have sex just like that. But until I am really there with you and know for a fact that menyema
obeji.
And yet you know
it's worry me.
No, and yet worry, babe, it's not even the worry. It's the fact that do you see him as a baby daddy in the first place? Or papa.
I always say if you know you are sleeping with a man or woman,
exactly,
you can't even imagine could be
him as your kid's daddy,
do
then don't do it at all. That is how I used to determine where I want to.
But then you'll be surprised. You'll be screwing someone you think is responsible. Nyim nashe. See, the thing, you can never be so sure.
You see, that is why
you can never be so sure.
I would always remember this thing my mother told me. What's it said? Besibia tum besopa. Se benin bia tum besopa. Onye de hu no efu. Wunyim no ye har.
Exactly.
Yes. I don't know how to say it in English. The fact that all men are coming after you it doesn't mean you're the most pretty girl in town. It's just because you don't have any that how do you say it? You don't have that aura around you that would pick
Fiero.
That will pick men that when a man is approaching you, he knows that they are way there in type. I mean, this one is not my class. Missy say be bia to Missy Opa. Ono nchere umuna yefu. When you know your heart. Yes. Yes. Because at some point, you see, I'll be there. Then plenty women. My mother told me, "Se besebia tumba, no tumba wenyim na obakacho do pewa. Onye ohu na efu wenyim no ya ha." It simply means that you have dropped your level of thinking, that low that any riffraff, anything walking around can come and propose to you. If you are walking on the streets and anybody, I'm not saying we are better human beings than others, but we are. You have your level, you have your class. That anybody can just walk to you and propose to you. It is not because you are beautiful. You have lost your dignity.
I think, Paula, you, for example, I've known you for a while, so I know you would have the same feeling. Do you get that feeling when a guy asks you out, now buefu? You feel as though then I'm a
thank you. And sometimes at some point the person is just trying to gather and the person can't. That means that you have raised yourself to a certain bar. So sometimes a woman, because my number is all over the place. If you don't mind, I can put it up. People who want counseling can call me. It is out there, and then they will call you, and then you see some will be showing their buttocks and be showing their legs, and be doing this, doing that, and
hot cake.
When I'm chatting them, I tell them, "Did Anas send you?"
What's that in the trap?
Yes, I asked you, "Did Anas send you?" Because I don't see a woman my level just throwing herself at me. No, I have to go hustle small before you
No,
get.
as soon as she does that, you know for a fact that obey you.
Yes, mano, and that's as mano.
So please be on the lookout. It's not always that you think that they love you. But before we wrap up the show, it's been an eye-opener. With me, I always say people come to my set and you're on my couch to say things, and I pick it up. So sometimes speaking like, hey, if they don't know who counts, I'm like, no, I have people passing through all the time, and all the things are the same. Sometimes before this conversation, I had this perception, but at the end of the day, hearing your experience, the advice, I'm open to new things. I'm like, maybe this is not how it worked. This is the real deal. This is real life. So I must say, I really appreciate your coming, Edna and Papa coming, and Mr. Smooth. Everything was smooth and all that. He hits the thing, and I asked Edna to our virgin guest. You always do it.
Sweetheart, I mean, why to represent what I
know,
am?
my love. Before we wrap up, last words from you, advice to listeners, people who think that you have to see it all before. You've all said the disadvantages is in it, and at the end of the day, you decide. But what would you say?
I should go. Yeah. Okay, so I would just say something very simple and say that what you see isn't always what you get. What you see isn't always what you get. And if you are in a relationship, whether committed or now ongoing, you need to be able to look out or think out of the box and try and get the advice of someone you value on some things. So, for example, if you're dating somebody, if you're close to your mom and a man comes around you and he's committed, it's not bad for you to get advice from your mom and see if she sees that, oh, this guy, because I've had experiences where she goes like, guy with that.
And somehow they're always right.
And then,
how they do it.
on point, like on point. Okay, so Debia, say, I see Yamiaka say, man, you know, oh yeah, they're boy pumping my who said, So it's with time I've gotten to a place where if my mom says to it, I won't. So I believe everyone should have someone like that in their lives, and do not make decisions on your own because sometimes emotions do come in.
Thank you.
Great. What I would say is everybody who is in a relationship should know that every relationship will go through stages. You go through the very beautiful part from the beginning, the honeymoon phase. And then after the honeymoon phase, you get into a stage we call the differentiation phase, where everybody starts identifying him or herself as an individual. And if you're not careful, and most times one person goes into that stage before the other, so it causes a lot of pain for the other person. The other person comes to join, and then once you join the differentiation phase where I start seeing myself as an individual and not like we are together, if you're not careful, you move into the freedom phase where you feel that I can live without you, you're not important. I mean, I own my own life and all that, I can live it. But if you truncate it, you don't allow it to go through the stages, and you truncate it, you start from the honeymoon, go to the next stage, truncate it, and then it becomes, like a cycle. You're unable to keep a relationship.
Papa coming and Edna, thank you very much for coming. Before I wrap up, I want you to put out your social media handles where we can reach you.
Okay, so on all social media platforms, I'm known as Adele Addo, ADEL ADDO. So that's my name is Edna Adelaide. So Adele Addo, and on all platforms anyway. So
thanks, pretty Edna.
All right, so mine is Mr. Smooth. Like I've become the most popular Mr. Smooth on YouTube. So go check my videos. I have a couple of videos there. Like them, watch them. I've not even monetized it, but you just go watch for me.
You should go
watch for me. So when you get to YouTube, you type Mr. Smooth, you see the guy with the hat. One of them will pop up, yes, and that's it. When you go to Facebook, I think it's also Mr. Smooth. And then if you want to call me, you want to talk to me, 0244 661011. 0244 661011. You can also chat me on WhatsApp, the same number.
All right.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for coming. But before I also take leave, I want to put in this. I can put the best here, baby aniha. I don't know how I will say it in English.
Everywhere is here.
everywhere is here. Yeah, sometimes you
Direct
think
translation.
that there's something bigger, maybe than the person you are
Yes,
with.
yes.
A lot of people have been deceived into that, so they go all over, and then before they realize, it's like what they were looking for, they never found.
It's
So
all
if you meet
vanity.
a partner who you think is right for you, as they always say, you never get it 100%. But once that person is a gentleman, is a lady, the rest of it, I think you can work it out. And let love lead. And please, whatever it is, relationship, as Mr. Smooth was saying, it's not what we just see. It entails a lot. So I would say in all things, do pray. Pray about the person you're ending up with. Because I've had stories, people telling me marriage, they want to leave and all that. It's just too much. But your marriage will be different. I am Paula Amabruni. It's always a pleasure coming your way. I can't wait to have you on the next episode of Moons and Colors. Thanks for watching.